A dark, swirling abyss fills the screen, pulsing with alien runes that defy translation. Below, cultists draped in blood-red robes gaze upward. Their voices rise in a manic foreign chant. They circle a massive, throbbing pink crystal, guarded by a legion of grotesque monsters. Every eye is fixed on the stone in fanatical worship, until Slice A blade flashes, and a monster gets cleaved clean in two. A blinding white streak cuts through the air. Enter Swordmaster Ray Chang, blade drawn, striking a pose like he owns the place. The monsters recoil and the cultists scatter in panic. Ray, decked out in gleaming armor, shouts back to his approaching squad. He brags he's clearing the path for the main force. Then Jorg Billmeyer, the elderly gravedigger, rolls up. He's riding a literal skeleton beast, gripping a staff crowned with a human skull, pure nightmare fuel. High above, sword-wielding players peer down at the ritual platform and that glowing pink crystal. Maria Yeager, the blonde armored saintess, bursts onto the scene, screaming that they have to abort the descent ritual right now. But she's too late. The pink stone fractures, spewing blinding white beams before shattering into massive, jagged shards. A system alert pops up. The tower's difficulty just spiked from Tier 12 to Tier 12, hard mode. Boom, a terrifying monstrosity crashes down from the sky, shaking the ground. Another notification flashes. The tower's objective has shifted. The raid team, originally here to stop the ritual, stares down their new enemy with fierce desperation. It's the boss of the 5th season. He steps forward, bathed in a toxic green aura, radiating pure death. Dual swords hang at his hips, his cape billowing ominously. This is the Monarch of Plagues, green skin, glowing crimson eyes, and a mechanical apparatus masking his lower face. He looks absolutely lethal. The players charge in a blind rush, but they freeze as the system updates. New objective: defeat the Monarch of Plagues. Writhing green tentacles erupt from the Monarch's aura, instantly obliterating anyone foolish enough to get close. He doesn't even move. He just stands there amidst the carnage while corpses pile up, rotting under sickening green spots. A tentacle lashes out at Maria. She barely blocks it with her sword, gritting her teeth against the overwhelming force. Another tentacle slams into a cluster of players, wiping out the entire group in a single brutal strike. Ray watches the slaughter, eyes wide with terror, tears streaming down his face. He turns and bolts. He shoves past his own teammates, screaming that he refuses to die today. The others watch stunned, calling his name in vain. The monarch scoffs, calling them foolish mortals, and casually levitates his sword into his grip. He swings. A crescent of neon green energy rips through the air. He declares that no one leaves this place alive. The monarch brings his blade down for an execution strike, but snap. His sword shatters in midair. A figure in a fluttering purple cloak lands between them. It's Yuzian Kang, looking absolute fire as he retracts his blade. The air still shimmers from his intercept. Yuzian strikes a battle stance, staring down the boss with zero fear. Behind him, the survivors erupt in relief, screaming for the Hero King. They finally believe they might survive this. Hearing his name, Yuzian steps into the light, face scratched, armor scuffed, but eyes burning with unbreakable resolve. He launches himself forward, a blur of speed, dual swords flashing. The monarch counters, swinging his own blade to intercept. Metal clashes against metal. Yuzian deflects, slashes, and parries a flurry of blows. The monarch just laughs at the effort. With a sadistic grin and glowing red eyes, the boss powers up. Both fighters rush each other, aura flaring, weapons raised. They collide. The impact sends a shockwave through the arena. High above, the players watch, jaws on the floor. A blinding radiance engulfs the battlefield. Maria screams Yuzian's name, sweat pouring down her face in sheer terror. As they trade blows, the monarch taunts him, calling Yuzian an idiot for trying to solo a raid boss. He sneers that humanity's hope, the Hero King, will drown in the sea of plagues, unmourned and alone. Yuzian just thanks him. He parries a strike and admits he's been keeping a low profile this whole time. He didn't want to spook anyone with his full power. He smirks hair, shadowing his eyes in true anime fashion. But now he says, "I don't have to hide anymore." The monarch pauses, visibly confused. The boss clenches his sword, muttering, "Impossible." Suddenly, boom, a massive surge of energy erupts from Yuzian. The pillar of light shoots into the stratosphere. It's so blinding that Maria and the others have to shield their eyes. The intensity is off the charts. Georg the veteran stares in pure disbelief at the raw power on display. The players gape, a mix of shock and euphoria washing over them. Yuzian stands victorious, holding a radiant light aloft. He gazes at it, the picture of triumph. The crowd goes wild, cheering their victory as a notification pops. Season 5 of Summoning. The Monarch of Plague crumbles into dust and a deafening cheer erupts. It's over. The nightmare is finally over. A golden cascade of system alerts floods the screen. 10 heroic summon tickets, 100 high-tier skill cards, and a mountain of legendary loot. Yusong collapses backward, his vision swimming as one final ping flashes: title acquired. Monarch Slayer. He also snagged the Black Death gear set, but a cruel red text warns locked until next season. Gravity claims him. Yusong sprawls on the cold floor, his consciousness fading as a desperate voice screams his name into the void. Fade-in text on screen confirms humanity survives another year, though the doomsday clock is still ticking. Cut to a high-stakes press conference. Flashbulbs pop like strobe lights. The MC grips the podium, hyping up the 4-year reigning champion, the absolute G.O.A.T. of the server. Top stats, god-tier gear, maxed-out skills. The announcer roars the name, Yusong Kong, the Hero King. Cameras go wild capturing Yusong, looking dapper in a tailored suit. Smash cut to a living room where a tiny superfan clutches an armored action figure swinging its plastic sword. She squeals, "Daddy, look, he's here." Her eyes sparkle with pure idol worship as she points at the TV. Her parents chuckle in the background, soaking in the wholesome moment. Jump cut to street vendors hustling Hero King merch. It's a full-blown economy. Locals chatter thanking the RNG gods for Yusong and the player squads who turned the apocalypse back into a habitable planet. Back to the UN conference room. The MC passes the mic asking Yusong for an inspiring speech. Yusong stares back, his expression screaming, "I don't get paid enough for this." Maria nudges his elbow, panic in her eyes. She leans in, hissing, "Just stick to the script. Fake a smile, I beg you." She clasps her hands in silent prayer, mouthing, "We are live globally." Beads of sweat are practically racing down her forehead. The atmosphere in the Geneva UN hall is suffocatingly formal. Suits, ties, and diplomatic tension. Maria forces a pained smile, sitting with the rest of the raid party, as the MC keeps the hype train rolling, introducing the season's top 10 rankers. The world leans in desperate to hear the epic saga of how they slew the boss. Yusong leans into the mic, cuts off the MC, and laughs a cold, cynical sound. Heroic, nah. I did it for the cash. Dead silence. Jaws hit the floor. The journalists look like they just swallowed a lemon, sweating profusely. Maria looks ready to faint, frozen in her seat. Yusong ignores the shockwave he just caused, gripping the mic like a weapon. He leans over the table, deadpan. "I checked out of the hero gig ages ago." The cameras go berserk, blinding him with flashes. Flashback Season 1. The day the world glitched. Peace didn't just end, it was deleted. Civilians froze, staring at glowing holographic screens hovering in midair. Massive towers pierced the skyline, emerging globally like jagged teeth. Horror washed over the crowd as reality warped into a twisted MMORPG. The towers opened. Nightmares poured out, winged demons, weapon-wielding brutes, beasts with too many teeth. The slaughter began instantly. Panic, chaos. People realized this wasn't a drill, it was an extinction event. A monster lunges at a sobbing girl collapsed on the asphalt. It raises a claw ready to strike, but suddenly, a crimson spray arcs through the air. The girl flinches, but the pain never comes. She looks up, through tear-filled eyes. Yusong stands there, his blade dripping, the monster's severed hand twitching on the ground. A clean cut. He grips his sword, blood-spattered and stoic, forming a human barrier between the beast and the innocent. The counterattack begins. Yusong becomes a whirlwind of steel, while Maria raises a glowing barrier, creating a safe zone that repels the endless horde pouring from the dungeon gates. They called it Tower Break, the new rule of law: clear the towers within the time limit or face annihilation. Only the players, awakened humans with special abilities, stood a chance. They became the world's new celebrities. Snap back to reality. Yusong is scrolling through his own viral clip. He's watching himself on screen, telling the world to buy his merch and show him the money. He stares at the monitor, genuinely confused. Why is this blowing up? He clicks onto the player forum, the PF, the dark web of hunter gossip. It's the hub for trading rare drops and leaking intel. But right now, it's a Yusong hate thread. He reads a comment threatening a boycott and types a savage reply. Instant regret hits as new comments flood in. Wait, is that actually the Hero King? Yusong freezes. How did they track my IP? A new comment pops up. Breaking news. Reporters are camping outside his apartment right now. Panic mode engaged. He rushes to the balcony, shielding his eyes from the harsh daylight. Below, a swarm of paparazzi point their lenses up at him like snipers. Click, click, click. He's trapped. Realizing this is the perfect moment for a scene, he struts down to face the paparazzi. Cameras flash like lightning as the press bombards him with questions about the boycott and the new season. Facing a wall of microphones, they demand to know why he's rejoining the game when he swore he was done fighting. Yusong flashes a $1 million smile at the lens and asks, "You guys know the standard protocol for celebs caught in a scandal, right?" With a cocky smirk, he drops the line, "I'll make it up to you fans," with some high-quality content. The reporters look totally confused, almost terrified. What does that even mean? Suddenly, the vibe shifts instantly. Panic sets in. The crowd scrambles as the asphalt beneath their feet begins to rumble violently. Ding. A massive system alert pops up. Season 6, The Endless Labyrinth is live. Everyone's eyes snap to the sky. Phones are out recording the horror as the system warns. The towers are materializing now. Loading bar is at 96%. Holographic diagrams light up, showing players exactly how to breach the towers from the ground. Check the altitude. Dozens of colossal structures pierce through the clouds, descending rapidly toward the city. The mission objective appears: vanquish the towers, save the world. Classic hero stuff. While the world loses its collective mind, Yusung flips his hood up, smirking as he strolls away from the chaos. Flyers for Hero King merch blow across the pavement like trash as people whisper, "Did he actually pull this off?" Ping destination reached. Yusong scans the area, taking it all in. Just towers, 0 people. He grins at the ghost town. First day of the season, everyone cowers inside. Perfect. A window pops up. The constellations are highly entertained by the contractor of the Monarch of Jesters. The horned Monarch of Steel bursts into laughter, bestowing the blessing of Blade Honor, and the silver-haired, elf-eared Monarch of Frost lets out a soft, amused chuckle. Blessing of Winterbringer received. Yusong taps his earpiece, sarcastic. Yeah, laugh it up, guys. Notifications flood in. Swordsmanship aptitude up. Frost magic aptitude up. Yusong knows it wasn't luck. Every move, every stunt, it was all calculated. That drama at the United Nations conference, pure theater, to farm rewards from the watching monarchs. Flashback. At the UN, the system granted him the blessing of Finder of Legends, a gift from the Monarch of Golden Legends, a luck boost for 3 draws with 1 guaranteed legendary drop. He figures sure skills reset every season, but the loot and blessings from the bosses, those act as permanent keepsakes. Smirking, he commands, claim all unclaimed rewards. A golden card spins into view, stamped with a mysterious question mark. System Finder of Legend active. Luck is influenced. Yusong's eyes literally sparkle with hype. He screams jackpot, thinking it's the big one. The light fades, revealing legendary armor. It's a surcoat engraved with a golden cross, golden fanaticism. He checks the stats. Defense 0. But check this, evasion plus 999, dex plus 300, includes Shield of Seraph with a 168-hour cooldown. The lore tab explains that during the Holy War of Interspecies, Seraph personally blessed this coat. It belonged to a knight ambushed by elves. Wearing this, he slaughtered thousands of them, single-handedly. Yusong grins, loving the description. He throws the coat on Swish, looking absolutely fresh. Enter tower. As he warps out, a notification dings. The Monarch of Gold and Legends has revoked his blessing, and has blessed the t-shirt sales instead. Boom. Yusong lands inside the tower with a heavy impact. Thud. A massive foot shakes the ground. Monsters tower over him, gnashing jagged teeth and glowing red eyes. Kill him. 1 roars. System pop-up Tower of the Blood Moon Orc Tribe. Specs: 5 floors, 0 safe zones. Tier 3. Party size: 1 to 4 players. Objective update: survive the gauntlet and defeat the boss to clear. Target: Blood Moon Singer top floor. Yusong steps up, itching to test drive his new gear. System materializing Ice Blade. Rarity heroic tier. He snatches the frozen blade from the air. Because of his high frost magic stats, he unlocks the frost breath effect. Blade in hand, smile on his face, he launches himself straight into the fray. Thanks for the boost. Frosty Yusung slashes, carving through the giant monsters with a flurry of icy strikes. The temperature plummets to absolute 0, locking the surroundings in ice, while the beasts struggle in vain against the flash freeze. Yusung unleashes a casual, deadly swing. Impact. Some monsters are launched into the air, crashing down as shattered statues, while the rest remain trapped in their icy prisons. Total domination. A chilling mist swirls around Yusung's boots as he strolls through the frozen sculpture garden, wearing the smirk of a victor. Blade still drawn, his vision floods with glorious system alerts. Strength, dexterity, and intelligence all skyrocketing by 1 level. He continues his confident strut, casually tapping his sword against a frozen mob clink, triggering the golden notification. First floor cleared. Yusung glances up at the digital sky, praising his own performance. Not a bad start for a comeback. Time to save the world. Again. A status window pops up, flashing Yusung's insane character profile. Check out these titles: Hero, King, Court, Jester, and the fresh new addition, Monarch Slayer. He might be level 1, but he's stacked with active blessings like Blade Honor, Winterbringer, Cheater of Death, and Time Eater. Basically, he's smurfing. Cut to the 2nd floor. Yusung marches forward, his coat billowing like a superhero cape, ice blade in hand, leaving a trail of eerie frost with every step. He peers over a ledge, and his expression instantly shifts from cool to exhausted. Sweat beads on his forehead as he spots a bizarre sight, a mob of monsters throwing a full-blown rave around a bonfire. They're chugging drinks and partying hard until they freeze, sensing the terrifying aura of the apex predator Yusung. The party is over. The music dies. They draw their weapons, screaming that they'll fight to the bitter end. They scream about glory, and Valhalla Yusung just smirks, gripping his frost blade. Relax, boys. He launches himself into the fray, blade primed for slaughter. I'm not sending you to Valhalla, I'm taking you straight to heaven. Jump cut to the staircase. Yusung is speedrunning this dungeon. He emerges on the 4th floor, panting slightly but grinning. He crushed the 2nd and 3rd floors in record time. But even he has to admit, this grind is brutal without a safe zone to rest. Suddenly, a movement in his peripheral vision puts him on high alert. A crimson warning flashes warning. Warsong elite guards are blocking the path to the chieftain's chamber. He stares down a wall of giant monsters decked out in heavy impenetrable plate armor. Yuseong admits they actually look the part elite and dangerous. He checks his notifications confused by the conflicting messages. One says, "Fight with honor," while the other claims the Monarch of Steel has buffed these guys personally. The guards march forward in perfect unison, chanting a fanatical hymn to the Monarch of Steel. With glowing red eyes, they charge at Yuseong, screaming for a glorious death. They bellow the song of blood and steel as they close the distance. Yuseong spins his sword overhead, unfazed. Accepting that a break isn't in the cards, he swings his blade with lethal intent right at the armored tanks. Clang, 0 damage. The monsters stand firm, their armor completely absorbing the blow. Yuseong's eyes narrow, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his cheek. This is a problem. Suddenly, the mob rushes him. He dodges, hopping backward to create space, and tries again, launching a mid-air strike. His blade swipes through the wind, merely scratching the paint on their heavy suits. Yuseong realizes his physical attacks are useless. He's annoyed now, brows furrowing as the realization hits. These aren't just tanks, they have high frost resistance. A monster swings a massive weapon at him, but Yuseong leaps up, grappling onto a massive chandelier. The attack whips and the monsters glare up at him, jeering and calling him a coward for camping on the high ground. Yuseong knows he needs a nuke to crack these shells, but his skill deck is empty. Then a flashback hits him. He remembers the starter pack, endgame gear, the ice blade, heroic skills, and one specific artifact. He pulls a card, while dangling from the ceiling, and opens his inventory. It's the Frozen Heart, a buff item that boosts frost damage by 14%. Frost resistance, cute. Yuseong grins at the card. He's never been geared up like this before, but there's a catch, the system warns him. Risk of self-inflicted frostbite if user lacks proficiency. To avoid turning into a popsicle, the user requires coverage from the Crimson Mage Tower's insurance service. Seriously, below the monsters grip their axes, taunting him to come down and fight like a man if he wants to see Valhalla. They start hurling axes at the ceiling. Yuseong decides it's do or die. No time to read the fine print. Equip artifact. A massive shockwave of icy wind erupts. The system confirms Yuseong has gained glacial synergy. He feels the raw power of frost magic surging through his veins as he drops from the chandelier, ready to bring the ice age. As Yuseong leaps into the fray, a blizzard of cold wind spirals around him, triggering a holographic system alert. His frost aspect skills just got a major buff. He grips his blade, feeling the surge of mana, and realizes he's absolutely cracked right now. He grins to himself. The rich get richer, and the OP get unstoppable. The beast grips its axe, roaring as it initiates the raid. The axe swings down, but Yuseong catches it cold, literally tanking the hit with his ice-armored gauntlet. He flashes a cocky smirk, flexing the frozen limb, before slamming the creature backward with a bone-shaking impact. Frostbite sets in instantly. The monster's armor shatters like glass, triggering another level-up notification, filling his XP bar. Yuseong doesn't pause, weaving through the chaos with his artifact and ice katana, dodging hitboxes by inches and countering with lethal precision to clear the mob. Suddenly, a titan spawns, catching Yuseong's blade bare-handed, and swinging a massive axe with the other. It tries to snap the steel, but the frost enchantment kicks in, flash freezing the giant's arm. Axe incoming. Yuseong parries hard, and counters with a horizontal slash that cleaves the beast in two. Level up. He draws a second blade, going full dual-wield mode, as another enemy lunges. Yuseong meets the charge head-on, unleashing a kinetic cross-slash that blasts the creature backward. The XP keeps rolling in. Both blades pulse with mana, his grip iron tight. A nearby mob freezes, eyes wide with pure confusion. Yuseong becomes a whirlwind of steel and ice, his level counter ticking up with every swing. With one final devastating arc, he manifests a glacial prison, trapping the entire horde inside. Bolts of blue lightning arc through the ice cage, frying everything. Yuseong steps forward, letting out a bored sigh. Floor cleared. Or not. An axe wielder spawns behind him. Yuseong smirks. He sensed the aggro from a mile away, and pivots, blade ready, thinking he's getting sloppy. His eyes flare with mana as he preps the finisher, declaring game over. In a blur, he plants both swords deep into the ambusher's back, pinning it to the ground. The notification chimes again. XP farming complete. Elite floor cleared. As he stands over the defeated boss, the reward screen pops up. He's secured 1,000 points and a random skill card pack. Crack it open, he commands. The gacha animation plays. Blinding white light explodes from the card. Yuseong squints against the glare, muttering, "It's probably trash tier." He was hoping for a legendary drop, but the system reveals a metal-type card buffing piercing damage. He turns his back on the frozen statues, auto-equipping the skill. Better than empty slots, he shrugs. The blessing of Blade Honor instantly upgrades the new ability as he pushes open the tower gates. A warm yellow glow reveals the safe zone. Automata, the clockwork shopkeeper, greets him with a robotic, "Oh, you're still alive." Yusong raises an eyebrow at her salty tone. "Don't get me wrong," she adds. "Dead customers don't buy items." Typical NPC logic. She reminds him to spend his 1,600 achievement points before he kicks the bucket as potion bottles float around her like a halo. Yusong eyes her suspiciously. "You sure you're not betting on my death?" He crouches down. "Show me the goods." She immediately tries to upsell him on a legendary card pack. "Sounds like a scam," he retorts, grabbing a speed potion and a flame potion instead. Transaction complete, 300 points deducted. He secures the buffs, walking away with his hands over his ears as the girl screams at him to stop being cheap and buy more loot. He steps onto the boss floor. A massive behemoth lounges on a blood-red throne atop the altar. "Showtime," Yusong mutters. The boss roars about honor and death and swings a gigantic axe. Yusong doesn't flinch, instantly throwing up an ice barrier to tank the hit. Metal shrieks against ice. Warning sirens blare in his UI. Sweat beads on his forehead. This guy's hitbox is massive, making the previous mobs look like tutorial enemies. "Okay, you're big. I get it," he thinks. He creates distance and lobs the flame potion. Direct hit. The boss erupts into a pillar of fire, screaming in rage. Yusong shields his face from the heat wave. The monster is fully engulfed, eyes glowing like molten lava. But then it snaps. With a deafening roar, the boss dispels the flames with sheer force and bellows for Yusong to show himself. His gaze hardens as he materializes behind the beast blade primed for a lethal strike. Yusong blurs forward, slamming the monster with his ice blade. The impact shatters the creature's balance instantly. Down it goes with a bone-shaking thud. Yusong touches down effortlessly, flashing a cocky grin at his frost-covered weapon. Not bad thanks to those buffs, he muses. But the air shifts, the monster glitches right behind him. The war isn't over. It rumbles, green slime pulsating across its frame as a growl vibrates the room. It sneers at Yusong. "I'm not punching my ticket yet, kid. Keep fighting." A system alert pops, Blood Moon Singer Berserk mode activated. Yusong glances back, his smirk widening. "I love a good challenge," he quips. The beast launches into the air, massive axe, cleaving the space with a sonic boom. A shockwave rips toward him. Yusong throws up an ice shield, gritting his teeth to hold the barrier against the pressure. That hit heavy, he thinks. Without this shield, he's toast. Spiderweb cracks start fracturing the ice surface. The onslaught continues. The beast goes dual-wield, hurling two axes straight at Yusong. He swallows hard behind the crumbling ice. Smash! The giant axe finally obliterates his defense into a million glittering shards. Yusong counters blade singing as he starts a mental countdown from 175. He clashes and counts. The clock ticks down to 60 seconds, still fighting. At the 3-second mark, he snags another potion vial. 1. With a smirk, he flicks the bottle straight at the brute just as the timer hits 0. Kaboom! The impact blows a gaping hole through the monster's torso. It faceplants into the dirt. Yusong looms over the fallen giant. A holographic window chimes base floor cleared. He scrolls through the victory screen. Achievement unlocked, conquered the Tower of the Blood Moon Orc Tribe. Reward aspect skill card pack. Title first vanquisher. Big wins. Another alert, speed potion expired. Yusong sighs. That got a little messy near the end. He eyes the pack description contains one random common skill or a rare aspect card. Top tier loot for a tier 3 tower, he mutters hype building. He rips open the frost aspect pack. Flash ice bolt. His face drops. Total buzzkill. "I seriously hate this RNG," he groans. Cut to Tower of Impish Satanist. Tier 3. Capacity 1 to 16 players. Inside, it's an inferno. Bats screech through the flames. Yusong strides in a blizzard trailing him. "Filthy human. Kill him," the imps shriek. He dashes forward, cloak swirling. The imps retaliate, fingertips blazing with hellfire. Pew pew. Yusong fires off ice bolts. The impact sends the little demons yeeting across the room. He spams the attack, dual-wielding frost from both palms, juggling the mobs in midair. Gotta love that XP grind, he thinks. A window pops ice bolt, condensed frost, and metal composition. Damage up. Skill level up, ice bolt. Nice. Alert wave 2 initiated. Dozens of glowing eyes ignite behind him. The horde rushes in, meat cleavers raised, grinning like maniacs. They chant for their devil king. Yusong lets out a heavy give me a break sigh. He shuts his eyes, drawing his blade with a chill smile. One-way ticket to hell coming right up. Xing 1, clean slice, freezes the mob solid. Level up, ice bolt, up ice blade up. Heathen scum, someone screams. Red alert, blinking boss spawned, Bishop Imp. The bishop materializes in regal purple robes flanked by minions. Your blood will feed the demon king. Crimson eyes, glowing fangs bared the bishop, points a long claw. Get him. But before the command lands, Yusong is already there, blade cutting through the noise. The bishop's eyes bug out in sheer horror. Yusong towers over him as the frostbite sets in instantly. Status effect frozen. Yusong strolls past the statue, mind racing. Prime time for a field test. He flips the glacial synergy enhancement card between his fingers with a smirk. Effect multiplies weapon creation types and capacity. Sword in hand, he's ready to break the game. Yusong clenches his hilt, commanding the system to max out his arsenal with every single frost weapon available. The ground explodes with jagged frost as an entire armory of ice-forged blades materializes, circling him like a glaciated halo of spears. He snatches one from midair, gives it a confident twirl, and launches it with a smirk bullseye right through the bishop. But he's just warming up. Before the monster can react, Yusong slams 2 more icy javelins straight into its spine. It becomes a relentless barrage of frost until the system finally pings. The Bishop Imp has been eliminated. Victory screen. Yusong just solo cleared the Tower of Impish Satanist and scored himself a random equipment ticket. He pops the ticket immediately, watching the roulette spin. And it lands on silver plate mail. Trash, he mutters. Why would he need silver junk when he's already rocking legendary gear? He rubs his chin, realizing that despite summoning a blizzard of blades, the damage output was kind of mid. Even burning through 8 of them felt inefficient. Suddenly, a low rumble creeps up from behind, making him jump. He glances back, catching a new quest prompt in his peripheral vision. Confront your shadows. Looks like the tower faction is watching. Out of the gloom step, mysterious figures decked out in plague doctor masks and pitch black hooded cloaks. It's the Shadow Council. The system flags this as a factions encounter, an event where heavy hitters led by monarchs scout for top-tier players to expand their influence. Picking a faction means insane rewards. A pop-up explains that the Shadow Council operates in the dark, and this is a rare shot to unmask them. Earn their trust and you unlock secret arts and ultimate protection. We're talking esoteric power and a shield from their mysterious veil. The robed figures circle Yusong, claiming they remember him. One steps forward, asking if he's ready to embrace their secrets once again and face the darkness. Yusong sizes them up. He knows they're legit. He actually joined them back in Season 5. But he's got a better play. He puts on a bored expression, acting like he's totally indifferent. I'd love to join, sure. But let's be real, you guys have a lot of enemies. The masked man counters immediately, promising they will shield Yusong from anything, and that he shouldn't sleep on their power. Yusong shrugs. Oh, I know exactly what you can do. That's why I'm hesitating. The recruiter pauses. What is it you desire? Yusong hides a grin. Hook, line, and sinker. If they want him, they're gonna have to pay up. He holds out a hand, bold as hell. I want a shadow beast. And throw in the rare darkness skill card while you're at it. The council members stare at him stunned. You overestimate your worth, one sneers. You are nothing but a. Yusong interrupts. Forget it. He spins around and starts walking away. Guess this chat is over. Don't call me, I'll call you, he waves, knowing they can't afford to lose him. After all the hard carrying he's done. Wait. The recruiter cracks. Yusong freezes, a victor's smirk plastering his face. From the shadows, a sleek black cat with glowing purple eyes materializes, leaping straight for Yusong. Ding notification, shadow beast acquired. Dark energy swirls around his sneakers. The creature purrs against his leg, triggering another pop-up. Special achievement unlocked. Kitty adoption. That's a cool 100,000 achievement points in the bank. Yusong crouches down to scratch the little guy's chin, smiling as the cat vibrates with happiness. Next up, the rare Shadow Blade skill card drops into his inventory. The council rep asks if he's satisfied. Yusong inspects the card, beaming. Oh, this is perfection. I'm in, he announces. The system confirms his alliance with the Shadow Council, and his reputation skyrockets. Mission accomplished. Yusong exits the tower, stretching his limbs, as sunlight hits his face. He's thinking this season is shaping up to be legendary. Gotta keep this streak alive. He throws his hands up, realizing he's so far ahead of the curve he could practically take a vacation. Suddenly, Yusong voices from behind. He glances back. Ugh, not this again, he sighs heavily. It's the paparazzi swarm. Mics and cameras shove in his face. You cleared 2 Tier 3 towers in a single day. How does it feel being rank 1 on the leaderboard? Yusong squeezes his eyes shut, annoyed. Blinding flashes go off. I'm just built different, he mutters tiredly. But a reporter cuts in with breaking news. The competition is heating up. Swordmaster Ray from China just cleared a Tier 4 tower today. Yusong leans back, tossing a casual question to the press. He needs to know if Ray tackled that 4-tier tower solo or with a squad. Microphone in hand, the reporter drops the stats. Ray went in with 5 elite veterans, but there's a huge catch. 4 of those pros didn't make it out alive. Yusong lets out a heavy sigh, shaking his head. Guy shouldn't be a swordmaster, he scoffs. Call him the meat shield master. He's implying Ray literally threw his teammates into the grinder to save his own skin. The press goes wild, microphones shoving forward. Are you saying that was his strategy? Before Yusong can drop another bombshell, a reporter cuts in with breaking news. China's shield master just breached a 5-tier tower. Yusong raises an eyebrow. Did he bring a babysitter? He knows that guy usually can't handle the heat alone. The reporter shakes his head. Nope, the tank went in solo this time. Yusong blows a raspberry, cracking up. Wow, someone's thirsty for glory on day one. A little too heavy on the pep, don't you think? Internally, he's rolling his eyes, pushing this hard right out of the gate. Total rookie move. It's pointless. His mind drifts to his own squad. Maria the Saintess is probably out there grinding for rare skills and loot right now, and the Gravedigger locked down with his own mysterious agenda. Yusong shuts his eyes, calculating. Ray definitely farmed a ton of blessings from that tier 4 clear. A reporter yells out, "Thoughts on China's sword?" Master Yusong grimaces. Total idiot. The press isn't letting up. Are you ever going to actually step into the ring with Ray? Yusong smirks. You guys really don't get it, do you? You're sleeping on me. He chuckles darkly. Yeah, maybe I'm an idiot too. But if we're playing the fool, I'm the kind of idiot who ends up standing on the winner's podium. The reporters start scolding him to watch his mouth, but he's already tuned them out. Someone just point me to the tier 5 tower, he commands. Cut to the tower entrance. Yusong steps across the threshold, and instant golden light erupts from the floor. He strides forward as a holographic text floats into view. Only one shall reign victorious. Boom system windows flood his vision. The monarchs are holding a massive betting pool, and the odds are swinging in Yusong's favor. Even the monarch of Frost threw chips in. A message pops up practically begging, "Do not embarrass me." A grin tugs at Yusong's lips. This isn't just about his ego anymore. He's got backers to impress. Mission details load Tower of War Tier 5. It's a historical simulation, a fortress siege scenario. Then comes the kicker. Players can't be on the same side. It's a head-to-head showdown. One rival is already inside. Objective: carry your selected team to victory. Yusong narrows his eyes. It has to be Ray. He taps the entry window, ready to brawl. Pause. A history lesson flashes before his eyes. The ruthless Cavalith Empire launching their continent-wide conquest. Their target, the Rhodia Kingdom's last stand at Fort Palace. The outcome of this legendary battle now hangs on Yusong's choice. The prompt pulses. Choose your allegiance, empire, or kingdom. Yusong bites his lip, fingers drumming nervously against his leg. This is actually a tough call. He tries to select the empire, but the button is grayed out. Access denied. The enemy slot is taken. Yusong's jaw drops. So Mr. Honorable Swordmaster Ray decided to play for the villains. I'm going to expose that hypocrite, Yusong growls. He smashes the button for the Rhodia Kingdom. I would have picked the underdogs anyway, he mutters. Harder difficulty equals sweeter loot. Selection confirmed. Rhodia Kingdom. The world dissolves as he teleports straight into Fort Palace. Materializing in a stone room, he spots 3 guys in heavy plate armor huddled around a map table. They freeze as the teleportation light swooshes in. Yusong steps out of the glow, and the soldiers lose their minds. A player is here. They're literally weeping with joy, high-fiving and hugging. The Lord hasn't abandoned us. We're saved. Yusong scans the surroundings. Stone walls, maps, desperate soldiers. This has to be the war room. And judging by the panic in the air, the siege is imminent. Yusong coolly pulls out a chair and sits down. So who's the boss around here? The room goes dead silent. The soldiers exchange terrified looks, sweat beading on their foreheads. Click, click, click. The sound of boot heels echoes down the hall. A rotund man with a ridiculous curly mustache waddles in belly, bouncing as he laughs. I am Muda Duchamp, he bellows. 12th Patriarch, commander of Fort Palace and royal blood. You will show some respect. He puffs his chest out. Even as an otherworldly visitor, you will bow to me. Yusong doesn't even blink, cutting him off with a bored question. Arms crossed and cackling like a maniac, Muda is absolutely convinced victory is in the bag. He claims his guys have way more guts, even if the Cavalith Empire outnumbers them like crazy. He keeps rambling on about how every Rhodia soldier has this unbreakable spirit. Apparently, they're built different. Yusong just stares at him deadpan, while Muda refuses to shut up. Muda starts lecturing Yusong, saying even if the enemy army is 10 times bigger, they're still gonna clap them. But wham, before he can finish that thought, Yusong buries a fist in his gut. Muda folds like a lawn chair, wheezing. The soldiers watch in total shock as Yusong towers over the fallen commander. Yusong drops the command, I'm calling the shots for Rhodia now. You'd expect fear, but the soldiers light up. The vibe shifts instantly as Yusong takes charge. He immediately starts grilling them for intel on both armies. Perched on the fort tower, Yusong crunches the numbers. It's grim. 5,000 peasant conscripts. And only 900 of them can actually shoot a bow. The only silver lining, no magic users in this server, but the Empire has 10 times the manpower and heavy siege tech. He thinks about Ray's loadout, a tank build meant for duels, not crowd control. Plus, Ray is pledged to the Monarch of Steel. Usually players are locked to one Monarch contract and one reward system. But Yusong is glitching the system. Thanks to the Monarch of Jesters, he has special privileges to stack rewards. Most Monarchs are picky, they sign multiple players but only pick one main character to buff. They give insane power-ups, but the trade-off is strict limitations. Ray is stuck maxing out his steel skills and can't use anything else effectively. He's limited. Yusong analyzes Ray's skill tree and realizes he has the advantage. A confident smirk crosses his face. He can win this. But then he looks at his own squad. They're terrified, questioning if this tower realm is even real life. He scans the armored troops, wondering if they're actual people or just NPCs generated by the tower. But honestly, it doesn't matter if they're real or code. He just needs to hype them up. Suddenly the birds scatter in panic. A soldier waves the kingdom's flag, frantically screaming that a savior has arrived to carry the game. The ground troops go wild, swords in the air. Yusong makes it official to the army below. Muda Do-champ is cancelled. The player is your leader now. The soldiers start murmuring, thanking the gods, that Muda got demoted. They already know the new boss is an upgrade. The soldier next to Yusong reports that morale just skyrocketed now that Muda is out of the picture. Yusong exhales, mission accomplished. But the relief doesn't last long. Thump, thump, loud footsteps shake the ground. He spins around, and the scout drops the bad news. The Empire is at the gates. The raid has started. The camera pans to the fort walls, where total chaos is breaking out. It's an all-out brawl, and the Empire is scaling the walls. Yusong stands on the ramparts, ice blade drawn, looking like an absolute unit. A soldier yells that they're breaching the gate. If they stop the push, now the enemy's spirit will break. Yusong grins. He summons his shadow beast but decides the name is too long. Let's call you Noir. He snaps his fingers and shadows explode outward. Noir steps out, letting out a deceptively cute meow. The soldiers gasp, but Yusong just says, "Showtime." Below, the Empire troops start freaking out. "What is that black smoke?" they whisper. One guy spots a massive dark silhouette on the wall. His squad leader barks at him to focus. "Eyes on the battle," he shouts, but he gets cut off by a blood-curdling scream. The black smoke swirls around them. The shadows ripple like water. Suddenly, Noir lunges, teeth bared. It's a massacre. Claws meet flesh, and bodies start dropping. Panic sets in as they see the beast. It's a monster. They try to flee, scrambling over each other, but they're frozen in place, trapped. Watching Noir tear through the enemy lines, Yusong just nods. "Good kitty." Yusong notes the beast must be starving. As Noir lunges toward the frozen statue's maw wide open, his master casually drops the green light, bon appetit. Crunch. Noir shatters the icy prey, sending a spray of crimson everywhere. Cut to the fort's main gate. Total chaos. Grunts are clashing, but then Yusong steps in. One fluid swing of his frost blade, and the battlefield turns into a sculpture garden. Instant freeze. Yusong scans the icy silence, muttering about Ray's absence. Revealing your position. High risk, high reward. Sure, it hypes up the NPC troops, but it also puts a massive target on your back. Right on cue, a soldier shouts that their champion has joined the fray. Standard MMO logic applies here. There's a safety net. Players can't actually kill each other inside the tower. Lose the duel, you just get booted with a mission failed screen. But the tower itself, yeah, the environment plays for keeps. Perched on the ramparts, Yusong decides dying isn't an option, and losing, that's not in his vocabulary either. He calls out to Ray, taunting the hidden player. If Ray wants to play hide-and-seek, Yusong knows exactly how to flush him out. While Noir continues his buffet on the ground troops, the camera pans over the aftermath, bodies from both factions littered with discarded blades. "Come out and play," Ray Yusong yells. "Or are you gonna wait until your entire army is wiped?" Suddenly, the gore-soaked swords begin to rattle. They rip themselves free from the corpses, defying gravity. Metal ascends to the sky. The kingdom soldiers watch in horror as hundreds of blood-drenched blades hover overhead. Then they snap toward Yusong. Sword telekinesis. Classic hero skill. Yusong wonders how Ray snagged such a busted ability. Did Ray get lucky with RNG, or is the Monarch of Steel playing favorites? Grinning Yusong leaps, weaving through the steel rain. Metal slams into stone. Yusong counters effortlessly, his frostblade, deflecting attacks like it's a tutorial level. Ray clearly used his camping time to set this up. Yusong smirks, unimpressed. "You're not the only one who came prepared." Dark tendrils start oozing from Yusong's shadow as he parries. Reinforcements have arrived. Now it's a coordinated dance, Yusong and his shadows dissecting the flying swords with ease. Sidestepping a fatal strike, he laughs. "Too little too late, Ray. My skill tree is already maxed out." Ding system window, shadow blades. Rare tier. Attributes, darkness, and assassination. Ability manifest lethal blades directly from the user's shadow. Meanwhile, the Empire troops go wild. They're cheering, pointing at the sky, screaming, "Our champion is here." Yusong just grins at the hype. Ray is tunneling hard on the boss fight, ignoring the rest. Below, Empire forces start overwhelming the kingdom troops. Momentum is shifting to the bad guys. Yusong notices, smirks, and raises his blade high. "You call yourself a sword master. You're gonna need more than flying toothpicks." He explains the mechanic. Telekinesis dilutes its power. The more blades you control. He slams his sword into the ground. Boom! A glacial vortex explodes outward. The incoming metal freezes midair. The vortex sucks the bloody weapons into Yu Seong's orbit as he winds up for the return volley. He looks up, admiring the arsenal hovering above him. A confident smile plays on his lips. With a flick of his wrist, he blasts the enemy swords away. Cheap tricks won't, he stops. His smile vanishes as he gazes upward. Then the smirk returns arrogant and proud. A massive glowing cross materializes in the air. Blinding holy light floods the screen. System alert Shield of Seraph has successfully parried the attack. Ray takes the backlash hard. He shields his face, gritting his teeth as the pain and the rage washes over him. Coughing up blood, he watches the next notification pop up. Shield of Seraph destroyed. Ray drives his blade into the stone to stay standing, sparks flying. The cooldown timer flashes ominously. 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. Yusong looks down at him amused. That was your plan, siege the fort with telekinesis. Ray rips his sword from the ground with a heavy thud. Clutching his chest, fighting through the tremors, Ray looks up at the ice user. He asks about the victory conditions. Straightening his posture, sword at the ready, his voice drips with resolve. Even if we raise this fort, even if we slaughter every kingdom soldier, the Empire doesn't win. Not unless we take you down. Yusung smiles, genuinely curious. You knew the odds were stacked against you, and you still picked the Empire. You really think you can beat me? Ray doesn't hesitate. Yes, because players are the world's heroes. It's our job to protect everything. Ray levels his blade at the villain. A corrupt player like you wouldn't understand what it means to save the world. Ray roars, his voice cracking with fury, screaming that Yusong isn't fit to even lace the boots of a true hero king. Yusong stands tall, dusting off his shoulder with a smirk and slow claps. Nice monologue, truly. But let me ask you, does that perfect world you're saving include your own guildmates? Or are they just NPCs to you? Ray freezes, eyes burning with silent rage. Snap. Ray explodes forward, howling that he's going to drag Yusong to hell with him. Yusong hops back, casually throwing up an ice shield. Sorry, Yusong grins from behind the frost. I plan on outliving you. Crack Ray smashes the barrier, blasting the ice into 1,000 glittering shards. Yusong limbos backward, dodging the debris while Ray locks onto the counterattack, sharp icicles flying straight for his face. Ray swipes his hand, shattering the incoming projectiles with raw force. Your cheap parlor tricks won't work on me. Suddenly, a shadow looms. Noir materializes right behind him. Ray's instinct screams as he grinds his teeth, launching himself vertical just in time. He lands impossibly light on a floating bridge of swords, summoned from the soldiers below. Hovering midair, he glares down at Yusong. Yusong is chilling safe inside Noir's shadow circle. Ray shouts down, "The monarchs are watching this livestream. You know the penalty." For losing this battle, Yusong just scratches his head and chuckles. Lose fight you? Nah, you got it all wrong, pal. Ray grips his hilt until his knuckles turn white. Whoosh, Yusong launches himself like a missile, heading straight for Ray on the floating sword path. Liar Ray braces for impact, cursing Yusong's mind games. But then, Ray's eyes go wide. Total confusion hits him. Yusong isn't aiming for him. He sails right past Ray, diving off the fortress wall, blade raised high. Ray looks down stunned. What the hell is he doing? Below, Yusong hits the ground, running tearing straight toward the Empire's army. His trench coat billows like a cape, that signature smirk plastered on his face. Ray gets a sudden chilling flashback of just how effortlessly Yusong fights. It hits Ray like a truck. Yusong didn't hide to duel. He hid to wreck the army. The Empire soldiers look up, seeing death descending. Panic erupts. They scream and scatter like roaches. Ray dives after him, shouting profanities, desperate to catch up. Stop right there, Ray bellows. Yusong ignores him completely, eyes locked on the prize, the Empire's command tent. Inside, the guards tremble, listening to the cacophony of steel and screams getting closer. Crash boom. Duke Barmouth, the leader, looks ready to pass out. We can't stop this monster, he stammers. Forget fighting, run. He slams his fist on the table. Where is that useless hero player? Why isn't he protecting us? His men try to hush him, but it's too late. The tent flap rips open. Sunlight floods in, silhouetting a figure. Yusong steps through the light. Found you, he whispers. He steps inside, blade gleaming, the aura of a hunter filling the room. You know, Yusong smirks, hefting his sword. There's more than one way to speedrun this game. Swish. He dives in. The soldiers shriek, realizing their lord has abandoned them to this enemy player. Protect the Duke, a soldier cries. The world seems to drain of color, turning gray as the final strike lands. Too slow. Yusong cleaves Duke Barmouth clean in two. Ray bursts into the tent a second later, screaming curses. Yusong just looks back and laughs. Rookie mistake, Ray, Yusong taunts. You should have kept your king hidden better. You know the rules. To clear this stage, I didn't need to beat you. I just needed to stop the invasion. Ray stares at him, shaking with pure rage. Ray snaps, leaping forward to take Yusong's head off. Yusong doesn't flinch. The tip of Ray's blade stops inches from Yusong's grinning nose. Ping. A massive holographic system window pops up, Siege of Palace, cleared. History is being rewritten before their eyes. The notification scrolls the new timeline for the Siege of Fort Palace, confirming Duke Barmouth and his forces were wiped out by an unknown assassin, and the remaining troops fled in chaos without a leader. Simultaneously, Ray's avatar begins to glitch and dissolve into pixels. A gold victory screen flashes in front of Yusung, Tower of War conquered. While Ray stares helplessly at a red mission failed prompt, Yusung grins, checking the spoils, seeing he secured the necklace of vitality. But the system notes that since he holds the necklace now, he invokes the plunder right, he can steal one skill card from the loser. Options: Sword of Enlightenment, Rare Dance of Steel rare, and the jackpot, Sword Telekinesis heroic. Yusong cackles. Wow, you're too generous, while Ray screams curses in the background. I'll kill you, Ray howls. Yusong just waves, adding salt to the wound. Oh, don't be like that. I know you secretly wanted to give me a gift. He taps confirm on Sword Telekinesis. Skill acquired. The description glows, heroic grade. Forged from metal essence. Grants absolute dominion over the blade, allowing control via pure willpower. The interface updates his loadout, confirming he has equipped the metal synergy buff. All metal-based skills are now enhanced. The screen fades, shifting focus back to Ray. Ray is pounding on the glass, screaming threats, but Yusong, he just snatches the card with 2 fingers cool as ice. He flashes a smirk and the card at Ray. Thanks, buddy. Cut to black. Title card drops. Season 2, The King of Heroes. A clown mask clatters to the ground at Yusong's feet. The world dissolves into deep, bruised purples and shadows. A system notification pops up. Kid with 1,000 faces and talents. Do you want to be a hero? Infinite mirrors surround him, reflecting every angle as he crouches to retrieve the mask. I've dreamed this moment 1,000 times, he whispers, and I always choose the same path. Boom! The monarch of jesters materializes. She towers over him, juggling masks like casual toys. Her laughter echoes. Oh, you'll be a hero all right, just one of many, but they'll never accept you. She grins, baring razor-sharp teeth. You're nothing but a punchline to them. And that's the best joke of all. Yusung slides the Joker mask on. System window, the monarch of jesters, has finalized a contract with player Yusung Kang. Snap. His eyes fly open. Reality hits. Phone's buzzing against the nightstand. Incoming call. He stares at it, ignores it. Screen flashes. 4 missed calls, suddenly pounding at the door. It is Taesik Park, also known as Master Park. He is hammering the wood, screaming, Yusung, I know you are in there, kid. Open up. Yusung throws an arm over his eyes. Ugh. The dream makes sense now. His subconscious was warning him about this headache. Way too early for this. He cracks the door open. Whoa, Master Park. What are you doing at my crib? Taesik pushes past with a smirk. Is that how you greet an old friend? You get famous and suddenly you are too good for me. Cut to his player profile, clad in a blood-red cloak face hidden in shadows. Dual daggers gleaming. He is top 30 globally contracted to the Monarch of Assassins. In-game, he is a ruthless hitman. In real life, department head at the National Intelligence Agency, reporting directly to the Blue House. Back in the apartment, Yusong yawns. So you grinding the new season 2. Taesik looks wrecked. He lets out a dry chuckle. Please. I do not have time for that nonsense. Flashback. Taesik shaking with rage in front of burning Humvees. Fighter jets scream overhead. I have been busy babysitting warmongers, he growls, using players for their petty little disputes. Yusung listens to the heroic war stories with a bored, thanks for your service vibe. Why didn't you answer my calls? I was sleeping. Taesik checks his watch. Kid, it is noon. Get a grip on your life. Taesik starts his lecture, stepping forward and immediately regrets it. Crash. He slips on a pile of dirty plates and faceplants hard. Yusong flinches. Oof. Surrounded by trash and takeout boxes, Taesik loses it. Look at this pigsty. Where does all your money go? You got that Hero King merch revenue coming in. Yusung starts picking up trash while Taesik peels off a grime-covered sock. I hate that title, Yusung mutters. Taesik scoffs. Yeah, well if they saw this room, they would think you are a swamp monster, not a king. Taesik flops onto the bed, genuinely baffled. Millions in royalties and you blow it all on takeout. Yusung scrubs a plate at the sink. Hey, the Chinese place downstairs is legit. Best beef noodle soup in the city. Taesik just groans, sinking into the mattress. Fine. Order me 2 extra large bowls. And get some booze. Fade out to the past, a smoky internet cafe. Before the world turned into a nightmare, Taesik owned this place. There's 15-year-old Yusung glued to a screen, barking orders into his headset, fingers flying. A crowd of students gathers behind him, jaws on the floor. Whispers ripple through the room. Did he just clear that? That level is supposed to be impossible. Taesik watches from the counter. A single bead of sweat rolls down his temple. He realizes the kid has not just won, he is undefeated. A certified prodigy. Yusung stretches, cracking his knuckles. Taesik walks up. Hey kid, ever think about going pro? Yuseong blinks confused. Pro, it was just a hobby. Cut to montage. Taesik charming the parents, Yusong waving goodbye. Then the grind. Taesik coaching him, sharpening those instincts. Countless late nights in that cafe. Fast forward 3 years. Yusong is suited up, ready for his big debut. Taesik gives him a thumbs up. But fate has other plans. Season 1 End of Peace launches. Not on a screen, but in reality. The sky cracks open. Tower break. Dragons descend, torching the world. Cut to Yuseong's balcony. It's a total disaster zone. Our guy is sprawled out frantically, backpedaling through a minefield of jagged glass shards. He's in rough shape, literally leaking blood. Pure terror is etched on his face, tears streaming down as he desperately tries to put distance between him and the danger. You can hear the sickening crunch of glass grinding into his skin. His clothes are shredded and fresh wounds are gushing red with every inch he moves. Cold sweat drips down his face and he's shaking like a leaf. Suddenly, crash, a gigantic monster bursts through the doors, looming over a terrified Yuseong. Just when it looks like it's game over, a heavy thud rocks the railing. Taesik vaults into the scene, coming in clutch for the rescue. With zero fear, he drives his dagger right into the monster's skull. It's brutal. Blood sprays across the entire balcony in a gruesome display. Taesik isn't stopping though. He keeps burying that blade deeper, his eyes burning with absolute savagery and rage. Yusung and Taesik are sprinting for their lives, leaving that dead monstrosity in the dust. Taesik checks on Yusung breathless, but the kid is stone cold silent, just running. Then it hits, he starts screaming, sobbing for his mom until his voice breaks. That's when he freezes, eyes locking onto the gruesome sight, his parents butchered by the beasts. He's shaking their bodies, desperate for them to just wake up. Taesik watches paralyzed. The true horror of the scene is sinking in deep. Yusung is falling apart, chin quivering, tears flooding down his face. Taesik steps in, kneeling down to face the broken kid, trying to offer a shred of comfort. That traumatic day, Yusung lost everything, but he found his hero. Snap back to reality. Present day. They're digging into greasy Chinese takeout. Yusung cuts to the chase. Why is Taesik actually here? Taesik freezes, searching for the right words. He finally drops the bomb. It's the association. Clatter. Yusung's chopsticks hit the table. The air gets heavy. Yusung's expression darkens, brows furrowing. He asks, dead serious, what else do those suits want from me? Cut to the KPA headquarters. The Korean Player Association isn't just an office. It's the throne room of power. The only guild running the show for every single player in the country. Back in Yusung's room, Taesik is scrolling on his phone, casually bringing up the Player Academy that launched last season. You mean the slave factory? Yusung shoots back. Taesik nods. Yeah, that one. Then he drops the news. The first batch of rookies is graduating, and they want Yusung on board starting next week. Taesik's thumbs are flying across his screen, drafting a text to the big boss, the chairman. He confirms aloud, I know you're gonna pass. Yusung chews his food, the gears turning in his head. Taesik keeps typing. I'll tell him you're out. It's just my job to pass the message along, you know. Don't bother. Yusung cuts him off mid-sentence. I'm going. I want in. Taesik looks up, eyes wide with a grin. He hits send on the message he had typed out the whole time. It was an acceptance text all along. Yusung smirks. That academy, it's swarming with rising stars. The future of this nation. Wouldn't hurt to get a front row seat to the show. Taesik squints. Okay, what's the real reason? Yusung flashes a full predatory grin. Tell the KPA to reschedule the graduation exam. Tomorrow, 5 in the morning. Sharp. Cut to the academy. It's 4:55 a.m., dead of night. Students are already sweating, battling a massive wolf. Yusung leans against the wall, arms crossed, watching like a hawk. Mid-fight, one kid pants. Is that the Hero King? Do we seriously have to beat him? To pass, maybe. Another kid scoffs. Relax, we're graduating regardless of what happens. He just thinks he's special, dragging us out here at 5 a.m. for this. He's just another player like us. Ding. The elevator opens next to Yusung. It's Songho, the KPA chairman himself. He steps out, asking for Yusung's take on the situation. We've completely revamped the Kuruk. Yusung cuts him dead. Are these the kids? The ones getting carried up the tower? Leeching XP and stealing all the rewards? Seongho just flashes a plastic smile. It's an honor to have you guiding them, he lies. Yusung ignores the flattery instantly, suiting up into his surcoat. My terms stand, Yusung says coldly. He turns his back, a blade materializing in his grip. I'm assessing them. They graduate only if I say they're ready. Understood. Seongho nods, then turns to the students. Begin the graduation exam. Arrogant brat Seongho thinks a wicked grin creeping across his face. He mutters under his breath, I've prepped these kids so well, even the Hero King is going to struggle to keep up. But seconds later, he's trembling. The other teachers are frozen in pure shock. Sweat pours down their faces. Impossible. Seongho gasps. Yusung is tearing through them. The students can't even track him. They're dropping like flies. Fail. Yusung barks at each defeated body. Get out. Finally, he points his blade at a girl crumpled on the floor, tears welling up in her eyes. Did I fail? She whimpers. Yu-sung despawns his sword. No, you passed. She clutches her bleeding shoulder, totally confused. How pure luck, Yu-sung states flatly. Out of 12 students, you're the only one breathing right now. In this game, luck is a skill. Don't you ever forget that. We're done here, he shouts. Cut the cameras. The girl just stares, completely stunned. Flashbulbs explode and applause erupts as the press goes wild, treating KPA's first perfect graduate like she's the next messiah. Suddenly, the doors slam open. Chairman Sung-ho and his faculty goons stomp in fuming, and he gets right in Yu-sung's face to demand an explanation. Sung-ho barks that Yu-sung was only brought in to assist the student, nothing else. Yu-sung just stares him down and fires back. Do you honestly think I'm an idiot? That simple question makes the chairman break into a cold sweat. Yu-sung leans in, cutting through the BS, exposing the truth that every single student here is just a nepo baby, or connected to the association's high-ranking executives. And the only reason Yu-sung got the invite, to be a glorified crash test dummy for data collection on these privileged brats. The tension in the room spikes. Sung-ho turns beet red, totally humiliated. Yu-sung points a finger straight at the chairman's chest, calling him out as the mastermind, who gathered a squad of spineless players with zero critical thinking skills, just yes men, who can't defy an order, using them to boost these rich kids so they can be molded into perfect little puppets for the association. He drops the final hammer, declaring he has absolutely zero faith in anyone graduating from this joke of an academy. The girl who just passed looks at him like she's seeing a ghost. Seong-ho is literally vibrating with rage. Knuckles, white fists clenched, he starts spewing curses at Yu-seong. He screams at the top of his lungs, telling Yu-sung to learn his place, claiming the kid has no clue how the real world actually operates. He sneers, telling Yu-sung to stop tripping on his own hype. Just because the public calls him a hero doesn't make him one. To him, players are just weapons, living hardware for the state. We cut to a grim vision, players dropping from the sky. Parachutes deploying as the world below is engulfed in flames, and fighter jets scream overhead. He insists this is the global standard, not just in Korea. They have to do whatever it takes to secure the nation, no matter the cost. Snap back to reality. Sung-ho flashes a twisted, villainous grin, squeezing his fist tight, proclaiming that, in this new era, the only thing that matters is churning out war heroes. He narrows his eyes, practically begging Yu-sung to get on board and help make the country great. Yu-sung just smirks, unimpressed. So they just want cannon fodder for war. Realizing the chairman is a total narcissist, Yu-sung decides it's time to school him. Sung-ho turns to leave, preaching about patriotism, but his secretary freezes him in his tracks, looking absolutely terrified. Sir, we have a major problem. Sung-ho's eyes go wide. The color drains from his face and the sweat returns instantly. Totally speechless, he grabs the tablet, stuttering as he stares at the screen. What is the meaning of this? Yu-sung lets out a cheeky laugh. Looks like school's out. Forever. Sung-ho stares in horror at a leaked video trending online. The headline screams, Player Academy exposed boosting service for the elite. Panic sets in as Sung-ho demands answers, wondering how the press got the footage. Yu-sung coolly reminds him that he made a critical miscalculation, forgetting that Yu-sung has the director of the intelligence agency on speed dial. The live comments start rolling in and they are brutal. The public is furious that the chairman called players weapons instead of heroes. Sung-ho reads the backlash, shaking with pure rage, and screams Yu-sung's name. Yu-sung just shrugs, looking proud. Someone had to do it. Suddenly, a system window pops up. His provocation level just skyrocketed. 2 more notifications ding. The monarch of the jesters is loving the show. Thoroughly entertained by the chaos, the monarch sends a gift box. Yu-seong grabs his loot and strolls out of the building, stepping into the sunlight like a boss. He shoots a smirk to the side, thanking Takashi for the assist. He walks up to Takashi, feigning a big yawn. He casually asks if it's really okay for the intelligence agency to go to war with the association like that. But the subtext is clear. Am I going to get burned for leaking that tape? Takashi waves it off. Apparently the government has been sick of the association's nonsense for a long time. He folds his arms, cool as a cucumber, noting that this isn't their first rodeo. Yu-seong grins, glad to hear it. He starts scrolling through his system windows and asks, Hey, can you drop me off at a 5-tier tower? The system displays the Tower of the Pale Desert. It's going to be extreme freezing nights, scorching days. No shops, no supplies. Party size 1 to 4 players. Mission: protect the caravan and its cargo at all costs. Takashi pulls up to the tower entrance, warning Yu-sung not to go too hard. Yu-sung just waves him off. I got this. Cut to a desert oasis. Under a breathtaking sky full of stars and the Milky Way. It's dead silent. Then chaos. Merchants in flowing thobes are battling for their lives against monsters. Amidst the screams, one merchant barks an order to hold the line. Out of nowhere, Yu-sung descends from the sky, swords drawn. and cleaves a monster clean in half. Classic hero move, showing up exactly when things are about to go south. Just as the beast's claws descend to shred a screaming merchant, Yusong flashes in, slicing the monster's hand clean off in a blur of motion. He freezes the creature instantly, proving exactly why players are hailed as legendary saviors when the chips are down. Yusong crosses his arms, eyes glowing with intensity, and unleashes a barrage of ice bolts straight from his palms. He combines the frost barrage with a storm of flying swords, cementing the terrifying mythos that surrounds his kind. Landing effortlessly on a desert dune, he looks down at the merchants and drops a playful challenge. Guess who? The merchants are too stunned to speak, stuttering in disbelief, while Yusong casually stands up and wipes a bead of sweat from his brow. Player, visitor, follower, take your pick, he says, watching their faces light up with pure, unadulterated joy. They immediately start praising the god of light, convinced Yusong is a divine follower, sent specifically to shield them. But Yusong's not feeling the vibe, something is off. He cuts the celebration short to ask if there are any other threats lurking around. Besides the local wildlife, the merchant asks, explaining they hail from the divine kingdom. Heretics aren't the issue here. The real kicker, they are still 3 days out from their destination, and they are hauling heavy supplies. Yusong facepalms, grinning in sheer annoyance. 3 whole days. You have got to be kidding me. He is already exhausted from fighting. He definitely should have rested first. A merchant notices his expression and asks if there is trouble. Suddenly, the horizon turns black as hundreds of monsters come stampeding straight for them. Yusong doesn't flinch. He assures the panic-stricken group he has got this handled, zero need to worry. Get some sleep, he commands. I will take the night shift and keep you safe. The merchants practically weep with gratitude, thanking the benevolent follower of the light for his kindness. Yusong equips the necklace of vitality, muttering, I am counting on you, buddy, as a system window pops up. It confirms the necklace is a rare accessory that boosts stamina regen. Perfect. Then another notification pings. An unopened gift box. As he cracks it open, he wonders why the system makes him manually unbox these things, like it is Christmas. A pink crystal glimmers inside an advanced stone of growth. Yusong's eyes widen. This is a first. Finally, the RNG gods blessed him with something useful. He glances back, deciding he won't need to burn this upgrade just yet. He stashes it for later, just as a swarm of giant scorpions with glowing purple eyes and tails zooms in for the kill. Feast time, Noir, Yusong yells, noticing his shadow beast getting bigger as he lunges forward, blade drawn. Noir dives in with a wicked grin, shredding enemies, but Yusong summons his spears. He is not letting his pet have all the fun. He tears through the scorpion ranks, sending them flying and freezing them mid-air with effortless combos. A legion of swords dances around him, obeying his every mental command, while he hurls spears with deadly precision. Sword telekinesis is seriously broken. As his proficiency spikes, he drives a spear deep into a scorpion's gut. Green slime oozes everywhere. Ding, a notification confirms his sword telekinesis skill just leveled up. He wipes the alien gunk off his face, wondering if that was it. Then the ground starts shaking violently beneath his boots. Definitely not over. Suddenly, a colossal adult sand devourer erupts from the sand behind him, hissing like a nightmare come to life. The beast opens a maw full of razor-sharp teeth, but Yusong just calmly recalls all his hovering swords to his side. He smirks up at the titan. Knew you would show up eventually. Looks like he is pulling an all-nighter with this oversized worm. He snaps his fingers. Noir up. The shadow cat appears with a deceptively cute mew, then expands his jaw to massive proportions and chomps down on the devourer's tail. The monster screeches, spraying green ichor everywhere, while Yusong just stands there, arms crossed, looking unimpressed. He signals his floating blades and they swarm the beast, burying themselves deep into the sand devourer's exposed belly. As the creature bleeds out, Yusong grins, twirling his hand to ignite a blinding magical aura. The swords erupt into a violent whirlwind, blending the monster from the inside out, until the sand devourer finally collapses. Chunks of monster meat hit the sand with a heavy thud. Noir sits amidst the carnage, happily gnawing on a severed tailpiece. Blue windows pop up everywhere. Level up. Ice blade up. Sword telekinesis up. The jackpot. Cut to the next morning, the desert sun blazing overhead. The caravan is back on the move, horse-drawn carts rattling as they push toward the finish line. Heavily armored knights are now marching alongside them. Yusong, scouting ahead, glances back in confusion. Were those guys here the whole time, he asks. A merchant nods, explaining that the knights are part of their security detail too. Servants of the light, yeah, right. Yusong presses him, voice dripping with annoyance. Where were these brave warriors last night? While I was busy fighting off a literal nightmare, the flashback hits hard beasts, tearing through the line, slaughtering men left and right. The merchant drops the bomb. The knights, they protect the cargo. That's it. Priority number 1. Yusong blinks, actually caught off guard. Even with this total chaos going down, he shakes his head in disbelief. Who signs their paychecks anyway? Who do they answer to? The Crimson Cross, the merchant whispers. Immediately, a knight locks eyes with Yusong, a glare sharp enough to cut glass full of suspicion. Yusong flashes a toxic smile. So, what's in the box? Must be pretty shiny to have this much security. The knight's voice drops cold as steel. The contents of that carriage are way above your pay grade. He narrows his eyes, staring Yusung down. Stick to your job. That's the only reason you're breathing right now. Yusung just grins back. Now things are getting spicy. He scans the squad. There is definitely something major in that cart. They hired Aura Heart users, elite tier fighters. And they went through the trouble of summoning me too. The so-called follower of light. Yusong steps up, getting right in the knight's face to challenge him. Now I'm really curious. The merchant in the thobe starts sweating bullets watching this standoff, but Yuseong just keeps smiling. His eyes dart between them. What kind of legendary loot requires this level of security? To justify this insane protocol, the merchant is literally shaking, now terrified. Please, stop provoking them. Bam. Yusong yanks the merchant's collar, jerking him forward. The guy screams, but a barrier instantly snaps into place. He didn't hurt him, he saved him. Ambush incoming. Yusung roars, eyes blazing as he holds the shield steady. Get down now, he covers them as the sky turns black with a sudden hail of arrows. Too late. Thwack, an arrow punches through a merchant's chest. Screams erupt as a cavalry charge thunders toward them, bows drawn. Heretics, it's the heretics, someone wails. A rider on a pitch-black horse locks on, drawing his bowstring tight. How are they inside the sacred land? The panic is real. The heretic army doesn't stop surging forward like a wave. Classic hit-and-run tactics, Yusong notes. Let's see how these elite knights handle it. The knight commander barks an order. Secure the carriage, ignore everything else. They flare their aura, forming domes to protect their mounts and the loot. Meanwhile, merchants are dropping like flies, arrows, turning them into pincushions. Yusong launches his swords to intercept, his mind racing. They really don't give a damn about the people, huh? He dashes back, absolutely disgusted. Wow, gotta keep those crown jewels safe, right? He taunts. Ding, the Tower of the Pale Deserts system window pops up. Mission details scroll by. Objective escort, the caravan. Requirement, ensure safe cargo delivery. Yuseong glances back, a crazy idea forming in his head. He grips a spear and launches himself at the rider on the black horse, pure aggression. He stops on a dime, winds up and hurls the spear, but it whips, missing the rider and the horse completely. Thunk. It buries itself in the dirt. The rider scoffs. You can't touch us, but he speaks too soon. Dark shadows erupt from the ground next to the spear. Boom. The explosion sends the rider and his horse flying, screaming into the dust. Yusong is on him instantly, dagger raised for the kill. He freezes, mid-strike, eyes going wide. A desert elf. A sharp whistling sound snaps him back to reality. He looks sideways, trouble. Glowing yellow arrows are raining down on them. Instinct kicks in, he throws up an ice shield covering himself and the elf. Clang. An arrow punches right through the ice while the elf scrambles on the ground. Yusong winces. They can use aura too. Suddenly, the elf springs up, dagger in hand. Die, heretic scum, he screams. But before he can strike, Yusong swipes his sword. The dagger goes flying. While Noir is busy swatting away the yellow arrows, Yusong racks his brain. Who is the monarch of elves again? He presses cold steel against the elf's throat. Talk. What's the treasure in the carriage? The elf just grits his teeth. Are you mocking me? The elf leader, pinned down, screams to his squad. Fire. Don't worry about hitting me. No hesitation. The elf army draws back and unleashes a volley straight at Yusong and their own leader. Yusong's eyes narrow. Not on my watch. He expands the ice shield, creating a massive fortress wall to block the barrage. The elf glares furious. You'll get nothing from me. Yusong just stares back, dead calm. Listen, buddy. I need to know what's in that box, so I can decide whose team I'm actually on. The elf blinks, totally confused. Because frankly, Yusong adds as the ice shield starts to crack, wiping out your entire squad would be a walk in the park. Yusong slams the elf into the dirt with a bone-rattling thud. The guy is totally shook, eyes widening as jagged ice bolts materialize out of thin air, hovering dangerously close to his face and his squad's faces too. The deadly frost stops millimeters from their skin. Yusong's voice is cold warning, that one wrong move, and it is game over for every single elf. He casually rests his blade on the elf's shoulder, the sharp edge biting the skin, ready to decapitate him in a heartbeat, while demanding the intel again. What is inside that carriage? The elf is a stuttering mess, completely losing his cool. Pinned on all fours with Yusong's heavy boot crushing his spine, the elf screams out that it is not loot, it is Princess Syria. Now that catches Yusong's attention. A wicked grin spreads across Yusong's face. He muses aloud. So a heretic kidnapped another heretic's princess. Classic irony. He tells the trembling elf he is letting them slide today, but they better scramble out of there fast. The elf tries to clap back with an argument, but Yusong lifts the sword from his neck, raising it high in a threatening stance. He asks if the elf wants to keep his head attached today, so he can try to fight Yusong another day. That does the trick. The elf scrambles to his feet, stumbling like a drunk, and starts retreating. Yusong watches him go, sword resting coolly on his shoulder. The camera pans out to show the entire elf squad galloping away in a cloud of dust. While Yuseong tracks their movement, suddenly a breathless knight charges in, sword drawn, shouting for the follower of light. Yuseong tilts his head back, looking unbothered, as the knight demands to know why on earth he just set the enemies free. Yuseong replies cryptically that he has to verify some intel first. He strides toward the carriage with purpose. The rookie knight tries to block his path but fails miserably. When Yuseong reaches the transport, the commander sitting high on his horse levels, a blade right at Yuseong's chest, barking at him to explain himself. But Yuseong just tells him to step aside because he needs to see what is inside. The commander snaps that this is off limits, even for a follower of light. Boom. Noir materializes behind Yuseong instantly, a nightmare of teeth and shadow swallowing the scene. Yuseong just smiles through the horror. He tells the knight he is asking nicely right now, so do not make him stop. Yuseong reaches for the carriage door and swings it wide open, ignoring the screams from behind. He locks eyes with Princess Syria, the sun catching his profile perfectly, as he asks her smoothly if she is looking for a savior. Princess Syria of the Ayab Kingdom looks fierce in a blood-red dress, a heavy chain around her neck and shackles on her wrists. She is seething. She is an elf too, and she is not playing the damsel. Brows furrowed, she screams. Why the hell would she ask a heretic for help? Ding. A holographic warning from the Monarch of Light pops up, nagging Yuseong to stay on mission and follow the righteous path. He glances at the glowing text, then back at the open door where Syria sits, fuming in anger. Yuseong pulls out his dagger, muttering that he cannot play by the rules right now. Slash. He swings the blade, literally cutting the system window in half, and drives the steel down to shatter Syria's chains and collar. Snap. Syria stares at him, totally stunned, as a new notification chimes that he has completed the secret mission of saving the princess. The vibe shifts instantly. The desert sky turns concrete gray as the wind starts howling, whipping up a massive sandstorm. The knights are freaking out at the weather change, while Yuseong's system screen lights up with a reward of 300,000 achievement points. But there is a catch. The tower objective just updated, and the difficulty spiked from Tier 5 to Tier 5 hard mode. Yuseong scans the alerts, a smirk playing on his lips, dagger spinning in his hand. He laughs, admitting he hates this game, but he absolutely loves the open-world freedom. Suddenly, the sky rips open, and a squad of angels, the Watchers of Light, descends glowing with holy wrath. The system screams a warning that he will pay for betraying the light. Another alert confirms the faction status has turned hostile, but Yuseong just stares down the angels. Red alerts flash everywhere, signaling an encounter with the Watcher of Light. As they hover with massive wings and glowing halos, their stats pop up, revealing they are loyal to the Monarch of Light, have zero tolerance for darkness, and are blind to everything but the light. Simultaneously, the knights on the ground get a holy buff glowing with a golden aura. The commander roars that the envoys are here, ordering his men to fight for them and slaughter anyone opposing the light, even if it is a player. Inside the carriage, Syria asks Yuseong what the master plan is, and he notes that the enemy morale is skyrocketing with this new backup. He grins, telling her to relax, because he brought his own heat. A notification signals the spread of darkness as the Monarch of Shadows approves of Yuseong's chaos. Pitch-black shadows erupt, swirling around Yuseong and the princess, ready to consume the light as the knights watch in terror. Shadows consume the light. A system ping flashes the Shadow Council just blessed Yuseong with the Dark Shroud buff. A wicked grin splits his face as pitch blackness explodes outward, drowning the knights in screams. I can't see, they shriek in the void. The prompt cover the world in darkness materializes and Yuseong chuckles. He knew it. Shadow Council rewards are always top tier. Out of nowhere, jagged spikes erupt from the gloom, tearing into the knights. It's a bloodbath. Those shadow spikes don't stop piercing armor and flesh repeatedly, knocking helmets clean off. While the soldiers agonize, the Watchers of Light stare down, absolutely horrified. Hands outstretched, they channel divine energy. Let there be light, purge this darkness. Blinding rays pierce the gloom, spotlighting the butchered knights. But the victory is short-lived. Light and shadow clash in a violent vortex. The Watcher seethes with rage, then bam! Yuseong strikes from the blind spot, slicing a Watcher straight down the middle. The others freeze jaws on the floor. How is a player doing this? Yuseong dances mid-air, a blur of steel cutting down angels. This guy's gotta be immortal, they yell. Ding, new alert, the Watchers of Light have become permanently hostile. Yuseong just smirks. That's the last of them. Another window pops up. His Shadow Council reputation just doubled. Nice. He glances down at the bifurcated angels at his feet. Sword in hand, hand on hip, total boss pose. Finally, he sighs, I can actually see again. Notification, darkness, aptitude increased. But then a different, more ominous chime rings out. Countless factions are observing you. Yuseong tenses up. See, the tower isn't just one place. It's a collection of spheres and worlds, knights, desert elves, all living inside the tower's layers. We see the knights, the merchants, Princess Ciara, and above them the monarchs, ruling the upper spheres with their factions. These big shots sit at the top. But the player is the wild card. They act as a bridge between dimensions. Factions showing up in the tower works the same way. Cute cartoon versions of Yusung and the Watchers pop up to explain. But here's the kicker. Players don't just blindly follow Monarch orders, especially when they can see past the main mission. Flashback. Yusung cutting deals with merchants sparing elves, shattering Princess Ciara's chains. Players have infinite choices. It's a sandbox, not a railroad. For instance, since Yusong is with the Shadow Council, he knew triggering the Watchers of Light meant sweeter loot. We see him clashing with angels. Once you figure out the meta, manipulating the game is easy. Not even monarchs can break their own rules. Cut back to the Watchers of Light. They're desperately trying to scrub Yusong's darkness. They want him dead bad. But they're stuck. The tower only has 5 tiers. The strongest summon allowed is rank 9. That's the law. Back to the fight. Angels are flinging light bolts, trying to burn away the shadows. They're even blasting the knight's wounds to purge the corruption. Yusung watches, unimpressed. Rank 9 is this strong, he thinks. And yet they don't give a damn about their own soldiers. Then again, the knights treated the merchants the exact same way. Karma's well, you know. He analyzes the battlefield. They can push back the dark, but not for long. The buff is OP. But it has a catch. Dark Shroud details pop up, legendary tier. Effect expands the user's shadow to blanket the area in pitch black. Inside the zone, attack power and dexterity get a massive boost. The blind debuff hits everyone unless you have darkness resistance. Buff ends when combat ends. Yusung sidesteps a light bolt whiff. It slams right into a knight's chest. Can't get cocky, he mutters. He has priorities. Camera cuts to Princess Ciara shivering in fear. She's watching the chaos terrified. She flinches, whispering his name. Whoosh, he's there. He scoops her up. She clings to him as a massive explosion erupts in the background. Classic action movie moment. Noir Yusong tosses the pink stone to the cat. Take this. Guard the princess. Noir meows confused. Item info pops up. Stone of Growth. Heroic tier. Ability transfers a huge chunk of player points from the stone to any target. Yusong crushes the Stone of Growth in his grip, instantly triggering the item to power up Noir. He scatters the glowing fragments over the shadow beast, who sits there obeying like a loyal pup. Suddenly, Princess Ciara shrieks, high-velocity lightning is incoming, but the stone's magic is already kicking in. Noir hulks out, expanding into a titan just as Ciara squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for the impact. Cold sweat drips down her face as Noir's massive shadow swallows her whole. Just before the bolts can fry them, Boom Noir steps up as the ultimate meat shield, tanking the hit and roaring back with pure aggression. Absorbing the light, Noir counters, instantly launching a barrage of razor-sharp shadow spikes. Yusong grins, that's his boy. The remaining Watchers of Light scoff, yelling that Yusong's pathetic blades can't even touch them. Joke's on them, they choke on their words, seeing Yusong surfing up the shadow spikes, riding his sword telekinesis like a pro. Caught off guard, one angel whips out her radiant blade and goes for a panic kill. Clang Yusong parries hard with his ice blade. The angel freezes, noticing a storm of steel locking onto her. It's chaos, angels batting away, flying swords, while trying to duel Yusong, who's balancing on the spikes. One blade connects. Desperate, the enemy squad tries to smash his shadow platforms. Yusong knows he's got to close the distance fast. If those spikes break, he's toast. Gritting his teeth, he pushes forward. Momentum is everything. A flash in his peripheral vision sets off alarm bells. But his reaction time isn't enough. Slash, an angel carves into his upper arm. Yusong growls, ignoring the pain to swing back. Feathers drift down like snow. Even with the debuffs applied, these winged freaks are insanely fast. They're blitzing him, slicing through his ice shield and shadow spikes while he's on the run. He blocks a lethal strike with his dual blades but gets shanked in the shoulder by a flanker. He doesn't stop. He can't. But their aerial mobility is a massive headache. Glancing back, he sees his support swords getting wrecked. Blood is soaking his sleeve. He needs a one-hit kill. He reaches for a patch of shadow, plotting a surprise maneuver. Denied. The angels blast the area with light, cutting off his resource. Panic starts to set in. Sweat pours. Teeth grind. Then thwack, a radiant sword impales him straight through the chest. A guttural scream tears from his throat. Blood sprays everywhere, coughing up red as the pain hits max level. Cursing his luck, he wobbles, dropping to his knees while the angel still grips the blade buried in his gut. Even as he bleeds out, his telekinetic swords keep fighting the mob on autopilot. The lead angel hoists him up by the impaled sword like a trophy, ordering the squad to shred him to pieces. Ding, a system window pops up. Blessing of the comeback artist spikes from 50 to 100%. Yusong's eyes snap open with a wicked smirk. Another alert flashes. Blessing of Cheater of Death activated. Fatal damage negated. The radiant blade glitches out, dissolving into light, as the system resets the timeline of the injury. The angel behind him freaks out, watching the weapon phase out of his body. She screams, "Abort, something's wrong." Too late. Yusong is already standing tall on a giant conjured sword. My turn, he whispers. An army of swords materializes, mixing with shadow blades to form a swirling vortex of death around him. The zone is locked down. He grips his main weapon coat, billowing like a superhero cape. The skill details scroll by. Extra tier 50% survival chance. 720-hour cooldown. Totally worth it. Yusong crosses his arms looking like a god of war. Time to clear this level. Instantly, ice bolts turn the angels into pincushions. Blood sprays as screams fill the air. One angel tries to flee beneath him. Yusong tracks her from his floating perch. He dive bombs, hurling his sword mid-air. Squelch bullseye. The blade slams into the earth, and Yusong lands with a heavy thud. System notifications flood his vision. Level up, level up. The combat buff expires as the last enemy falls. Silence returns to the desert. The sands are littered with broken carriages and the corpses of knights and angels. Bathed in blood and sweat, Yusong surveys the carnage and lets out a long, relieved sigh. He scans the battlefield, nothing but a wasteland of rotting carcasses and howling wind. Then a soft tap on his boot breaks the silence. Noir. The little guy lets out a demanding meow. Yusong crouches, shooting a warm grin at the shadow beast as it stretches out like a lazy house cat. You shrunk, buddy, he teases. But the moment is cut short. Princess Ciara rushes over, panic written all over her face. She can't wrap her head around it. Why go this hard to save her? Why turn his back on his own species? Yusong doesn't even glance her way. He just keeps scratching Noir behind the ears, smirking. Simple math, princess. Better rewards this way. Her hands are shaking uncontrollably. She's an elf. He's human. It doesn't add up. Are you just going to ransom me now? The hand stops. Noir grumbles at the interruption, but Yusong ignores him, slowly rising to his full height. Truth is, I'm not exactly a fan of humanity, he says, cold. But seeing her deflate, looking all tragic and silent, he sighs. Sorry. You're asking weird questions. He drops back down to the real MVP, rubbing Noir's head. Who's a good boy? You did all the heavy lifting, didn't you? Cut to a few days later. The border of the elven kingdom Ayob. A wall of armored soldiers stands ready. They watch Yusong and Ciara ride in. As they approach, the princess shoots a soft, knowing smile at her savior. Hooves thunder against the dirt as she thanks him one last time. It's a heavy moment. Yusong flashes a grin. Hey, don't thank me yet. I still haven't gotten paid. She chuckles at that. She reaches out, fist closed. I have something for you. As he takes the object, her hand brushes his. Ding system alert, special reward, acquired token of trust. Tower of the Pale Desert, hard mode cleared. He opens his mouth to ask about the item, but Ciara fades away. The world dissolves around him. He inspects the loot. Unknown tier. Unknown effects. Sounds mysterious, but definitely something that'll come in clutch later. History rewritten. The system logs the new timeline, Imperial Year, Princess Ciara, rescued from abductors. With the king gone, she's destined to take the throne. Smash. Cut to modern day. Yusong, chilling on a train. He's bundled up in a winter parka as the intercom crackles, arriving at Busan Station. Flashback 4 hours earlier. Taesik's smashing keys in his office. He doesn't even look up. I need you in Busan. Yusong sits across from him, unimpressed. Coat draped over his arm, Yusong raises an eyebrow. What's in Busan beach party? Taesik stops typing. Something big is brewing, Yusong presses him. Why send me specifically? Just a hunch, Taesik mutters. Yusong looks confused but knows better than to argue. Cut to a striking redhead. Natasha Ivanova. Global threat level high. She's a notorious criminal player flagged under the worst category. Black hat. To dodge the Russian feds, she slips into Korea through Busan's docks, 4 goons in tow. She's already sweeping the city's towers. Back to present. Yusong steps off the train, blending into the crowd. And get this, Natasha is packing the legendary Dark Shroud skill cards. This is gonna be messy. Bzzt. Yusong fishes the phone out of his pocket. You in Busan? Yet Taesik barks. Any issues? Yusong rolls his eyes, voice dripping with fatigue. Come on, boss. I know you're tracking me. Just send me a ride already. Taesik ignores the sass. Intel just dropped. Natasha's crew is inside a tower right now. I'm routing you there. Yusong sighs. What tier are we talking? Tier 5. Yusong steps out of the black sedan, staring up at the structure. Tower info pops up, zombie apocalypse. Biochemical hazards, in-game shops available. Party limit 1 to 6 players. Mission survive until the timer hits 0. 5 players are already inside. Gate closes in 13 minutes. In 21 seconds. He strides past the lesser dungeons and commands the system enter tower. Scenario loaded, early 21st century. A lethal virus breaches containment at the secret Torella Pharma lab in Busan. Total citywide quarantine initiated. Reading the lore, a wicked grin spreads across Yusong's face. Tier 5s are usually nuts, he mutters, but this is next level. From the shadows, glowing eyes lock onto him. Alert, survive the onslaught. Enemies, the ravenous infected and the Torella cleanup crew. A monstrosity lunges out. It's not just a zombie. It's a grotesque fusion of bodies with 8 eyes and a maw wide enough to swallow a man whole. Yoon draws his blade disgusted. You call that a zombie? Suddenly, Noir launches himself from Yoon's boots. Noir no Yoon freezes. The cat lands right in front of the beast and lets out the most innocent little mew. But look closely, Noir is smirking. Drooling, actually. He leaps sideways, baiting the creature. The abomination charges, jaws snapping for the cat. But before it can take a bite, boom, a massive whale materializes out of nowhere. The whale's massive jaws snap shut, crunching bone and flesh as a crimson mist sprays into the air. Having devoured the horde, the beast crashes back into the depths. Yoon gazes at Noir, eyes beaming like a proud dad. That growth stone worked wonders. Noir has seriously leveled up, though the whole summoning a whale thing is still a mystery to him. Noir meets Yoon's gaze, eyes twinkling, and lets out a happy meow. Suddenly, slow, rhythmic clapping breaks the silence. Enter Natasha. Yoon locks eyes with Natasha and her squad. She smirks, telling him they've been waiting for this exact moment. She struts forward, oozing confidence, while her goons keep their weapons trained on him. A hero king like you, she teases. Can't just let a baddie like me run loose, right? Yoon grips his shimmering blade, standing stone cold as he calls her out. He drops a truth bomb. Once you join the Red Mafia, you become priority number 1 for the Russian feds. That's exactly why she and her crew crossed him to sneak into Korea. Natasha laughs, dripping with sarcasm. Oh please, you think you're gonna throw me in the slammer? Yoon draws his dual blades. No jail for you. He tilts his head, genuinely confused. Why do people like you always sleep on my skills? He adds. Guess the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service thinks I'm a joke. Natasha pauses, scratching her chin as the realization hits. Yoon charges. He sprints toward her, blades ready. You're Zazlan Special Forces, he screams. Here to kidnap me and feed me to the zombies, huh? Natasha's smirk returns. She unsheathes her blade, eyes sharp. You figured it out. And yet you still walked right into our trap. Yoon chuckles. You think I'm here to die? Wrong answer. He spreads his palms, launching a barrage of flying swords at her. I'm only here to snatch that legendary skill of yours, he shouts. Natasha weaves through the attack effortlessly, backflipping away. So you're after my abilities, she laughs maniacally and signals her squad to swarm him. Boom! An explosion rips the ground where Yoon stood, but he leaps clear just in time. Natasha's men unleash a lead storm. Yoon's swords deflect the rounds, sparking against the pavement as he dances through the gunfire. He closes the gap, sprinting behind Natasha. With fierce intensity, he swings his blade, aiming to grapple her. But she's fast. She scrambles away, panic flashing on her face. Then she spins around, flips him the bird, and grins. Yoon blinks, caught off guard. Suddenly, pitch-black shadows swallow him whole. He lands on one knee, his sword clanging against the concrete. He smirks, scanning the darkness. Natasha has ghosted him. Interesting. A noise from behind, instinct takes over. He whips out his shield, deflecting. A sniper round just before it drills him. 3 assault rifles. 1 sniper, he calculates. The squad opens fire again, but he's a blur of motion, dodging and weaving. Okay, that first dodge was pure luck, he admits aloud. He grins, parrying bullets with insane precision. But this doesn't add up, he mutters. The Dark Shroud debuff should blind everyone equally. He slams down ice walls, fortifying his position. Bullets ping helplessly against the ice. Yoon smiles. How are they tracking me through the smoke when I can't see them? Suddenly, Noir hops onto Yoon's shoulder, letting out a soft meow. The cat grins at him, and Yoon grins back. You see the trick too, don't you? He needs an assist. Noir nods, ready for action. Outside, the squad keeps firing. These walls are impenetrable. One mercenary yells frustrated. Then, a sound behind him. Meow. He spins around, confused to see a harmless little cat. Distracted. Instant regret. Tons of shadow spikes erupt from the ground. The man screams, barely stopping a spike from jamming his gun. Noir struts past them like a boss, while another goon shouts, stay away from its shadow, as he frantically tries to pry the spikes off his armor. Safe inside his ice fortress, Yoon sighs. So dramatic, he chuckles. He listens to their screams. You guys can even see the cat's shadow. Impressive. He pauses. Doesn't matter though. Dead is dead. Suddenly, a hand materializes from the darkness, pressing a cold blade against his throat. Yoon stiffens. It's Natasha, holding dual knives to his neck. Be a good boy, and freeze, she whispers. And I might just let you live, Yoon smirks. You're getting ahead of yourself if you think you can kill me. Her eyes glow an eerie green. Don't insult our intelligence, Hero King. She leans in close. Your achievement points from the Tier 5 tower. They were abnormally high. Dark energy swirls around them, suffocating the air as she prepares to reveal the truth. Word on the street is he crushed the hard mode towers, which explains why he's smurfing through the lower tiers just like last season. Flexing his survival instincts, she demands Yoon take out Noir, who is still raining deadly spikes down on her squad. Then, and only then, can they chat in peace. He just lets out a dry chuckle, squeezes her hand, and drops a chilling question. How exactly do you plan to kill me? He guides her hand, pressing the blade right against his own throat. Natasha's grip starts to shake uncontrollably. As the steel suddenly dissolves where it touches his skin, Yusong smirks. The dagger, a total fake. Panic hits her like a truck as Yusong summons a ring of blades around her, and cold sweat instantly breaks out on her forehead. Shadows swallow the arena. As his swords hover like vultures, he reveals he wasn't fooled for a second. By that dark shroud, it was just a cheap distraction. He slashes his sword blindly into the void, boasting that his senses are leveled up enough to detect the real game afoot. Meanwhile, Natasha is pinned, trapped between an ice wall and cold steel. Fury boils over in Natasha's eyes as Yusong keeps talking, which triggers a knowing smile from him. He identifies it instantly, the legendary illusion skill, the power to hack a target's vision and deceive their eyes. Busted. Realizing Yusong sees right through the glitch, Natasha's grip fails. Her daggers hit the floor with a hollow clang. The weapon snaps in two upon impact. The Oculus skill activates, whipping up a fierce wind around them, and Natasha's legs give out. She crumples to her knees in total silence. Yusong recalls his blades, telling her to level up her acting because fooling people isn't child's play. As Natasha fights back, tears, Yusong bets she's the next candidate for zombification. He raises a palm, charging up a barrage of ice bolts to finish it. When Ding a kill feed notification pops up, player eliminate. Both of them freeze in their tracks. A red alert flashes across their vision. Tyrell's confidentiality control force has locked onto survivors. Cut to the sky, a drone swarm circles overhead, announcing multiple targets detected in Zone B16. One of Natasha's crew looks up in horror. Giant mechs tower over him, barking. Elimination, he screams for everyone to run, while frantically yanking spikes from his flesh with trembling hands. But the mech instantly blocks his path, casting a massive shadow over him. Its optics shift to combat red as it declares the start of confidentiality control protocols. Boom! A massive explosion wipes the man and the mech from existence. Yusong watches the smoke rise as another notification pings player deceased. He debates tanking the blast with his ice shield or trying a different strat, suspecting his defense might be paper thin against this firepower. Before he can react, a shockwave obliterates the cover, where he and Natasha are crouching. Yusong throws his arms up, bracing against the hail of shattered ice. Realizing his shield is useless here, suddenly the vibe shifts completely. A massive clock materializes, gears grinding with a mocking notification. This is a waste of time. Natasha stares confused. Then Automata surfs in on her flying board, bathed in an eerie green glow. She complains that 2 potential customers died without spending their points, pointing an accusing finger right at Yusong. This is on you, she scolds. Yusong gives an awkward laugh and apologizes. Automata demands he buy a card immediately. It is the price of forgiveness. He counters, offering her a bird instead. Maybe that will square things up. The world shifts to a green hue, a signal that the game doesn't pause just because the shop is open. Yusong crouches down to eye level with Automata and points at Natasha, who is totally checked out. Sell it to her, he whispers. She's the one who needs a legendary skill. Everyone knows the golden rule. Don't tick off the merchant. Be nice to Automata, or suffer the consequences. Automata waves frantically at Natasha, while Yusong chills next to her. Hey moneybags, she chirps. You've got the most points. Buy something before you kick the bucket, Natasha winces. Knowing better than to snub the merchant. That is a death sentence. She pulls herself up and approaches the duo. Automata keeps waving, casually dropping a bomb. You're gonna die soon anyway. So buy a card pack. Maybe you'll pull a mythical. Natasha stands next to a grinning Yusong and shoots back that he should spend some cash too if he wants that legendary loot. Yusong chuckles, saying he can't believe she is talking shopping strategy in a war zone. But then Natasha drops a bombshell. I'm all in, she declares. I'm spending all 347,000 points. Yusong's jaw hits the floor. Beads of sweat race down her face. Natasha is locked in, announcing she's blowing everything on random skill card packs. Yusong is just chilling on the floor, face buried in his palm. He looks like he'd rather be literally anywhere else. Natasha starts ripping through the packs like a maniac. But it's a tragedy, nothing but common and rare trash. She winces in physical pain at every common flash. The Automata plays cheerleader, chirping, don't give up now. The mythical card has to be here. She grabs 10 more cards, chewing her fingernails down to the nubs with anxiety. Another common. And another. Yusong watches the train wreck and sighs. This whole thing feels like a massive mistake. But you can't look away. It's like a slow-motion car crash. Empty wrappers are piling up around Natasha's feet. She's drowning in sweat, ripping open the cheap cards. She glares at the Automata. This is it. My last bundle. Still 0 mythicals. The Automata hits her with that toxic positivity, telling her to keep the faith. 7 cards left. Literal explosions are rocking the background, but Natasha is too busy grinding her teeth at the gacha results. She mutters, if I don't pull this card, I'm dead. Bargaining with the universe, she adds, I'll settle for a decent legendary. Just give me something. Final pack. She rips it, sees the result, and hurls the card into the air, smashing her fist into the dirt. She starts screaming profanities in Russian. Yusong shakes his head. You have absolutely zero luck. The automata hovers back over. You still have 4,000 points. You could buy a nice potion. Natasha stares at the robot with pure murder in her eyes. Yusong smirks. So, show's over, right? Actually, the automata pivots, turning to Yuseong. You should buy a pack. She pops open a glowing loot box. Golden light spills out. Natasha used up all the bad RNG, the bot explains, sliding the box toward him. If you buy just one pack, guaranteed. Legendary. As the pitch lands, a system notification floats up. The Monarch of Hell is stunned. Yusong gasps, covering his mouth. Wow, that is actually diabolical. Natasha rises from the background like a vengeful spirit. She's wobbling, literally tearing her hair out in frustration. She erupts, screaming curses at both Yusong and the robot, switching fluently between English and Russian rage. Yusong ignores the noise. He looks at the automata. Honestly, you deserve every nasty word she's yelling at you. After that scam, yeah. But he reaches into the box. I'll take one pack. 10,000 achievement points vanish from his account. He flips the card. It's a common ice bolt skill. He grins. Expected that. A prompt appears. Do you want to merge this with your existing cards? Upgrade to 2 stars. He taps yes. The stats for the 2-star ice bolt pop up. Still better than a useless flashy card. He reads the text, applies armor-piercing effect to projectiles. He looks around for Natasha. She's suddenly right behind him, face turning tomato red, spitting angry Russian syllables. Yuseong actually looks nervous now. He glances at the robot. Translator, what is she saying? The automata ghosts him. Bye, TikTok. Yusong panics, trying to stop the bot, because Natasha looks lethal. Poof. The robot vanishes. Boom. A massive explosion detonates behind them, but Natasha doesn't even flinch. She just flips him the middle finger, cursing him out. Cut to giant mechs stomping into the frame. Thud, thud. The ground shakes. These robots are walking incinerators, torching the city as they move. Massive guns in hand, they recite their programming. Eliminate witness, the robotic voice booms. Natasha glares at the apocalypse, annoyed. Yusung shouts her name. She turns her head. Slash. Yusung swings his sword, taking Natasha's head clean off. Blood sprays from her neck. He doesn't hesitate, sprinting at the mech. Natasha's body collapses. Yusung launches himself into the air, targeting the robot's neck. One swift strike. The mechanical head rolls across the floor, but looking up, he spots 2 more bogeys in the sky. They rain crimson energy down on him. Yusung preps his counter. His ice bolts fly up, colliding with the red fire. K-boom. The impact shakes the air. The robots open their weapon ports, charging a combined blast. A deafening mechanical screech echoes. Then they unleash a massive wave of concentrated fire at Yusung. He backflips at the last second, dodging the inferno. Huh. He lets out a nervous laugh. Unbelievable. All this chaos, controlled by a pharmaceutical company, the ground around him is blazing. Fire roars into the sky. Remind me to invest in their stock, Yusung jokes darkly. If I get home, that is. He raises his palm. The air freezes instantly, and a swarm of ice bolts materializes around him. With a cold smirk, he declares, business is officially closed for this corporation. He launches the ice bolts, sending them tearing toward the mechs. He grins, announcing that this company's stock is about to hit zero. The frozen projectiles slam into the robots. The screech of ice-crushing reinforced steel echoing through the hall. The barrage shatters the drone before drilling straight into the robot chassis, turning them into Swiss cheese. Suddenly, a massive frost nova detonates. Yusong and Noir strut away from the explosion in slow motion, totally unbothered as a system notification pops up. Tower of the Zombie Apocalypse conquered. His reward, a random equipment ticket, materialized in his grip. But wait, there is more. Another window pings, informing him that, as the sole survivor, he gets to loot a skill card from the players who washed out. He taps the holographic screen, a knowing grin spreading across his face. He doesn't even need to think. He knows exactly what he is stealing. He swipes the Oculus card. Game over. The tower simulation dissolves. The rules are absolute. If one player clears the instance and exits, every other failed player gets booted back to reality. The scene cuts to Yusong looming over Natasha, while 2 of her goons writhe on the floor, screaming their lungs out. Yusong stares down at them, realizing Noir must have taken them out in the game. The phantom pain is still frying their nerves, leaving them paralyzed. According to the system's PvP rules, only players killed by another player get a respawn ticket to the real world. The other 2, permadeath. Yusong turns to leave as Natasha struggles to crawl on all fours. He offers a lazy wave goodbye. Natasha tries to force herself up but collapses. She wheezes, demanding to know why he is sparing them. Yusong glances back over his shoulder. You want to get arrested, go turn yourself in to the cops. he says, making it clear he could not care less. She stares at him, stunned and hurting, asking if he is really just letting her walk away. He ignores her gaze. I'm letting you live so you can run back to your agency and tell them I'm untouchable. He warns. Tell them never to mess with me again. He strides away from the groaning men and a confused Natasha, muttering that he needs a witness alive to spread the legend of his skills. Cut to Yusong on the phone with Tae-sik, who is demanding to know why Natasha is still breathing. Yusong answers, wiping sweat from his brow. She gave me a 5-star unboxing experience with that card. Plus, I stole her legendary skill, so I figured I'd be nice. Suddenly, Tae-sik blows out the speaker, screaming that Yusong is a total moron for constantly sparing the villains, who are actively trying to murder him. The volume is so loud, Yusong has to hold the phone at arm's length. Wincing Yusong puts on a fake hurt voice. Come on, Hyung. I'm a pacifist, he lies, claiming he hates violence. Tae-sik grinds his teeth so hard it's audible. Stop being funny. These people want your head on a pike. Yusong just gives a sheepish smile. Later, as the train rattles down the tracks, the banter continues. Tae-sik calls him absolute trash, wondering out loud why. He raised Yusong like a son. Yusong's voice softens with affection as he claps back. Remind him that this trash is the only reason Tae-sik's internet cafe is still in business. Scene shifts to Tae-sik's office, where the old man sighs, telling Yusong to get home safe and actually take care of himself, his voice dripping with worry. Before Tae-sik can launch into a curse-filled lecture, Yusong cuts him off, smiling with his eyes closed, thanking the old man for always having his back. The vibe shifts as Yusong enters a flashback. Reviewing his career, he muses on the titles players get inside the towers. Visitor, player, follower. The outside world has different labels: living weapon, military asset, biological asymmetric power. They call them heroes, but that's propaganda. Players aren't heroes, they are war machines. Shown in a montage of a player slaughtering skeletons and soldiers alike. Players are just tools, used to wipe out threats to national security, just like Natasha Ivanova. The visual flashes to Natasha, holding a blade to Yusong's throat. Back in the present, Yusong's expression darkens, realizing he is just being used as a tool too. Walking down the street, he concludes that true heroes don't exist in this messed up world. Suddenly, he hears a couple gasping nearby. The wife points right at him, asking her husband, "Wait, is that the hero?" King Yusong looks up at the sky and lets out a heavy sigh. He yanks his hoodie up to hide his face, realizing he let his guard down. Way too early in the morning. The husband whispers to his wife, pushing her hand down, "Don't point. I heard that guy is a total jerk." The wife frowns, watching him walk away. "Really, I think he looks nice." It's showtime whenever the lens is focused. Yusong knows he has to play the part. The media vultures are way too invasive to let his guard down. Leaving him in the dust, the wife can't stop gushing, calling him the undisputed MVP of every single season. We'd be dust if he didn't save the world. Back in season 2, she argues, bringing up how he gives away all the profits, specifically from his Hero King line. Her husband cuts in with a skeptic's sneer. Yeah, but those mythical tier shirts are about to drop. Guy's just greedy for the bag. Yusong hears it all, letting out a tired sigh, a faint ironic smirk playing on his lips. Sweat still beads on his forehead from the exertion. Cut to a wide shot, those massive towers still looming in the sky, haunting the daylight. Suddenly, the peace is shattered. A mob of reporters flanks Yusong, screaming his name to get a reaction. He shifts his head just a fraction, recognizing the grim reality going home incognito is a pipe dream. He's too recognizable to just blend into the streets. His expression tightens into a grimace of annoyance. Something clicks in his mind, a silent thought running through the noise. He suddenly launches himself off the ledge, leaving the stunned reporters eating his dust. Cut to the Tower of Sword and Sorcery, specifically Tier 5. Mission objective: clear the storyline. Yusong sticks the landing, one knee down, hand planted on the floor, right in front of the Saintess. Superhero style. Honestly, way better than dealing with the paparazzi. The crowd inside the tower goes absolutely feral. They're cheering, convinced the goddess has blessed them, screaming their lungs out that the Saintess has summoned the hero. Yusong, still crouching and staring at the floor, pauses. Wait, did they say Saintess? He glances up nervously. There she is, beaming at him. "I am delighted to meet you," she says, "and deeply grateful you answered our call, hero of the other world." The Saintess is serving major royal vibes, purple hair, golden crown, and introduces herself as Elijah Sarastina, the 37th Saintess of the Holy State of Sarastina. She extends a hand toward him. Yusong cracks a grin. Okay, this just got a lot more interesting. He takes her hand, accepting the praise. "I'll provide my heroic services," he says smoothly. "Expert level, guaranteed." Yusong flashes a smile and asks what the mission is. Elijah straightens up. First, she says, "I must explain the history of the Philia continent." Yusong gives her a soft, knowing look. "Let me guess. Big fight between celestials and demons." Elijah lights up with joy. "Exactly." She closes her eyes, clasps her hands in prayer, and launches into the lore dump, darkness versus light. The usual chaos where demons escape the abyss to invade the world of light. To stop the relentless horde, the Celestials built a weapon called the Arc. But the seal, created by this weapon, began to weaken over time. She keeps droning on with the backstory for another 30 minutes. To Yusong, it's basically white noise. He's listening with one ear and letting it fly out the other, getting visibly annoyed. Finally, he cuts her off. "We're burning daylight," he snaps. "Let's just go save the world already." Elijah looks crushed. "But I've only just begun the prologue." Ignoring him, she rewinds and starts telling the story from exactly where she left off. Yusong stands there, crossing his arms in impatience. He doesn't say a word. He just spins on his heel and starts walking away. "Hey, where are you going?" Elijah shouts, waving frantically. She chases him down, grabbing his arm to stop him. He doesn't even slow down. "I'm going to work," she panics. "But you don't even know the location of the Ark." Yusong halts. Without turning back, he asks, "Do you know where it is?" Elijah flinches startled and admits, I do not know either." Yusong shrugs. "Then it doesn't matter if I'm clueless too." She tries to argue, but suddenly the sky turns blood red. Dark energy swirls directly above their heads. A vortex of red fire erupts, and two massive clawed demon hands tear through the air. Elijah stares in horror, cold sweat dripping down her face, mouth hanging open. A gargantuan demon materializes. Twisted horns, crimson eyes, and jagged teeth. It's a total nightmare, and everyone freezes in terror. Elijah screams, "How is this possible? How can a demon enter the Holy Land?" Her guards snap out of it, drawing their weapons in a blind rage. "Get out of here, monster." They unleash aura blades and bright yellow magic, attacking with everything they have, stabbing the beast's hands and chest. But it does absolutely nothing. The giant demon stands there completely unharmed. The magic lights circle the monster uselessly. It sticks its tongue out, grinning with pure evil, while the guards stammer that their attacks aren't working. Suddenly, the demon winds up his arm, conjuring a massive sphere of orange hellfire, and hurls the energy straight at the group. Shing. Yusong draws his sword. A glacial wall erupts, encasing them in ice and shouting for everyone to move. Boom! A massive explosion shakes the ground. Elijah bangs on the ice wall, separating them, screaming for Yusong. "Let me help you," she cries. The ice begins to fracture under the heat. "I'm fine," Yusong yells back. "Stay behind me." A spike of dark energy pierces the wall. The guard yanks Elijah back just as she screams in terror. "Are you okay?" the guard asks. She nods, trembling with anxiety. All she can think about is Yusong facing that monster alone, putting himself in danger, just to save their lives. Elijah drops to her knees, golden energy radiating from her as she prays to the goddess. "Please, have mercy on our souls." Her guard kneels beside her, echoing the desperate prayer. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocks the area. The ice wall shatters into 100 glittering pieces, and Elijah screams Yusong's name into the chaos. She spots Yusong clutching his skull, his hands trembling violently from the sheer pressure. Concerned, she rushes to check if he's injured. Yusong's head is splitting open. Without letting go, he grits out that the demon left a psychic parting gift before vanishing. The warning was clear. The demons are closing in on the Ark, and once they have it, the world of light plunges into eternal darkness. He finally drops his hands, his eyes burning with fury. With a voice dripping in venom, he reveals the demon's threat: back off or suffer the consequences. Hearing that, Elisheva looks like she's about to shatter, fear taking over, but Yusong locks in. With a clenched fist, he demands to know if she has any intel on the Ark's location. The clock is ticking. Sweat beading on her forehead, she stammers that there's one specific place. Cut to Elisheva, pushing her mount to its limit, hair and cloak whipping in the wind. They're riding tandem now, tearing through the landscape. Yusong's mind is racing with determination. They finally have a solid lead. The camera pans to Noir, chilling on the horse, nuzzling against Yusong's leg. Yusong looks down, joking that the cat must be bored, then whispers that he played his role perfectly earlier. We get a quick flash of Noir's beast mode, contrasted with his current cute act as he meows up at Yusong. A flashback reveals Yusong staged the Shadowblade's spectacle on the ice wall just to terrorize Elisheva. He even ordered Noir to keep the spikes sheathed, playing the obedient pet. Back in the present, Elisheva glances over her shoulder, shouting to ask if she needs to ease up on the speed. Yusong yells back, "No need," he smirks to himself. If she wants to talk efficiency, she plays by his rules. That demon earlier, just a legendary skill he used to gaslight them. The system window pops up: Oculus, legendary tier, illusion aspect, the power to completely hijack a target's visual perception. Scene switch to a picturesque town lined with cottages, where a voice welcomes them to the Adventure Guild. The duo stands before the front desk. As Yusong requests access to the labyrinth, the receptionist flashes a corporate smile, stating they need an adventure license first. She hands over a ticket number 216 and tells them to take a seat. While they hydrate at a nearby table, Elisheva takes in the grandeur. She leans in, dropping some lore. This is Gracious Labyrinth City. It's neutral ground. A buffer zone between the holy state of Celestina and the Draeger Empire. The name isn't just for show. The city is literally built around an ancient dungeon teeming with loot. Yusong shoots her a knowing look, noting that there's no better hiding spot for the Ark than right here. Their number gets called, and Yusong steps up, ticket in hand. The receptionist slides over a contract and a pen, pointing to the signature line. Elisheva goes to sign blindly, but Yusong intercepts, grabbing her wrist. Hold up. He snatches the document, tapping his finger aggressively on the fine print, asking if signing this death warrant is mandatory. The clause is brutal. The guild takes zero liability for death inside. Oh, and your corpse and loot, property of the city. The receptionist laughs nervously, spinning the PR line about equal opportunity and vast riches, conveniently glossing over the mortality rate. She adds that only those willing to risk it all deserve the rewards. Elisheva rattled scribbles her name just to get it over with, while Yusong stands there, arms crossed, judging hard. He takes the pen with a scowl, remarking that these terms really show how much they value human life. The receptionist ignores the shade, collects the papers, and sends them on their way. Cut to the pair stepping into the pitch-black maw of the labyrinth. Yusong casts Ice Bolt instant flashlight. They hit the first floor, sword drawn. He checks. You ready? She puffs up her chest, prideful. Born ready. Suddenly, a grotesque hybrid part rat, part pig lunges from the shadows, crimson eyes glowing. A swarm of mini-mutants scuttles behind it. Yusong doesn't hesitate. He drives his blade straight down the beast's throat, choking its scream. He barks an order for Elisheva to blast it. She obeys, unleashing a beam of pure energy from her palms. Clean slice, the demon's head rolls off its shoulders. The beast lets out a final pathetic squeal before silence falls. Before they know it, they've speed-run their way up to the 5th floor. It went way faster than expected. As Elijah and Yusong vibe along the path, Yusong hypes her up, telling her she's got serious hands. And her magic, absolutely cracked. Elijah literally glows, hearing that, totally blushing. She gets a flashback of those random dudes from earlier, the ones fighting demons alongside them. Elijah beams, saying she's so grateful those other adventurers jumped in. To help with the monster rush, Yusong just offers a knowing smile. Internally, he knows those guys were actually salty, because our duo stole their farming spot. Elijah smiles sheepishly, doing that nervous hand fidget thing. She murmurs that as long as folks help each other out like those nice adventurers did, then demons aren't a problem. Yusong grins with pure main character energy as he reassures her, telling her to chill because he's definitely snagging that ancient weapon for her. Suddenly, a massive shadow blocks their path. A hulking brute with a giant axe welcomes the noobs. Elijah and Yusong spin around to face him. The giant flashes a predatory grin, accusing them of sneaking into the labyrinth. Without paying the toll, Yusong whispers to Elijah that these are labyrinth bandits. Elijah looks terrified. She's too pure to know what a bandit is. He explains he doesn't know the local slang for them here, but they infest every dungeon, usually called labyrinth bandits or adventure hunters, basically player killers. The thug extends a greedy hand, commanding them to run their pockets everything they have. Elijah steps up, trembling like a leaf. She pleads with the guy, begging him not to rob them and suggesting they just talk it out peacefully. Yusong looks at her like she's crazy. Then he switches up, flashing a bright smile. Sure, let's chat. Ever hear a story? He closes his eyes, going full narrator mode. Once upon a time, angels and demons coexisted. But now, apocalypse time. Demons are wrecking the place, and I'm the hero isekai'd here to save the server. The bandits look confused as hell. They have zero clue what he's yapping about. Yusong ignores them, rambling about finding an ark, which is some angel superweapon. He then introduces Elijah as the 37th saintess of the holy state of Celestina, and drops that she's his partner for this quest. Elijah just nods along like a bobblehead. Yusong asks if they can leave now. Elijah adds that they're in a rush to, save the world. The bandits stand there in stunned silence. Then the leader busts out laughing, asking his crew if they understood a single word. One goon laughs back. Bro is making up fairy tales because he's terrified and wants to bolt. Elijah shrinks back in fear. Yusong sighs heavily. Figured you morons wouldn't get the lore. He looks exhausted. The bandits sneer. Hero saintess whatever. Pay the toll, or you don't pass. But before they finish the sentence, Yusong blurs forward, sword drawn. Shing. He cleanly slices off one of the goon's arms. Elijah watches in pure horror as blood sprays everywhere. The guy screams his lungs out, clutching the stump, but Yusong is already moving past him. Seeing his buddy drop, Jim roars and swings his axe at Yusong, cursing him out. But Yusong is too fast. He slices Jim's arm too. The axe spins out of control like a whirlwind as it drops from Jim's hand, but Yusong parries it aside, smacking it into the ground with his sword. Clang. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the shadows. A girl steps out, furious that Yusong wrecked her boys. It's the receptionist girl from the guild. She eyes him coldly. Stronger than you look, kid. Elijah's brain breaks. She can't believe it's her. Elijah stammers in disbelief. Yusong breaks it down for her. It's a setup. The guild and these bandits are conspiring together. He explains their dirty business model. Surprise attacks on newbies demanding cash for their lives. And if they can't pay, they chop them up and sell the bodies for parts. Elijah goes pale, teeth chattering, sweat pouring down her face. She covers her mouth, trembling as she whispers a broken no. The receptionist just smiles, gripping her weapon tighter. You're too naive for this dungeon, she sneers. A real saintess wouldn't be caught dead here. Girls like you don't belong in the labyrinth. Then she launches herself into the air. She swings her axe down, yelling that it's game over. But before the blade can connect, Yuseong catches it with his sword. Spark. Metal grinds against metal. Yuseong looks her dead in the eye and smirks. He snaps at her to watch her aim. The receptionist freezes, distracted as pitch-black shadows erupt from nowhere, swallowing the room whole. Total darkness engulfs them, blind to everything. Then, Noir steps out in full glory, tendrils of darkness swirling around him, before letting out a soft, innocent meow. Yusong nudges Elysis, telling her the shadow cat cleared the lane, so it's time to move. But Elysis is paralyzed, hands clamped over her mouth, absolutely terrified. Cut to the dungeon's depths, Elysis trails silently behind Yusong. They finally hit a secure zone. And while Yusong sweeps the perimeter for threats, Elysis stands there, radiating a soft, magical glow. Perimeter clear. Elysis settles in front of a crackling bonfire. Yusong drops down next to her, announcing they're camping here until dawn. She stays mute, eyes downcast with a heartbreaking expression, and just gives a weak nod. Yusong pivots toward her. You've been awfully quiet since we dealt with those bandits, he notes. Leaning back against a pillar, he watches her closely. You look shaken. Is reality hitting harder than you expected? Is the world not the fairy tale you imagined? She doesn't answer immediately, but her face says it all. She's on the verge of tears. Brows furrowed, she whispers, the world is ending, yet people are still slaughtering each other. She looks up, searching his eyes. Are you used to this chaos? Have you seen this kind of horror your whole life? A flashback hits him. Seong Ho, the KPA chairman. Yuseong stares into the void, voice hollow. It's the same in every world. Elysis hugs her knees, processing this, and asks about his home. As the fire pops and hisses between them, Yusong tilts his head back, recalling his own reality. My world flirted with the apocalypse multiple times, he admits. He glances at her, cracking a faint smile. But we didn't have anyone like you to warn us it was coming. Elysis immediately apologizes, telling him he doesn't have to trauma dump if it's too painful. The first collapse wasn't too bad, he shrugs. But by the third time, that's when things changed. Memories of Maria and the other players flash by. There was a point where everyone stopped caring about anything but their own survival. Elysis looks at him with genuine worry. Did you start thinking only about yourself too? Yusong shoots her a playful smirk. You tell me, what do you think I did? Silence stretches between them. As she struggles to formulate an answer, she opens her mouth to speak, but the words die in her throat. Yuseong watches her amused before bursting into laughter. I can't believe this. You're overthinking it. It's nonsense. The night drags on. The firewood burns down to embers as the two of them rest against opposite sides of the pillar. Yusong is deep in thought. The silence is so heavy. It feels like time is frozen. Suddenly, Automata pops up, card in hand. You up. Want to make a trade? He gives her a sheepish grin. Show me what you got. He knows he needs to gear up. Only 2 levels left to go. Smash cut to a few days later, the 100th floor. Yusong is locked in combat with 2 massive serpents. Hovering above is a nightmare hybrid bat-winged snake-body woman's face, shrieking orders to steal the ark and kill Yusong. Noir leaps into action, impaling the snakes with shadow spikes, while Elysis prays for divine protection. Yusong dashes straight for the giant snake's gaping maw blade, ready. Slash, he cleaves its head in 2 with a single strike. Blood sprays everywhere. The hybrid creature screams in agony, light bursting from her eyes and mouth revealing jagged fangs. As she retreats into the ground, she wails to her lord, sobbing that she failed to secure the ark. Yusong's response, savage. Have a safe trip back to your master. Ding, level up. He closes his eyes, exhaling a heavy sigh. I'm beat. Sweat drips down his face as a system alert pops. 10,000 achievement points acquired. Another notification, random skill card pack received. Yusong stands amidst the carnage, joking to Noir and Elysis as she runs over. Demons really have impeccable timing, don't they? Showing up right when the test ends, Elysis beams rushing toward him, hyping him up for the victory. As they stand together, a blinding green light erupts in front of them, making Elysis jump. An elegant pedestal materializes, holding a glowing emerald crystal pulsating with blue energy. That's the ark, Elysis gasps. Yusong grabs the stone unimpressed. Ancient artifact, huh? Kind of small. System update received quest item, 1 of 2, white fragment of ark. Above them, the ceiling groans like a dying beast. Elysis screams the labyrinth is coming down, Debris starts raining. Just as panic sets in, reality tears open. A massive rift. Yusung points, that's their ticket out. They dive through the portal, stumbling into fresh air. Elysis exhales, clutching her chest, visibly relieved they escaped the collapse. But the peace doesn't last. Voices shatter the silence. A squad approaches, and Elysis freezes, eyes wide with dread. Enter Milvath Drager, first prince of the realm, flanked by an iron wall of soldiers. He eyes Yusung and Elysis like prey. Good work locating the Ark for the Empire. He draws a smug grin plastered on his face. The crown thanks you. His smile twists. Actually, scratch that. The Ark belongs to me. Hand it over. The mask of royalty slips, revealing pure greed. Yusung keeps it cool, side-eyeing the trembling Elysis. Is this guy an ally? Milvath chuckles darkly. Give me the prize. And you walk away breathing. Elysis steps up, voice shaking but firm. Never. You can't have it. She warns that the Ark is the world's only shield against demons. Milvath throws his head back, letting out a manic cackle. He flashes a sinister crystal in his palm. With the Ark and this, I won't just stop the demons. I'll own them. Yusung steps in front of Elysis, blade drawn. Sorry, Prince. The artifact chose us, not you. That's not what Milvath wanted to hear. He snaps his fingers, ordering the battalion to slaughter them. Cooperation is off the table. Prove your loyalty, he bellows. Cut them down. Hundreds of swords unsheathe in unison, metal ringing in the air. The Blackguard raises their steel, charging like a tidal wave. Suddenly a system window pops up. This is the finale. It's the climax of the storyline. The soldiers sprint with killing intent, closing the gap instantly. The alert blinks red. The first prince and his elite unit are rushing the objective. It's do or die. Yusung doesn't blink. He launches his flying blades as Elysis drops to her knees, chanting a desperate prayer. Boom buffs incoming. Saintess protection, divine armor, arcane amplification, valiant melody. Yusung glows with holy power. His swords tear through the front line. Thwack thwack, crimson mist sprays everywhere. Milvath watches face, twisting in horror. His elites are screaming, getting wrecked. One guard stammers, Your Highness, we need to retreat, now. Milvath snaps. Cowards. He crushes the crystal in his fist, eyes burning with madness. This isn't over. The shattered gem erupts with dark purple miasma. A red warning flashes before Yusung's eyes. System alert, Milvath Drager has force-activated the Ark's corruption. Yusung glances back. He warns Elysis just as the energy spikes. He knew this twist was coming. Instinct takes over. Kaboom, a shockwave blasts outward. Yusung throws up an ice shield, bracing against the purple storm. The dust settles, revealing a nightmare. Milvath is gone. In his place stands a hulking monstrosity with razor claws and blood-red eyes. My lord, a guard asks. The beast decapitates his own soldier. Silence falls over the army. Blood rains down. Yusung and Elysis stare, realizing the prince has completely lost his humanity. Elysis, hit me with another buff, Yusung yells. She nods, channeling magic. He swipes his hand through the air. Ice armor equipped. He chugs an earthquake and flame potion. Suddenly the earth heaves violently. Inferno ignites the forest surrounding the beast. Yusung teleports behind the monster, clad in frost. Shing. He drives his blade deep into the creature's chest. The Milvath beast roars, cursing Yusung, grabbing at the air with giant paws. You can't hide in the fire, rat, the monster bellows, thrashing wildly. But Yusung is already gone. The beast growls, confused. Yusung whispers from the shadows behind him, That power made you blind, idiot. Thrust. Yusung's sword pierces straight through the monster's heart. The giant sways, then crashes to the dirt. Black blood pools around the corpse. Yusung stands victorious, sword dripping, breath steady. Green energy swirls from the body. Yusung flinches, another loot drop. A notification chimes. Item acquired, fragment of the Ark. A pillar of light erupts from his back, piercing the clouds. He stands atop the fallen boss, bathing in the glow. Man, he thinks this really feels like a mobile game grind. The crystal shards magnetize, snapping together. Purple and green fuse, unlocking the core. The artifact opens. A blinding sapphire beam hits the stratosphere. Elysis gasps, mesmerized. That is the true Ark. Yusung's XP bar fills up. He holds the completed crystal, grinning. Timing couldn't be better. Ding, level 50, reached. New area unlocked, Tower of Awakening. The grind pays off. Cut to Yusung. He smiles, tossing the glow crystal to Elysis like it's nothing. Here, it's yours. She catches it, looking absolutely shook. He locks eyes with her, challenging the doubt in her gaze. Does he really want her to take the crystal? With a confident smirk, he drops the truth bomb. He doesn't see anyone else on this entire planet worthy of wielding such power. Elysis hesitates, shaking her head. She's convinced she's not built for this level of responsibility. Yusung leans in, teasing her with a wicked grin, asking if he should just hand the superweapon over to the Empire instead. Elysis freezes her jaw, practically hitting the floor. That snaps her out of it. He explains that letting her handle this artifact is infinitely safer than trusting the Empire. who would definitely abuse its power for shady politics. As he presses the glowing crystal into her palm, she argues that this is way too dangerous to joke about, and accuses him of not taking the situation seriously enough. He fires back, reminding her that he's seen exactly what happens when weak souls get a taste of authority. They inevitably break bad and use that strength for evil. His smile fades slightly as he compares those corrupted failures to Milva, people who crumble because their sense of duty is too rigid. But Elisis, he knows she's different. She's going to use this strength to stand on the front lines and protect everyone alongside him. Elisis stares down at the artifact, watching it pulse with light in her grip, silence falling over the room. Slowly, she pulls the crystal against her chest, letting a wave of calm energy wash over her soul. She whispers a heartfelt thank you to Yusung for lifting the heavy burden from her shoulders. He accepts her gratitude with a nod, but suddenly, the scenery around him begins to dissolve like mist, replaced by a holographic notification. He has officially conquered the Tower of Sword and Sorcery. The system reveals that thanks to the Archcrystal, Elisis successfully repelled the demon invasion and saved her entire world. Another ping chimes in. Elisis's absolute trust in Yusung has unlocked a legendary reward, the Blessing of the Saintess's Protection. Cut to reality, a fresh morning, with sunlight streaming through the blinds and birds singing the day awake. Yusung is lounging in bed, doom scrolling on his phone. He muses that diving into that last tower was just an excuse to ghost the relentless news reporters for a while, but spending a whole week clearing a dungeon, that might have been a bit overkill. He rolls onto his back, staring at the ceiling, realizing it's still only January. The grind never stops, and he has a mountain of work demanding his attention right now. Fast forward a few days. Yusung is practically parkouring through the city streets, keeping his head low to dodge the paparazzi. But these guys are relentless. The press spots him instantly swarming like sharks, shouting questions and begging for exclusive interviews for their magazines. Yusung groans he is so done with the fame game. He sprints toward the nearest dungeon entrance before they can box him in. The reporters hit the barrier, buzzing with speculation. Yusung just vanished into a tower, but they are clueless about which one it actually is. Then it clicks. He just walked into the Tower of Awakening. Inside, the heavy doors seal shut. As Yusung closes his eyes to sync up, a system window pops up. It reads, "We've been expecting you, the child with 1,000 talents and faces." He snaps, his eyes open, annoyed. He tells the system to cut the cryptic intro and just start the trial. Instantly, a blinding light floods the chamber, revealing a hall of mirrors. Yusung finds himself surrounded by full-length reflections as a creepy, disembodied laugh echoes through the void. He stares at his own reflection, but the voice taunts him, noting his lack of patience. Suddenly, the Yusung in the mirror moves on its own, flashing a demonic grin and glowing red eyes. "Let the games begin," it sneers. All around him, the reflections in the glass shift into combat stances, ready to brawl. But before they can strike, Yusung steps forward, and every single mirror explodes into thousands of shards. He crunches over the broken glass unfazed. Out of nowhere, a doppelganger materializes in front of him, rocking a creepy clown mask and asking if Yusung is shocked. The real Yusung doesn't waste breath on banter. He instantly manifests his ice arsenal. The clown mimics him perfectly. They both launch their projectiles simultaneously, the weapons colliding in midair and shattering into diamond dust. Yusung draws his sword and dashes in for close quarters, and the duel explodes into violence. The clown is grinning like a maniac, parrying every strike. Yusung realizes this mimic is copying his moveset frame for frame. They trade blows, their ice bolts canceling each other out in a stalemate of power. Yusung slides low hand, dragging on the floor for balance. He thinks to himself that he ends up fighting this clown archetype every single season, but it never stops being creepy. He hurls shadow spikes at the copycat, but the clown sidesteps them with lazy elegance. The doppelganger flings the spikes right back. Yusung's Shield of Seraph triggers, automatically deflecting the lethal hit. A massive explosion rocks the arena, covering Yusung in gore. But a notification confirms Cheater of Death has neutralized the fatal blow. They don't stop, the clash continues. Yusung tries to summon his Shadow Soldier Noir, but a red alert flashes. Familiar summoning is banned in this zone. Great. Yusung scoffs, disappointed. It was worth a shot. He quickly analyzes the situation. The rules of this boss fight are simple. It's a raw skill check. Steel clashes against steel as they trade ferocious strikes. Then, finding an opening, Yusung lunges his blade, blurring through the air. Blood sprays across his face as he feels the impact. He's buried his sword deep into the doppelganger's gut. The clown, even while bleeding out, keeps that twisted grin plastered on his face and asks the iconic question, "Why so serious?" Dark blood pools between them as the mimic begins to dissolve. He whispers that on this stage, death is just part of the show. Hero-villain, it's all just a flavor of the week, right? He stares down Yusung, whose face is painted in fresh crimson, and taunts him, wondering why he's taking this whole life and death thing so seriously. He uncurls his fingers, revealing an empty palm, declaring that nothing in this twisted world matters, before lunging at Yusung. Our MC snaps back, aiming straight for the face. Yusung grins, announcing it's time for a magic trick to finally shut this clown up, and violently rips the mask right off the jester's skull. The moment it detaches, a fountain of blood erupts from the clown's head, leaving nothing but a blank, fleshy void. Yusung stands frozen, eyes locked on the bloody prop in his grip before slowly sliding it over his own face. He tilts his head back, the mask shifting to a tragic expression, and whispers, "Is the game over?" Suddenly, the monarch of jesters materializes, cackling maniacally. She calls him her little prodigy, the child of 1,000 faces, while shuffling a deck of glowing cards, and tells him the choice is his, a new face, a new talent. Cut to a pristine hospital exterior, basking in the morning sun. Inside, the vibe is chaotic. Tsuki is absolutely sprinting down the pristine, white hallway. He skids to a halt in front of a private room, where Yusung is chilling on the bed, casually swiping through the air. Tsuki is doubled over, gasping for oxygen after that marathon run, face twisted in pure panic. Yusung, wrapped up like a mummy, glances over and drops a casual sup, eyes barely leaving his system interface. Tsuki facepalms so hard it hurts, realizing Yusung is actually complaining that he didn't bring a gift basket. Tsuki cracks a relieved smile. He was freaking out for nothing. He walks over grinning and tells Yusung to quit lounging, the world needs saving. Yusung shoots him a look like, "Are you serious right now?" He points out the minor detail of being stabbed in the chest, refusing to clock in for work. Tsuki isn't buying it, reminding him that with his inventory full of potions and healing hacks, he needs to stop the drama. Yusung claims these are emotional wounds that shouldn't be ignored. Tsuki counters that his monarch doesn't mess around, though he admits the last boss was a nightmare to deal with. Yusung scratches his neck, a smug grin spreading across his face, and admits he totally crushed it. We flash to a montage of players battling as Yusung narrates that at level 50, every player faces the Trial of Awakening, a custom nightmare tailored by their specific monarch. For Yusung, it was a mirror match. He had to kill his own doppelganger. Clearing that trial unlocked the ultimate loot, and we see a flashback of him bargaining with the monarch of jesters, scoring duplicates of every single skill card currently in his deck. With these copies, he can now fuse them to craft overpowered 2-star abilities. Back in the hospital, Yusung sits up, admitting the grind was worth the rewards, so he can't complain. He asks Tsuki what the new gig is. Tsuki pulls a mission card from his jacket, revealing it's a manhunt. The screen erupts into chaos, a city engulfed in flames, civilians fleeing for their lives, as Tsuki profiles the Black Hat player, a serial arsonist. We cut to this pyromaniac Dongsu Park, watching the city burn with a twisted look of ecstasy, savoring the screams, thinking absolute despair is a work of art. He twirls his wand like a conductor, triggering another massive explosion, shouting that the peasants need to witness his greatness. With a psychotic smirk, he declares himself a musician, ready to enlighten the masses with his fiery symphony. A system notification pops up as he unleashes more hell, turning the street into an inferno, confirming that the Monarch of Flames is loving the show, and has dropped a reward. Dongsu cackles, throwing his arms wide, shouting to the sky that the monarch is the only one who truly gets his vibe. Suddenly, he senses movement, armed men closing in from the rear. He tenses up, a cold sweat breaking his manic episode. He smirks, realizing the authorities have finally arrived to crash the party. But the hitmen on the rooftops are left stunned as Dongsu vanishes into thin air. The squad gathers around, confused, confirming the target just warped into a 4-tier arena tower. Yusung arrives at the scene. Strolling down the street, as the tower specs pop up, it's a 1v1 duel format, strictly 2 players allowed. 0 item shops, winner takes all. Since one slot is already filled, the entry window shuts in 58 minutes and 59 seconds. Yusung leans against the same railing where the arsonist just stood, surveying the burning wreckage and the ambulances rushing in, musing to himself that players don't always have to play the hero. Watching a couple weep over a body, he wonders what kind of monster burns the world for fun. Deciding that a scumbag like Dongsu needs to be put down, he hits enter on the interface. Game on. Cut to the tower arena where the crowd is absolutely losing their minds. In the center stands Dongsu, chest puffed out, soaking up the glory like he owns the place. He scans the crowd, arrogant as ever, asking which fool has a death wish. But the second he locks eyes with Yusung, his confidence cracks. Yusung spits an insult and draws his blade. Dongsu recovers fast, flashing a twisted smile. He invites Yusung to be his partner, promising he'll enjoy the show as flames start dancing around his body. But Yusung isn't buying it. He calls Dongsu's so-called art a cheap fake, totally exposing his delusion. Yusung looks down, genuinely baffled, wondering aloud how the world produced someone as twisted as Dongsu. That wipes the smile right off Dongsu's face. Triggered, Dongsu demands to know what he means by evil. He snaps, activating his signature skill, Hellfire Orchestra. Ghostly musical instruments materialize out of thin air. The air heats up as he screams that his art is original. The spectral band strikes up a tune, and the instruments erupt into flames. Fireballs launch toward Yusong, but he weaves through them effortlessly. Dongsu conducts the trumpet and flute, sending a barrage of scorching notes straight at him. Yusong dodges with a smirk, mocking Dongsu as a typical armchair artist, all ego and temper, zero substance. That pushes Dongsu over the edge. He summons the timpani drums. Yusong looks up, eyes widening as the massive drums materialize directly above his head. They crash down with a deafening boom. Dongsu cheers, thinking he just flattened his enemy, but Yusong is already airborne, leaping clear over the inferno. Hovering above Yusong looks down cold, telling him it's going to take more than a bad garage band to take him out. Suddenly, boom. A massive explosion ripples upward, swallowing Yusong in a pillar of fire. A scream echoes out. Dongsu bursts into laughter, watching the body hit the floor. He brags that his masterpiece now includes the death of the hero king. He calls it his magnum opus. But then a voice cuts through the smoke. Yusong is smiling right from the heart of the flames, asking Dongsu what he's staring at. In a blink, Yusong is airborne again, declaring, "I'm right here." He swings his sword in a lethal arc toward Dongsu's neck. The blade slashes deep. Dongsu barely manages to duck, saving himself from decapitation but taking a nasty hit. Yusong lands, genuinely impressed that Dongsu dodged an instant attack. Dongsu glares back, pure rage in his eyes. Clutching his bleeding neck, Dongsu stammers in disbelief. That shouldn't be possible. Illusions can't talk or deal damage. Yusong hits him with a savage grin, telling him he's not nice enough to explain how the magic trick works. System window pops up, Oculus 2 stars. It activates the keyword substance for 3 seconds, forcing visual hallucinations to become physical reality. Suddenly, the arena is swarming. Dozens of Yusong clones manifest, completely surrounding the fire mage. Yusong declares he won't let this end without an audience. He stares Dongsu down as the army of clones rushes in for the kill. He announces that this is officially Dongsu's curtain call, but Dongsu grips his wand, desperation kicking in. His wand flares up. He swings it overhead, setting his own body ablaze to disperse his form, screaming that his art refuses to die today. Yusong shields his face, wincing against the intense heat as his opponent vanishes. Suddenly, the system chimes. Victory notification flashes on screen. Yusong blinks, stunned, as the crowd behind him erupts into a roar of applause. Another alert. Tower conquered. Now he has to pick an exit gate. Yusong stares at the interface, frustration building as he sees the 2 location options. He remembers the tower's golden rule: players can't kill each other inside. He beats himself up. He should have stalled Dongsu longer so he couldn't escape. The exit choices are blinking: Seoul, Korea, or Calais, France. Yusong doesn't hesitate. A pretentious artist like him. He's picking France every time. Cut to France. Dongsu is sprinting for his life, but he's not alone. Yusong is already tracking him from the high ground. Yusong confirms his hunch was dead on. He leaps from the shadows, closing the distance. Screaming that there's no mercy today, Yusong slashes his sword, launching a wave of frost. Dongsu screams as he runs. Ice starts creeping over Dongsu's body from the attack. Yusong lunges for the finishing blow, blade raised. Clang. His sword slams into a glowing yellow energy shield. Yusong skids to a halt, blocked. He looks up to see a squad of people. They're bathed in light. Stepping out from the group is Maria Jaeger, hand raised, projecting the barrier. She orders Yusong to stand down. Furious, Yusong punches the barrier, protecting the now frozen Dongsu. He demands to know what she's doing there. Maria steps forward, explaining the French government called in the cavalry. They're investigating black hat players. Intel showed the tower exit led here, so they intercepted. Hearing this, Yusong's annoyance turns into a dark smile. He points a thumb at the frozen Dongsu. He asks Maria to be a pal and help him put a hole through this guy's stomach. Maria's expression stays stone-cold serious. She shuts him down. She can't let him execute Dongsu. Killing a suspect is the last resort, only if there's zero other choice. Yusong looks up at the sky, that sarcastic grin returning. Typical Maria, always playing the saint with the bleeding heart. Yusong closes the distance, glancing back with a knowing smirk. He drops a truth bomb on her. He just figured out she isn't just skilled, she's a bona fide saint. Maria isn't having it. She furrows her brows, insisting that revenge is just a toxic merry-go-round that never stops spinning. She looks him dead in the eye, warning him that fighting a demon doesn't mean he has to turn into a monster himself. Yusong brushes her off with a casual hand wave. Dongsu is a black hat player. Taking him out isn't murder, it's taking out the trash. Maria snaps back that she's trying to save his soul, but Yusong flips the script, claiming he's doing this for her benefit too. While they bicker inside the safety bubble, Dongsu spots an opening. He smirks, twirling his wand like a villain, readying the grand finale. With a sharp flick, he unleashes a wave of fire. Boom. The explosion rocks the area, but the flames realize too late they're trapped inside the shield with him. Dongsu's smugness turns to agonizing screams. Yusong casually asks Maria if her barrier comes with a friendly fire feature. While the fire rages, Maria turns her gaze back to Yusung, desperate to make him understand she's just looking out for him. As Dongsu's charred body hits the deck, Maria declares it game over. She's taking custody and handing him over to the proper authorities. She tells Yusung to take a breather while she handles the law. Yusung glances at the fallen enemy and drops his magical defenses. He shrugs, agreeing to let Maria handle the cleanup, and starts walking away from the scene like he's totally done. He mutters about his trip to France being a total bust. But watch his feet, dark shadowy energy starts oozing out with every step he takes. The shadows slither straight toward the unconscious Dongsu. Maria, completely oblivious, smiles and assures Yusung his trip wasn't a waste. While the darkness creeps up behind her, Yusung lets out a heavy, dramatic sigh. Such a shame, he whispers. Meow. Maria spins around only to face a nightmare, Noir's massive gaping maw hovering right over Dongsu. She watches in frozen horror as Noir snaps his jaws shut. Crunch. Maria recoils from the splatter, screaming Yusung's name in pure panic. Guards swarm and blades drawn. Yusung He just raises his hands, flashing a menacing grin as the chaos levels skyrocket. Even the monarch of jesters is loving this show. Yusung tilts his head back, cool as ice, reminding everyone that Dongsu has a body count a mile high. He slaughtered kids, Yusung spits out. There is no way he is letting a monster like that walk away. He doubles down the black hats. They are the real apocalypse threat, not the top powers. He challenges Maria right there. Am I wrong? She looks down nervously, fidgeting. She is scrambling for a witty comeback, but coming up empty. Yusung presses harder, asking if taking out a villain like Dongsu makes him the bad guy. Then he shrugs, signaling he frankly does not give a damn. If that makes me a monster, he declares, then so be it. Maria rushes forward, grabbing him and spinning him around. The guards lower their weapons as Maria looks him deep in the eyes, voice trembling. You are not a monster, Yusung. He holds her gaze, silence hanging between them. Cut to a swanky hotel room later that night. Yusung is holding his phone at arm's length because Tsuki is absolutely screaming his lungs out on the other end. You said you wanted peace. You said no violence, Tsuki rants. Yusung sits up on the bed, rubbing his temple. Dude, my eardrums, Yusung groans. Besides, didn't you explicitly tell me to take Dongsu out first? Back in his office, Tsuki stares at news screens plastered with Yusung's face. I meant quietly. I didn't mean assassinate him on live TV. Now the French government is practically begging Tsuki to deport Yusung before he blows up anything else. Tsuki's voice crackles through the phone again. Ticket is booked. You are coming back to Korea. Now. Yusung glances at a note on the nightstand, 7 p.m. Can't do that, boss, he replies coolly. I've got plans. Tsuki loses it again, warning him that if he causes one more international incident, he is on his own. Yusung just says, personal business, Tsuki. You know how it is. I'll let you know when I'm flying back. Click. He hangs up before Tsuki can get another word in. He sighs, tossing the phone aside. Maria's voice pipes up, thanking him for the help. Yusung stands stretching. I owe you one, he admits. Besides, no reason to say no. Maria gives him a sheepish smile, visibly relieved by his answer. He sits next to her. You can crash here if you want, but before he can finish, Maria bolts up. I'll see you tomorrow, in Paris, she blurts out. Yusung crosses his arms, noting that they are definitely keeping things professional. Maria turns to leave, but freezes at the door. Yusung raises an eyebrow. Something wrong. She forces a smile. Nothing. Good night. The door clicks shut, leaving Yusung alone. In the hallway, Maria leans against the door, head hanging low. Guilt eats at her. Is it really okay to drag him into this mess? Cut to the heart of Paris. The Tower of the Revolutionary War looms over the city, a massive 6-floor dungeon. It is a hardcore scenario, Revolutionary War theme, clash of powers, mechanics, 0 item shops, and a player cap of 1 to 12. Let the games begin. The scene explodes into a high-octane chase, 2 carriages tearing down the road neck and neck as a system alert flashes, demanding the players complete the narrative arc. Yusung bursts from the lead vehicle, deploying a jagged frost shield to tank the incoming hail of bullets, effectively covering the terrified mother and child huddled behind him. He retaliates instantly, launching razor-sharp ice bolts at the pursuers before vaulting back inside. He locks eyes with Maria. Barking a tactical order, the bridge is approaching, and that's where they choke off the enemy. While the civilians tremble, in pure terror, a new quest objective pops up: protect the royal family and nobility from the insurrection. The second their wheels hit the bridge, Yusung and Maria bail out in a cinematic leap. They stick the landing and immediately shatter the structure's center. Stranded on the far side, they draw weapons, bracing for a showdown. But the tension snaps when a hand waves frantically, begging for a ceasefire. A man stumbles out of the enemy carriage, calling the duo by name. Completely bewildered by their aggression, he screams that the players were supposed to be the revolution's vanguard, allies who previously bled for their cause. His confusion morphs into rage as he wails that he believed the heroes had returned to liberate them again, seeing as they were the MVPs who secured victory in the last timeline. The man breaks down sobbing. demanding to know why they aren't fighting for the people, accusing the players of selling out to the corrupt monarchy and betraying the resistance all over again. Maria absorbs every word, head hung low, eyes squeezed shut in guilt. Yusong connects the dots, asking if this moral baggage is why she needed him. She nods silently, confirming his suspicion. He realizes aloud that this isn't Maria's first rodeo in this specific world. Maria offers a sheepish, pained smile, confessing she discovered this scenario in a Tier 5 tower run. Flashbacks hit her, memories of riding alongside these rebels chanting liberty, equality, solidarity. Yusong rubs his chin, noting that the slogan sounds awfully familiar. Maria confirms it's the exact mantra, ripped straight from the French Revolution. Yusong hits her with the cold reality: the guys she once considered the good guys are now the targets. If she wants to flip sides, she needs to say it now. Maria steels herself, replying that resources are scarce, and the optimal play is to crush the rebels to clear this Tier 6 challenge. Yusong lets out a heavy sigh, accepting there's no reset button now, they have to see this through. Hearing his resolve, a faint smile touches Maria's lips. She admits she's relieved to be diving into this chaos with him. She summons a radiant barrier, enveloping them both in holy light, just as the rebel captain shouts that the players were once on the side of justice. Yusong doesn't hesitate. He launches a ruthless ice blast, sending the captain sprawling into the dirt. As the rebel soldiers shriek for their leader, Yusong smirks, mocking the concept of a right side. He gestures provocatively, asking if they seriously still believe players are divine messengers. Maria watches, visibly anxious. The captain struggles to sit up while Yusong delivers his final ultimatum. They want to avoid a massacre. The bridge is toast, so the rebels need to pack it up and leave. The captain staggers to his feet, refusing to yield to Yusong's commands. The cause is too important, even if it means warring against their former heroes. He dons a suit of Meiji Tech armor crackling with electricity, announcing the activation of anti-visitor tactics. He commands his troops to engage, deploying magic-infused exoskeletons. The entire rebel army suits up in glowing armor. The captain prepares to fire, chanting his revolutionary oath of liberty and equality. The squad unleashes a barrage of energy blasts. The projectiles slam into the earth around Yusong and Maria, forcing them to dodge aggressively. Maria drops to her knees, extending her hands to grant Yusong the power of faith, keen conviction, and armor of seraph. A system notification confirms the Saintess is linked to Yusong. An alert chimes as the Saintess protection effect maxes out at 1000. Yusong shakes his head, impressed. Realizing his perception has shifted into bullet time, the stat window for Saintess protection pops up, revealing it's a high-tier buff, granting over 100 defense with a multiplier effect that hits 1000. When the Saintess is directly supporting the player, Yusong slashes the air, his blade emitting a blinding aura. As he glances back at Maria, working her magic, a plan forms. Maria suddenly shouts for him to stay behind her defensive line, as she prepares to tank the army, but suddenly, pitch-black shadows erupt, swallowing the battlefield as Yusong announces he's cutting the lights. Maria freezes, stunned, standing alone with her shield, in the total void, calling out his name. Yusong becomes a predator in the gloom, tearing through the enemy ranks with lethal precision. But suddenly sparks fly as their blades lock in a stalemate. The captain's assault grinds to a halt. Yusong realizes that Tier 6 towers are no joke. These mobs are seriously overpowered. The enemy can track him even in pitch blackness as the captain tries to fry him with a lightning strike. He screams for Maria to shield up. Boom! Yusong launches an attack that surges out of the shadows, slamming right into Maria's barrier. She shrieks, begging him to cut the darkness, so she can actually see. Terrified she can't fight blind like this. He tells her to chill for a second, because he's absolutely vibing on the stat buffs while tearing through the army with Noir. A cocky smirk crosses his face, as he jokes that they're splitting the XP anyway. The shadows evaporate, revealing Yusong, face splattered with blood, looking like a total war god. He's mounted on a giant version of Noir looming over Maria, and announces the war is over. Maria is speechless, eyes squeezed shut in anxiety. Noir halts right in front of her. Yusong reaches out a hand, and tells her to grab on. He insists she needs to hurry up because they have a king to save, and the clock is ticking. Maria stares at him, eyes welling up with tears. Yusong reminds her that this entire raid, everything they've done, means 0 if the king gets captured. As they gallop away on Noir, she whispers that he didn't have to go this hard, but he just shrugs it off, claiming it was a piece of cake. Maria clings to Yusong's back, and he drops a cold line. As long as she keeps the buffs coming, he'll wipe every single enemy off the map. She replies that being a mass murderer wasn't exactly part of the deal. Noir sprints across the bridge toward a city that is absolutely engulfed in flames, carrying the duo to safety. Yusong claims he's just doing his best to come through for her. The camera pans to the city, a total hellscape. Buildings and trees are incinerated. Civilians are running for their lives, chased by screams ordering death to anyone opposing the revolution. A horseman decapitates a fleeing woman, roaring that the Duke of Iron Blood has ordered a total purge of the old regime's supporters, sparing no one, not the elderly, not even the babies. Yusung and Maria ride into the carnage, surrounded by corpses and pools of blood, with the world burning around them. Maria is horrified, asking if the Duke really intends to slaughter the innocent, along with the soldiers. Yusung draws his blade cynical as ever, noting that this is just how ideologies work. It's the same tragedy they ran away from before. A red alert flashes, hostiles detected. The Duke of Ironblood's elite troops are blocking their path. As the soldiers march toward them with thundering footsteps, Yusung turns to Maria and says this fight is going to be a breeze. There's no noble cause here anymore. Just a bunch of criminals waiting to be put down. He snaps his fingers with style, announcing he's bringing the darkness back online, while Maria stands frozen beside him. A split second later, a system notification pops up. Maria and Yusung have officially conquered the Tower of the Revolutionary War. Another screen displays the Republican calendar history, revealing that the Royalists won massive battles against all odds. However, a few years later, they were crushed by the rebel forces led by the Duke of Iron Blood, kickstarting a reign of terror. A shiny achievement notification appears. They cleared the Tier 6 tower and snagged a heroic tier card pack plus a sweet artifact. Smash cut to Maria standing in front of a swarm of reporters, getting grilled about her joint operation with Yusung. He watches her waiting as she stays silent for a moment, before spinning a professional story about collaborating for the nation's diplomatic interests. But Yusung interrupts loudly, claiming they spent a fierce, wild night together. She snaps her head toward him, stunned, as he continues ranting that when a man and woman enter a tower, they're obviously just looking for a romantic date, flashing a finger heart with a sheepish grin. Maria loses it, screaming that he's a liar, while Yusung looks at her with total confusion. He gaslights her, asking, wasn't she the one calling him sweetheart, and saying how relaxed she felt with him. The paparazzi go crazy taking notes, while Maria literally kicks Yusung, begging him to shut his trap. His provocation skill is skyrocketing, and a notification shows the monarch of jesters is rolling on the floor laughing at the drama. Maria tries to salvage the interview while Yusung sulks on the ground nearby, hugging his knees like a toddler, but he lets out a sly chuckle, side-eyeing Maria. Suddenly the loot rolls in. The Monarch of Shadows drops a rare tier shadow skill card pack, and the Monarch of Assassination gifts him a rare assassination skill card. Yusung looks pleasantly surprised, scrolling through the rewards, when one last ping reveals the Monarch of Pathfinders has granted him Pathfinder's instinct. Yusung and Maria both stare at their phone screens. The gossip mill is spinning out of control. Rumors about Yusung and his fiery knights are spreading like a virus. Yusung drops a truth bomb on Maria, that Just Friend's ship has officially sailed. Beads of cold sweat race down his face. She locks eyes with him, flashing a smile that is terrifyingly calm, but she stays radio silent. Cut to the Tower of Deathly Glacier. A massive frost dragon crashes onto the screen, flanked by a legion of skeletons gripping glowing blades, practically leaking dark energy. As Yusung and Maria stare down the threat, Yusung immediately clasps his hands, begging Maria for forgiveness like his life depends on it. Maria pivots, beaming that same eerie smile. What's wrong, sweetheart? She chirps. Yusung, looking absolutely cooked meekly, asks for a support buff, but Maria isn't having it. She draws her blade, ordering him to back off. She leans in since they had those fiery nights. It is time to freeze. She slams her sword into the earth, summoning the holy light with zero chill. Flash forward. A system alert pops up. Tower of the Deathly Glacier, conquered. Yusung wipes the sweat from his brow, exhaling a breath he has been holding for hours. Fast forward through the months, Yusung and Maria go on a total rampage, clearing dungeons back to back. We see a montage of them speedrunning the Horde Defense Tomb Raider and monster hunting towers. Cut to the airport. It is time to part ways. Maria waves goodbye, but Yusung freezes. He spins around, dropping a smooth line about how most cultures seal a goodbye with hugs and kisses. Maria hits him back with a confession. She is actually low-key jealous of him. She digs how he is absolutely chaotic and reckless constantly. Yusung blinks, asking if that is supposed to be a flex. She nods. Yup. She beams, and drops the real talk. She knows she can always count on him. Yusung matches her energy, grinning, admitting the feeling is mutual, before finally signing off. He walks away smiling like a fool while she waves, shouting for him to stay safe. She thanks him, and Yusung glances back one last time, as she thanks him for literally saving the world. Cut to the private jet. Yusung is chilling in his seat with Noir on his lap, gazing out the window, musing that everyone should be defending humanity, but they are too busy playing politics and chasing national clout. Yusung scratches Noir's ears, promising to invite Maria to Korea next time. Suddenly, Noir claps back. You have caused her enough drama already. Yusung nearly jumps out of his skin. Since when can you talk? Noir casually explains that evolution unlocked human speech. Yuseong, sweating buckets again, asks why the cat stayed silent until now. Noir's answer: I could not stand listening to your cringy flirting with Maria. Ouch. Noir demands he open the new card pack immediately. Yuseong rips open the pack while Noir snuggles in. Yuseong prays to the RNG gods for a legendary pull, since he is rolling the random variety gacha. He claims every pending reward, telling Noir that after this haul, their deck is going to be absolutely broken. Skill notifications start spamming his vision. He thinks he hit the synergy jackpot, but the cards clash. No buff class. Major bummer. But wait, the new pack drops the Shadow Assassin class. He mashes the collect button, sitting patiently with Noir as the class buff loads in. The Darkness and Assassin synergy fuses to create an insane power spike. He leans back, telling Noir they will test drive the new skills at the next tower. But for now, it is nap time. Noir meows in agreement. Scene shift Korea. The towers still loom ominously in the sky. Yuseong struts down the street. Whispers erupt. Is that him? Yo, that is totally the Hero King. He strolls into a nightclub in broad daylight. The crowd is confused, but he ignores them. He spots a guy passed out face first on a table, snoring away. Yuseong marches up and barks at him to wake up, kicking the table hard enough to send the guy's food flying. The man jolts awake, clutching his throbbing head, demanding to know who dared disturb him. Yuseong flashes 3 fingers. 3 seconds. That is all you get before you come with me. The guy reacts by chucking a glass straight at Yuseong's face. Yuseong Matrix dodges it effortlessly. It shatters against the wall. The guy glares up, snarling. Do you know who my dad is? You are crossing the line, pal. As the entitled brat tries to stand, Yuseong stomps on his foot, crushing it. The guy screams, my dad is the CEO of Osong, you prick. Do you have any idea what that means? Yuseong leaps in, condescendingly patting the guy's head. It means you are just a spoiled nepo baby. Suddenly, the guy shrieks as Yuseong drags him out of the club by his hair, commanding the gawking crowd to move. The guy curses and thrashes, screaming for Yuseong to let go. Flashback time. We see Yuseong grilling the association, demanding they finally send him some competent teammates. He needed guinea pigs to field test his new deck builds, but he's quickly realizing that trusting these suits was a massive error. The recruits are straight trash, zero improvement. Then the association rep tries to sell him a dream, swearing they've locked down a prodigy, a rookie who just debuted this season and is supposedly top tier. Smash cut to the present. Yuseong yanks his hand back, releasing his grip on the guy's hair and letting him drop. He stares down in pure disbelief. They seriously called you a rising star. What a sick joke. So you cleared the towers with tier 3, Yuseong asks. The guy scratches his head, grinning like a fanboy who just recognized his idol. And now you want me to carry you through tier 4. The dude nods, practically vibrating with excitement. He claims he's bored of the grinding in tier 3. Yuseong raises an eyebrow, instantly clocking the situation. This kid's ego is writing checks, his actual skills can't cash. Cut to the ominous entrance of the Tower of Butcher's slaughterhouse. The metal door is rattling violently from the inside. Yuseong side-eyes the client. The guy is decked out in full pay-to-win armor, but looks terrified. Yuseong's Spartangent kicks him right into the fray. Let's see what you got, rookie. The kid stumbles, totally blindsided. He looks up and freezes. A massive, grotesque man is looming over him, gripping a rusty meat cleaver. The butcher locks eyes with him. Fresh meat. The cleaver goes flying. The kid jumps out of his skin, screaming like a banshee. Yuseong watches from the sidelines, looking bored. Kill them, do your job, the kid shrieks. Yuseong rolls his eyes. I don't take orders from scrubs weaker than me. The kid panics and bolts, with the massive butcher stomping right behind him. I can't die in here, he wails. Yuseong observes the chase analytically. The butcher smacks the kid with a club, sending him sprawling. Yuseong notes that the only reason the kid isn't dead yet is that expensive. Armored suit. 0 combat sense. It's not wrong to get a boost, but Yuseong realizes these privileged types refuse to grind. They just want to buy their way to high stats and levels, without putting in the work. All the rewards, none of the risk. As the kid screams for his life, Yuseong finally sighs, drawing his blade and summoning the dark shrouds. Shadow Step activated. He blurs forward, intercepting the attack just in time. You really should have led with, please. The details of Darkness HUD flashes teleportation logic ready. Yuseong creates a shadow anchor. He flings his swords at the beasts while Noir launches a spike barrage. The kid cowers behind him. Suddenly the ceiling erupts, vampire bats. With razor-sharp fangs and glowing red eyes dive-bomb them. Look out, the kid yells. Yuseong casually flicks a card, Sanguine Chain. The kid stares, jaw dropped. The system logs Assassination, Blood Magician, a skill that constructs minions from pure vitality. Their purpose, total lockdown. Crimson blades manifest from thin air. Suddenly, massive hands made of blood burst forth, snatching the bats out of the sky and crushing them. While the kid stands there paralyzed, Yuseong turns to him. You need to move like me if you want to survive. In response, the brat flips him the bird. This is terrible service. When I get out of here, my dad is going to hear about this. Yusung spins around, gripping the kid's shoulders with an iron grip. Maybe I'm not being nice, he says, voice low. But consider this a teachable moment. Pull yourself together right now, so we can end this lesson on a high note. The kid blinks, a confused smile forming. Wait, you serious? You got a plan? Yusung smirks. Oh, I've got a plan, all right. He slaps a glowing mark right on the kid's forehead. Skill assassination. The HUD reveals the truth. It applies a death mark on the target. It grants a massive stat buff, but at a cost. The kid looks up at the ominous symbol floating above him. What is this? He demands, furious, even as the system notifies him that his stats are skyrocketing from the debuff. Squelch. Suddenly, a blade bursts through the kid's chest. His eyes go wide, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapses forward. Yusung hovers his blood-soaked hand over the dying boy. I don't run a boosting service for spoiled brats. The kid sputters curses with his dying breath. Yusung waves casually. Bye-bye. If you want revenge, come back when you're actually strong. System alert, tower conquest failed. Hard cut to reality. Yusung stands tall while the kid is on his knees in the lobby, hyperventilating. The crowd whispers, did they just wipe? The kid looks up at Yusung, eyes filled with pure horror. He's trembling uncontrollably. You okay? Yusung asks innocently. What just happened? Yusung shrugs. You died. Didn't you notice I made it painless at least? The kid scrambles to his feet, face purple with rage. You killed me on purpose. You made a mistake. I'm the son of Osong. You're dead meat. Yusung just looks at him totally unfazed. Oh, I'm definitely getting away with it. Yusung laughs. What are you going to do about it? The kid grins maniacally. You have no idea what Megacorp can do. Yusung flips him off right back. Are you going to send an assassin? He pushes the kid's forehead back with his middle finger. Do it. Yusung dares him eyes cold. I can't wait to see what happens when Megacorp tries to hunt me. Since the people hunting him are basically on a national hit list, he grills these guys. Is your little crew tougher than the squad trying to flatline me? He taps their foreheads, mocking them, and dares them to step up. Boom. System alert. Yusung and the guy freeze as a holographic window pops up. Endless labyrinth updated. Race sequence initiated. More windows flood their vision, announcing 999 dungeons unlocked. Grind the tower, secure the loot. But there's a catch. The Monarch of Jesters just patched in some twisted new rules. Hold up, Yusung yells, but the teleport sequence yanks him away. Flash of light. A new notification brands him a runner. Yusung spawns in, towering over a pile of unconscious bodies. Marked Group A. He drags a hand down his face. Disaster. He scans the room. It's that guy. And a bunch of clueless randoms. A heavy-set dude scrambles up, eyes popping, and gasps, Hero King. A girl points at the Group A marking on the floor, figuring they're all squad mates. The big guy grins, practically vibrating. I'm teamed with Yusung. Best day ever. Yusung keeps facepalming, muttering with zero enthusiasm. Just perfect. A low rumble shakes the ground behind him. Great, he thinks, total rookies. The rule set for the 999 labyrinth loads up, displaying the win conditions: slay the boss monster, King of Green, or be the last survivor standing. The fine print is brutal: die to the dungeon, and it's game over. Permanently. Lose 3 teammates. The whole squad gets disqualified. The girl reads the HUD aloud. We have to protect each other. The big guy laughs. We got the Hero King easy mode activated. Yusung lets out a heavy sigh, realizing these idiots are the real threat to his life, not the maze. He resigns himself to it, asking for their monarchs, levels, and skills. Welcome to my boosting service, he basically implies. Post-intro, the squad trails behind Yusung. The stat gap is tragic. Yusung is level 54, the rest, 1, 5, 3, 6, and 20. Painful. He activates Pathfinder Instinct to navigate the chaos, cutting to a montage of him slicing through green monster mobs. The noobs gawk as he carries them. They're only alive because I'm feeding them XP, Yusung thinks. He spots a kid beaming at him, level 5 brand new player decked out in whale tier armor. Yusung shakes his head. He visualizes the dynamic. He's the rooster, these are his chicks. And the enemy crows are circling. This team comp is trash, he thinks. Enemies here are level 40 minimum. Huddle up, he orders. Noir manifests, stunning the crowd with his presence. Suddenly Group C lunges out, screaming for blood. Yusung doesn't flinch. He blurs forward, sword flashing, slashing 3 of them before Noir even moves. Yusung smirks, citing rule number 5. 3 down, squad disqualified. The remaining 2 enemies curse, realizing they've already lost. Game over. Twisted roots erupt from the earth above the opponents. Notification: Group C disqualified. Yusung watches the bloodbath as the roots skewer the men, draining them dry. He and Noir stand tall amidst the carnage. Yusung sighs in relief, thinking about rule number 2. He grits his teeth. Dungeon kills mean permadeath. No revives. Honestly, they should thank me. I gave them a mercy kill. Cut to a girl high in the canopy, spying on Group A. Hero King is too dangerous, she thinks. Gotta warn the team before he wipes us. Dark energy ripples behind her. Looking for me, Yusong whispers right in her ear. She jumps terrified, stuttering out a lie. I'm just a huge fan. Yusong gives her a cold smile. Out here, all alone, cut to the woods, someone is sprinting. Face hidden approaching two members of Group B. Found him the masked figure pants. Group A is spotted. The trio takes off running. Listen, the spy says, Group A is mostly trash mobs. Only one high level. The woman grins. Perfect. We assassinate the noobs first. But the path gets darker. Is this right? She asks, sweating nervously. They sprint straight toward Noir's gaping maw. Sorry, the mask whispers. I had no choice. Traitor, she screams. Crunch. Noir snaps his jaws shut. Notification, elimination. Group B wiped out. The camera pans over a gruesome scene of bodies scattered across the floor. Then another ping from the system, Group E eliminated. Followed immediately by Group D gone. While the survivors stand there frozen in fear, Yusong casually swings his blade. The notification pops, first laboratory objective cleared. The tension breaks instantly. The remaining players erupt into cheers hyped about scoring those sweet special achievement points. They start shouting praises, practically worshipping Yusong. But the celebration dies fast when a new window appears. It demands they choose who gets the loot, because there are only 2 reward cards available. The mood shifts. They sit down facing Yusong, pointing out the 2-card limit per group. Yusong looks at them and basically says, yeah, I can read. And since I carried this entire team, I'm taking both cards. Any objections? The room goes silent until that entitled brat steps forward. Hold up. He extends a greedy hand, demanding Yusong give him a card. As compensation for Yusong killing him in the previous tower run. The other players stare at him, jaws on the floor. One guy snaps, screaming back, are you delusional? You did absolutely nothing to earn that. Then he immediately pivots, arguing he should get the card because he landed like one hit on the monster. Now it's a screaming match, throwing insults, and claiming they're the worthy ones. The old man tries to pull the seniority card, demanding respect for his age, but the other guy just tells him to shut his mouth. Yusong watches this circus in dead silence. The bickering is starting to really tick him off. The other 2 bystanders try to mediate, suggesting a game of rock, paper, scissors to settle it. But before they can throw a hand slash, Yusong decapitates the 2 loudmouths in one motion. The remaining 2 players stare in absolute horror. Yusong, looking visibly annoyed, warns them they should have just been grateful for the free points and learned their place. He glares at the survivors. Do you 2 think you deserve extra rewards too? They shake their heads so fast they almost get whiplash. Good. Yusong commands the system to transfer the rewards. Cut to Yusong's living room. He's chilling with Noir on his lap, cracking open the loot packs. He's praying for an X-tier god roll, but the RNG is trash. He pulls Flame, Resilience, and Tailwind. Yusong facepalms hard. Noir looks up, basically telling him his luck sucks. The system then asks if he wants to fuse the Flame Resistance cards. Yusong leans back in his chair and figures, why not? The fusion completes, creating Fire Inhabitant tier unknown, but it grants total flame resistance. Yusong kicks his feet up on the desk, scrolling through his active blessings on the screen. He muses that blessings are way better than skill cards since they don't get wiped when the season ends. With this new fire buff, he figures he should tackle a fire-themed dungeon next. How about Phoenix Nest? It's tier 6, he asks Noir. The cat, enjoying the head scratches, shoots it down, signaling he hates fire and wants a dark, cold tower instead. Yusong scrolls through the windows, looking for options, scratching his chin while calling Noir a picky little guy. Suddenly, a necklace item, the token of trust, materializes from the screen. It radiates a powerful aura. A priority notification pops up. The Tower of Holy War is summoning him. Yusong holds the necklace, and the tower details. Load up. It's a tier 7 insane difficulty, and the entry limit is 1 player strictly for the necklace holder. He squeezes the token, grabbing his trench coat. No rest for the wicked, huh? The tower's occupier is listed as victorious, with a warning that entities will interfere. Moments later, he warps into the tower, and lands directly in front of Queen Syria. She's standing there, hands clasped, rings glittering, whispering that the goddess actually heard her prayers. She smiles, wearing a massive crown, and draped in gold, telling Yusong that he heard her calling again. Flashback time, the towers of the Pale Desert, where Princess Syria was kidnapped, and Yusong played the hero. Yusong looks up, a satisfied smirk forming as he realizes she's that same princess. Suddenly, the queen's royal guards rush in, pointing spears at Yusong while he's still on the ground. They bark at him, to show respect to the queen, but Syria shuts them down instantly. She steps forward, declaring she owes Yusong a life debt for answering her call again. Yusong gives a sheepish grin, noting that Syria has seriously leveled up in status. He stands tall before her, asking what he can do for Her Majesty, wondering what kind of disaster happened since the last time he saved her to make her desperate enough to summon him. We open in the lavish halls of the palace, where Pope Urban III grips his throne, tension thick in the air. He demands to know if the holy city has fallen to the elven kingdom of Ayub. The guard's silence and a single nod confirm the nightmare. Instantly, the Pope's strength evaporates. The crown and orb crash to the floor. Guards scramble to help, but it is game over. The shock kills him on the spot. Cut to the successor, Pope Gregory VIII, stepping up to the plate. He wastes no time launching the crusade to retake the holy city. We see him on the balcony, hyping up the masses with a speech full of fire and fury. He rallies the ultimate alliance of human monarchs from every corner of the map, summoning heavy hitters like Dragonheart, King Richard Crimson, Beard Barbarossa, and High King Philip II. Transition to the battlefield, total chaos between humans and desert elves clashing over sacred ground. While Queen Syria recounts the lore, Yusong internalizes the conflict, realizing this is just a massive collision of beliefs. The camera pans to Yusong and Queen Syria, overlooking the war zone from the fortress tower. She drops the intel 3 enemy kings have mobilized and are leading the charge. With their crosshairs locked specifically on this fortress, Yusong lets out a heavy sigh, questioning the logic of this endless beef, seeing both factions as fanatics in their own right. Syria tilts her head, giving him a cinematic look. As the wind catches her hair, she flashes a smile and pops. The big question, is he going to ride with them into this battle? Yusong leaves her on red, staring dead ahead into the horizon. He breaks the silence, telling Syria that he has got visual on the Dragonheart King's army. Syria is shook. How is he spotting enemies from that insane distance? Yusong ignores the shock and pulls his cards, burning a cooldown to swap Oculus with ice bolts, leaving him with just one swap remaining in the chamber. He summons an ice gun, as his Pathfinder instinct kicks into high gear, aiming down the sights. The HUD flashes the specs. It is a materialized firearm with a legendary 3-star enhancement. Yusong tightens his grip, turns to Syria with a cocky wink and a grin, assuring her he is about to carry this whole fight. Cut to the approaching enemy legion, then back to Yusong perched on the hill. He levels the weapon, locks onto a knight in the crowd, and pulls the trigger. Boom, headshot. Red mist spraying everywhere. Panic erupts as someone screams, realizing a player has entered the chat. The knight commander roars, ordering shields up immediately. The formation tightens, and every knight hoists a flaming shield, creating a massive dome of fire to tank the incoming barrage of ice bolts. We get a point-of-view shot of Yusong looking down, recognizing that defensive tech, it is a gift from the Monarch of Flames. He notes the irony, since he is running the Monarch of Frost build, these fire shields are going to be a recurring headache. Yusong watches the army split up to sweep the area. The commander barks at Squad 2 to hunt down the sniper. Suddenly, Yusong dives from the hill, free-falling with a manic grin. Before he hits the dirt, Noir swoops in, catching him mid-air, and Yusong lands smoothly on the beast's back. Just as the desert elf army floods the scene to clash with the knights, elves rain arrows on Squad 2, forcing them into a defensive turtle formation. One knight suggests retreating to the main force since the elves showed up, but the commander is obsessed, he screams, that neutralizing the player is the only priority. Arrows ping uselessly off the fire barrier. A knight scoffs, boasting that heretic weapons cannot scratch their divine defense. But then crack, a single arrow shatters the shield and drills straight into that knight's skull. The elf archer lowers his bow, smirking because everything is playing out exactly according to Yusong's script. He glances at the chaos, analyzing the enemy's main force. Cut to the knights, getting absolutely wrecked by shadow spikes erupting from the ground. Confusion reigns. They cannot comprehend why Yusong is siding with the heretics. One knight screams, clutching his face as he is blinded. Meanwhile, Noir is on the ground, watching a massive shadow whale devour knights and horses alike. Suddenly, a blinding flash of orange light slices through the shadows. A voice commands them to hold the line. Noir freezes, staring blankly. Enter the Dragonheart King. Richard charging in with his elite unit full armor, crimson eyes glowing like demons. They sprint and slash, swords blazing with orange energy. King bellows that fragility is a sin when the god of Lord is watching, marching forward under blood-red and black banners. But a massive shadow looms up behind the formation. A soldier glances back, just as Noir's giant maw opens wide, ready to swallow them whole, and the sickening sound of crunching bones echoes out. But instantly, a red blade flashes alongside King Richard. Screaming the name of the god of light, he swipes his sword, dispelling the shadow in a single stroke. He orders the execution of anyone who resists, as the entire force marches menacingly toward Uziel, who stands his ground. The soldiers of King Richard roar in unison, ready to obey. Yusong stares down the barrel of the approaching army, eyes blazing but a cold sweat definitely breaking out. He shoots a nervous grin and starts backpedaling fast. He's spraying ice bolts like a broken fire hydrant, missing everything in his panic. It's a full-on tactical retreat. His grip on the sword slips, almost dropping it when boom, a massive dust cloud erupts. Suddenly, an elf materializes right behind Yusong like a ninja. The elf flashes a cocky grin telling Yuseong to stay locked in on the boss. Just like that, the cavalry arrives. A whole squad of elves bursts onto the scene. They dive straight into the enemy lines, screaming about Queen Syria's orders to purge the heretics. These guys are total fanatics. Yuseong's jaw practically hits the floor. The elves whip out their daggers, eyes glowing crimson with pure bloodlust. As they smirk, Yuseong matches their energy with a smile. He lets out a huge sigh of relief. Looks like the backup isn't just for show. The battlefield turns into a meat grinder. Metal clashes against metal as the elves isolate their targets with surgical precision. It's a massacre. One elf teleports behind a soldier and decapitates him instantly with a dagger. Another elf guts a soldier until he's just a fountain of red. The rest of the squad follows suit, tearing through the ranks. It's a literal splash zone of gore. The camera pans to King Richard, watching his army get absolutely blended by the ambush. Richard isn't having it. He cleaves an elf clean in half with a single swing of his blade, then locks eyes with Yuseong. Face drenched in blood, Richard stares daggers. Yuseong doesn't blink, staring right back at him. He matches that killer intent. Grinning, Yuseong readies dual blades and launches himself straight at the king. Now things are getting spicy, he says. He slashes with frost-coated blades, meeting Richard's roaring inferno head-on. Summoning Uziel, Yuseong takes to the sky, soaring right over Richard's head. The king cranes his neck to track him. Richard demands to know who this guy really is. Yuseong just smirks to him. Richard is just a loot piñata, waiting to drop some rewards. He slaps a hand on the king, mark of death applied. He needs to check for a dragon heart, but his thought process stalls. Yuseong freezes. A system notification pings. Applying the debuff exposes the target's weakness. The king's accuracy and evasion stats tank by 500 points instantly. Richard raises his blade like an executioner, screaming curses at the non-believers. Yuseong creates distance, sensing a big move. Suddenly, Richard plunges his sword into his own mount. Heretics will never defeat me, he roars as the horse collapses, wheezing. He steps on the dying beast, channeling a massive wave of fire from the sacrifice straight at Yuseong. Yuseong barely deflects the blast, struggling to hold his ground. He can't believe this guy is still a tank, even with the debuffs. Richard yanks his bloody blade from the carcass, declaring a blood sacrifice. In the name of God, he screams, begging the divine for power to crush the heathens as he charges like a juggernaut. Yuseong doesn't flinch. He swaps his loadout ice bolts out sword telekinesis in. They smash into each other. Energies explode on impact. Yuseong launches a barrage of flying swords, but the real trap springs from below. Sanguine chains erupt from the bloody earth. The chains snake towards Richard, ignoring the background chaos of the soldiers and elves. A massive blood hand grabs Richard's face. In seconds, the chains envelop him completely until splat. Blood sprays everywhere. Yuseong sticks the superhero landing hand on the ground. He realizes the battlefield gore has supercharged his sanguine chains. The blood magic is stronger than ever. It is the perfect time to pop an ultimate skill. He throws his arms wide, leaking ominous red aura. Ping a notification confirms the action. Area of effect skill selected. Eerie light pulses from his hands, sweeping over the sea of corpses. With total swagger, Yuseong flicks his fingers upward and drops the command rise. Instantly, the broken bodies begin to twitch and stand. But wait, Richard bursts from the blood trap. His mask is shattered, hanging off his face. He growls like a beast. Yuseong flinches, caught off guard as his new undead army forms up behind him. I will not fall, Richard bellows. But he pauses, distracted by the terrifying sight. A system card flashes, raise undead warriors. It confirms absolute obedience from the dead. Then it gets gross. Spikes explode out of the zombies' bodies. The thorns shatter their armor in a shower of gore and bone. The undead horde swarms toward Richard. His eyes go wide as the nightmare rushes him. They turn him into a pincushion with their thorns. Even as he hits the dirt, Richard glares with pure hatred. Muttering a final prayer to his lord, the defeated king slumps to his knees, blood soaking his ruined mask. Head lolling back, he fades. Suddenly, error. The system warns that his necromancy aptitude is too low. The skill card grays out. Just like that, the undead army crumbles into a pile of useless bones behind the fallen king. Yuseong closes the distance on King Richard, blade raised high, and delivers a single decapitating strike. Crimson spray coats his armor and face. Cut to the fortress silhouetted against a dying sun. Inside, Yuseong drops to one knee before Queen Syria, presenting a small grim box. King Richard's severed head rests inside. Syria offers cold praise. She appreciates the hustle, but reminds him that is just one tyrant down, two to go. The war is barely warming up. Yuseong offers a silent, steel-eyed nod. He snaps the lid shut, avoiding her gaze. Transition to night. Moonlight spills through the fortress arches. Yuseong stands framed by the light, the night breeze cooling his skin. He lifts a hand, inhaling sharply, catching the metallic scent of dried blood on his fingers. He turns to leave, but the world suddenly freezes. Time stops with a distinct mechanical creak. He pauses. Floating on her carpet, Automata breaks the silence. Yuseong glances back over his shoulder. She holds up a blood-red gem. Since he has maxed his Ice Blade's mastery, upgrading the shop now means unlocking the Stone of Advancement. Yusung shoots her a knowing grin and sighs. He has been waiting for this drop. He opens the shop interface. Notifications flood his vision as the transaction processes, deducting 100,000 achievement points for the shop upgrade. Bam. And the same amount again. To secure the Stone of Advancement, another ping signals the final step, burning another 100,000 points to fuse the stone, and card pushing his Ice Blade's mastery to the limit. The card evolves Monarch of Frost, Heroic Advanced Tier. It grants the power to manipulate Absolute Zero, harnessing the Monarch's own sorcery with bonus buffs, scaling off the player's frost magic aptitude. Plus, thanks to skill levels, players can wield this via First Artisan even without the card in their current deck. And Glacial Synergy Enhancement sends his mana regen through the roof. Cut to the next morning. Sun blazing overhead. Yusung basks in the weather, idly juggling a ball of condensed frost. He charges the enemy line blade, decapitating soldiers while his offhand flicks lethal ice bolts. He is a blur of motion and death, quipping that it is a beautiful day to meet their maker. He pauses amidst the carnage, asking the soldiers frozen mid-swing if they agree. No answer. He strolls past the icy statues, smirking. Looks like their boss is too scared to show his face. He surveys the battlefield, half the army drowning in blood, the other half turned to ice sculptures. Your boys are finished. Hands in his pockets, he weaves through the frozen gallery of the dead. A chill wind whips his coat around him as he locks eyes on a tent marked with orange and green flags. Despite the slaughter, that command tent is untouched, and the leader is still playing hide-and-seek. Fine. Yusung will drag him out personally. Flashback Queen Syria briefing him on the intel. Crimson Red Barbarossa moved his camp overnight. The catch. He is traveling light minimal guards. Yusung kneeling remarks that the Queen's spy network is terrifyingly good. Syria corrects him. This intel did not come from her spies. It came from humans. Yusung looks up, confused and wary. She explains the dynamic. The three human kings have bad blood, decades of rivalry. From her throne, she reasons that their infighting is their weakness. Even if the source is anonymous, they cannot ignore a chance to strike. Visual of King Crimsonbeard's massive army. Syria warns that he commands the most brutal force of the three. She orders Yusung to take her elite unit with him. Snap back to the present. Yusung grips the tent flap. His original plan was simple: assassinate the target, and bail if things got hairy. The intel was solid, but the king is missing from the battlefield. He throws the flap open and steps inside Frost, creeping across the floorboards. There sits the crimson-bearded king. Perched on his bed, beer mug in hand, Yusung starts his monologue. Found you. Why are you hiding in here? Suddenly, the king slumps over. He crashes to the floor, the mug slipping from his grip. Red liquid splatters across the room. Yusung freezes, eyes widening in shock. The mug rolls to a stop at his boots. The red spill hisses on the ground. It hits him that is not beer. It is poison. And it is simmering violently as it reacts with the icy floor. He stares down at Crimsonbeard's lifeless corpse, letting out a maniacal, disbelief-filled cackle. An elf rushes up from behind, trying to report the perimeter is secure, but Yusung just clutches his head, drowning in sarcastic thoughts. So much for a holy war. The elf leans in to see what's so funny, and her face goes pale with shock. Wait, has he been dead this whole time? Yusung's mind flashes back to his own reality, realizing the game world isn't any different. It's the same chaotic energy that's been spiraling since Season 1, with assassins hunting down top-tier players across borders. His mind drifts to Natasha, then to the chairman of the KPA, and the bitter truth settles in. They only care about their own national agenda. Yusung stomps forward, smashing his ale tankard under his boot, cursing the sheer incompetence. Jaw clenched and brow furrowed, the realization hits him his own allies might have just tried to frag him. Cut to the fortress interior. Queen Syria is pacing anxious, hoping the intel she just got wasn't bait. It wasn't. Yusung shakes his head, gesturing wildly as he drops the bomb. His own side definitely wants him in a grave. Whether they do it themselves or let the enemy handle it, the result is the same. Syria shoots up from her seat, stunned by the betrayal. In the middle of a war, Yusung locks eyes with her. The opponents were banking on taking him out right here. It's a power play to cripple two kingdoms at once and steal the glory. Internally, Syria is grinning like a shark. She urges Yusung to pivot and target the High King's forces, but he reminds her they aren't done yet. They still have to deal with the remnants of the other armies. Yusung smirks, realizing the High King definitely scooped up those leaderless troops. He's controlling them now. It's a holy war, right? The scene shifts to nightfall, a soldier sprinting toward a command tent. Blue and white banners snap in the wind. He bursts inside, addressing his squad. And High King Philip II. Report, the heretics slaughtered Crimsonbeard and wiped out his entire unit. Total annihilation. The troops cheer, but the king stands still, back turned to his men. Perfect. We'll pin Crimsonbeard's murder on the elves. The High King smiles, basking in the twisted victory. That army belongs to me now. He turns toward the war table, eyes fixed on a chess set. With the rival kings dead, those soldiers have zero options. They have to bend the knee to him. His men hype him up. You're the chosen one. You'll crush the heretics and restore the holy city's glory. We're with you till the end. The king smirks, soaking up the praise. He moves the chess piece, laughing with pure joy. I'm just executing God's will. He claims he got a direct DM from heaven ordering his enemies to suffer. Make them regret ever crossing me. He commands his officers to reposition Crimsonbeard's forces, plus the Dragonheart unit right to the front lines. His soldiers drop to their knees, obeying instantly. The king flashes a sinister grin, eyes sparking. My judgment is absolute. I have the Lord's angel on my side. A cross ignites on his armor. We get a close-up of the golden fanaticism circlet engraved with holy symbols. Lore drop. During the interspecies holy war, Seraph blessed a king with this artifact to survive an elven ambush. It's basically a cheat code for slaughtering elves. Cut back to the battlefield. Yusung stands on the fortress tower watching a massive wave of troops rolling in. It's Crimsonbeard's old crew, and the Dragonheart unit charging toward the walls with weapons drawn and siege machines rolling. Yusung analyzes the formation. They're all flying the same flag. The High King is definitely pulling the strings. He's using them as meat shields. Classic swordmaster tactic. The enemy army closes the gap. Screaming about killing heretics for peace and the god of light, Yusung just shakes his head. I've read this script in history books. He wonders how exactly they plan to build peace on a pile of corpses. Behind him, the elven army is locked, loaded, and stomping in rhythm, ready to defend. Can't leave anything to chance. Yusung pulls a card, Zephyr buff. It summons the western wind. Time to let the breeze do the heavy lifting. He activates the buff to sweep the battlefield. The effect lasts until Yusung conquers the tower. He stands there bathed in the freezing gale, coat flapping hair, wild blue energy surging from his fingertips. He flicks his wrist. Boom. The energy blasts forward, turning into a snowstorm that engulfs the approaching army. A Dragonheart knight spots him through the blizzard. There's the player revenge for the king. The knights charge, shouting to hold the line against the storm, as the High King looms ominously in the rear. High King grips his Inferno blade, hair whipping in the wind, praying for that sweet victory dub. Ping A system alert flashes. The Monarch of Light just blessed the human army. The sky tears open. A squad of angels descends, radiating blinding golden energy. The notification screams, the Watchers of Light have entered the chat. High King raises his blade, unleashing a massive pillar of fire. Another pop-up, the Monarch of Flames, joins the party. The Crimsonbeard army grips their blazing spears, screaming prayers like absolute fanatics. Notification, the blazing demolishers are shifting the meta. Cut to the fortress, where elves prep arrows dripping with dark energy. The Monarch of Shadow sends his blessing. Their leader barks orders stay sharp. The Goddess of Shadow is riding with them. The Shadow Council faction crashes into the fray, shredding through enemy lines like paper. Now the Monarch of Frost buffs the elves. A blizzard of Frost Guardians spawns in. One elf watches the carnage, dodging an explosion and mutters, if this is what the gods want, then the gods are straight up evil. Shadow arrows slam into the soldiers' glowing shields. High above the gods of Shadow, Flame, and Frost cackle maniacally at the bloodshed. Noir, hearing Yusung's voice, sits back and stifles a massive yawn, totally unbothered. He tells Yusung to zip it and grind. Yusung dives from the tower as a fireball explodes nearby. He's over it. Let's speedrun this, he mutters, hurtling toward the battlefield. The ground erupts. An army of 100 shadow puppets with glowing purple eyes and razor beaks spawns. A gift from the Shadow Council. The mission, don't mess this up. One puppet swoops low, and Yusung sticks the landing on its back. Okay, this is sick, he admits. The council's feeling generous. He spots 50 rank 9 angels, Watchers of Light. The enemy brought backup. Angels versus puppets. As the two swarms charge each other, Yusung makes a call. Let the mobs handle the mobs. He glances sideways at the High King and smirks. I'll take the boss. The king, massive wings, beating rockets toward Yusung, chanting religious nonsense. The king slashes. Yusung dodges, but his puppet mount gets sliced in half. The king grins, cloak billowing, gold wings shining like a beacon. Yusung blinks. That coat, it looks just like his. Is this guy a player too? High King laughs. You're an idiot heretic. He charges again. Yusung, balancing on a second puppet, realizes the truth. This guy isn't a player. Yusung draws his blade. This is the High King, the owner of the golden fanaticism skill. For a guy preaching light, Yusung quips, you sure act like a villain. The king lunges. Clocked. Yusung parries, standing on the puppet as it fires shadow spikes at the king. The king sidesteps mid-air. Yusung groans. Why does literally everyone have wings? Except me. Suddenly, a weird sensation hits him. Ping. Monarch of Shadows grants shadow wings. Yusung screams as the puppet drops away. And huge purple wings burst from his back. He looks over his shoulder, sweating. I didn't actually want these. They look like cheap accessories from a budget MMO. Below, the war rages. Above, the duel continues. Yusung grimaces. My deck build is trash for aerial combat. The king cackles, closing in. I'm coming for you. Swords collide violently. Metal shrieks against metal. Sparks fly. Neither side is backing down. Locked in a blade bind, the king leans in close, struggling. That's what happens when you defy the god of light. Yusong, dripping sweat, grits his teeth. You sure love following orders, Yusong shoots back. Did the god of light tell you to poison Crimson Beard too? The king freezes. Shock paints his face. Behind him, ice swords materialize out of thin air. He recovers instantly. Cheap tricks. He spins, shattering the ice blades in a single strike. The air explodes with a sonic boom as Yusong checks his six, watching his pursuers close in. He starts conjuring jagged ice bolts, but the High King just smirks, claiming Crimson Beard's death was God's plan. In a blur of motion, the king rushes in, shattering the frozen barrage into dust, boasting that the Seraphs have got his back. He snaps around and cleaves through his target, but it's a setup. He just sliced through a solid ice decoy, not the real deal. The real Yusong swoops in from the blind spot, but a system alert pops up. The shield of Seraph has deflected the hit, and reflected the damage right back. While the High King stares at the shattered decoy in shock, his instincts scream at him to turn around. Ding, new alert, shield of Seraph destroyed. That's Yusong's opening. He drives his blade straight through the High King's heart, sending a spray of crimson into the air. Yusong grins, noting that those wings were actually blocking his view. But suddenly, his blade slams into a blinding light. Yusong grits his teeth, totally caught off guard by a crimson warning flashing before his eyes. The High King's body just registered as a rank 8 archangel. Big trouble. Yusong creates distance instantly as the king erupts in a flash of pure energy. A massive explosion ripples off his body, forcing Yusong to wrap himself in his wings and shield his eyes from the blast. Then, shards of blades burst from the king's skin, and a glowing cross rips through his tunic. He ascends, hovering high above, arms wide open as a golden halo manifests above his head. He locks onto Yusong with piercing, glowing yellow eyes. Yusong stares back, realizing even angels play dirty by hijacking bodies. The king summons a new weapon, the Sword of Light, enchanted with hellfire blaze from the blazing demolishers. Yusong counters, summoning Cocytus Chill, a gift from the Frost Guardians. As the two titans clash, the sky darkens, ominous black clouds rolling in to set the stage. Puppets and angels tear up the sky, while humans and elves brawl below. Suddenly, a single raindrop splats onto a soldier's cheek. He looks up just as the heavens open. Through the downpour and gloom, a single beam of light pierces through, illuminating the duel. The High King backpedals, barely managing a slick sidestep to evade Yusong's rush. Yusong grimaces, adrenaline and pain mixing as blood sprays from his side. The High King strikes, slicing one of Yusong's wings clean in half. The king flashes a wicked grin. Lopsided and failing, Yusong tumbles backward through the air. The king dives, sword tip aimed, inches from Yusong's eyes. The villain gloats, but Yusong lets out a feral roar. Trap sprung. Massive ice spikes erupt, skewering the High King's body. Blood gushes out as gravity takes hold of the fallen angel. A barrage of swords follows up the ice. Yusong coughs up blood, watching as the High King whispers his name before freezing solid. Balancing on his floating sword like a surfer, one-winged Yusong watches the enemy plummet. A beautiful system window pops up. High King Archangel Descendant, defeated. Yusong grabs his remaining wing and rips it off. Too bad for you, he mutters. I don't need wings to dominate the sky. He tosses the severed limb aside. Below, the armies gaze up at a golden radiance breaking through the storm clouds. Jaws drop as they see the High King and Yusong's discarded wings spiraling down. To them, it looks like a literal fallen angel. But as the figure crashes, the guards realize the truth. They panic, sprinting toward the High King's broken form, screaming his name in horror. Above, the Watchers of the Light start dropping from the sky, like flies. Ding. History altered. The cross symbols on Yusong's coat fade into nothingness. Another alert explains that, since the timeline shifted, his gear is morphing to match. He tugs at his sleeve, checking the new texture. As a fresh window flashes, achievement unlocked. He just scored some corrupted equipment. Nice. Standing in the rain, he scans the wall of text. The best part, a massive payout of 100,000 achievement points. Rain washes over the battlefield, but it can't drown out the roar of the elven army cheering wildly at the fortress gates. Bloody, battered, and totally exhausted, Yusong stares at the horizon. Finally, he sighs. War's over. Smash cut to reality. Yusong blinks, suddenly swarmed by a stampede of news reporters. He flinches, total culture shock. First player to clear a Tier 7 tower on hard mode, they scream. Yusong facepalms, trying to process this. Thinking, wait, didn't I log in from my bedroom? Why am I outside? Before he can figure it out, a reporter shoves a mic in his face, grilling him about the missing cross symbol on his coat. Did you swap gear mid-run? Yeah, something like that, Yusong mutters. Camera flashes pop like fireworks, blinding him. Another reporter jumps in, asking about his insane clearing speed this season. Any comment on your heroics? Meanwhile, Tasik bursts out of a sleek car nearby, fuming teeth grinding as he snaps at his secretary. We're late, that kid Yusong is a magnet for trouble. She dismisses the concern, claiming Tsuki is just being a helicopter parent over Yusong. But as Tsuki steps toward him, he freezes dead in his tracks. His gut screams that something is strictly wrong. The camera pans sharply back to Yusong, who snatches the microphone from the reporter, commanding absolute attention. Every lens zooms in as he begins his monologue. He addresses the crowd, asking if they're hungry for another cliché tale of glory, or if they want to hear how sick and tired he really is. He confesses that he constantly questions his purpose, wondering why he even bothers saving a world like this. Sometimes, playing the savior just doesn't feel worth the headache. The reporter's eyes light up, they smell viral content. Eager to capture his breakdown, Yusong tells them he's about to spill the absolute truth, no filters. A sinister, dark aura radiates from him as he drops a chilling question. Do you people enjoy war? The crowd looks baffled, murmuring in confusion about this sudden dark turn. Yusong flashes a calm smile, gripping the mic, while shoving another away. He paints a picture of ancient carnage sieges, where castle walls crumble under the heat of molten iron. He doesn't stop there, describing arrows darkening the sky and soldiers watching their own intestines spill onto the dirt. The reporters turn pale, horrified by the graphic imagery. Yusong pauses, tapping his temple, as if searching for a memory, and remarks that he just realized, oops, this is the 21st century. He updates his nightmare scenario, shifting the imagery to modern warfare, precision missiles raining from the clouds, bullets shredding human flesh, and fighter jets obliterating everything in sight. He smirks, adding darkly that whether it's swords or airstrikes, guts spill just the same. He asks again, do you like war? The press frantically denies it, shouting that nobody wants violence. Some insist that war is hell, regardless of the winner. Yusong's gaze drifts, pulled into a flashback of the Tower of Holy War. He remembers Syria confessing that despite their vengeance, a new fear haunts her. In the memory, they stand on a balcony, drinks in hand, as Yusong asks why she's terrified. Even after their victory, she stares into the abyss, wind catching her hair under the moonlight, lamenting the massive death toll and the hollow nature of their win. The visual shifts to elves, dragging corpses off the battlefield. She hangs her head, questioning if this massacre and these horrific results are truly what their god intended. The cinematic cut snaps back to reality, where Yusong clasps his hands, smiling with unsettling calm. He agrees with their anti-war stance. Then he looks directly into the lens and says, no, normal people don't like war. But then he drops the trap card. Do you like heroes? The reporters blink confused again, quickly nodding that of course they love heroes. Yusong presses them, asking why heroes even earn that title. His voice rises as he exclaims that heroes are only celebrated because they perform impossible feats. Specifically, on a battlefield, he delivers the verdict. Heroes are a byproduct of war. So how can you love the product, but hate the factory? He concludes that deep down, they actually love war. The reporters are stunned into silence. Then the outrage hits, shouting that Yusong is twisting logic, calling his arguments simplistic, distorted, and totally outdated, irrelevant to modern society. Yusong mocks the word outdated and lets out a heavy sigh, revealing that assassins from across the globe have been sent to kill him every single season. He places a hand over his heart, adding that espionage is just another form of warfare. The reporters gasp, shock washing over their faces, as they barrage him with questions, demanding to know if these assassination attempts are real. Suki comes barreling through the crowd, shoving people aside. Yusong blows a raspberry, covering his mouth in mock surprise, asking, oh, you didn't know? He adds that it's classified intel, chiding himself for having such a loose tongue. The press goes into a frenzy, demanding names, wanting to know who put a hit on him. Yusong claims his lips are sealed, just as his phone starts buzzing in his pocket. A car screeches to a halt behind the media scrum. Yusong ignores it, asking the crowd how they feel about war now. While the phone vibrates incessantly, he preaches that humanity will keep fighting until the literal end of the world. He warns them to wake up, players like him are just weapons in a larger game. Suddenly, the camera lenses frost over. He reveals the government wants him fighting national enemies, rather than saving the world. In an instant, snow begins to drift down on Yusong and the stunned reporters, as he remarks that the government seems arrogant enough to think they can survive this season without a hero's help. An ominous black shadow erupts from beneath his boots. He stares blankly at the falling snow and the icy breeze cutting across his face. His grip on the mic slips, knuckles loose, as he mutters into the silence. Honestly, I don't think I should even bother. With saving this world, I mean. Suki's jaw drops. The reporters freeze, total shock on their faces. Yusong smirks. Actually, let me rephrase that. Cut to the livestream audience. Maria clutches her phone, knuckles white, while her friend stares blankly at the screen hooked on the broadcast. I'm genuinely wondering, is this world even worth the effort? Yusong muses. Maria's hands won't stop shaking. Back at base, George and Ray watch the feed, letting out a heavy, synchronized sigh. Back on screen, a reporter finally finds his spine and shoots a hand up. "It is worth saving," he shouts. Yusung tilts his head bored. "Oh, give me a reason." The reporter doesn't flinch. "Because it is. Innocent people have the right to exist, that's why." The other reporters start nodding, a ripple of agreement breaking the tension. "It's our duty to protect this world. You can't just neglect that." The air around Yusung suddenly grows heavy, dark energy coiling behind him like smoke. He lets out a long, dramatic sigh. Duty. Right. Just like the hero king always preached. Flashback, an image of his doppelganger flickers in his mind, echoing the sentiment that being a hero or a villain is just a choice of will. The tension peaks, then Yusung flashes a blinding smile. "Relax. I'm just joking. You guys take everything so seriously." Suddenly, Yusung Suki bursts onto the scene, shouting his name and grabs his wrist. He jerks Yusung back, face tight with panic. "We're leaving. Now. It's not a request. It's an order." He drags Yusung through the confused mob, flashing a badge. "Intelligence Department police business. Clear the path, move." As he's being hauled away, Yusung whips his head back, locking eyes with the camera lens one last time. "To whoever is watching, don't you dare lecture me about my duties." He gets shoved into the car, but he's not done talking. His gaze is intense, piercing through the screen. "Trust me, nobody wants to find out what my conviction is actually capable of." Someone in the crowd screams, "Did you get that? Capture that audio." Another voice yells, "Stop him." Guards clash with the surging reporters as the car screeches away. Ding, a system window pops. The monarch of jesters is highly entertained. And the monarch of war has bestowed a gift, the blessing of the god of war. Cut to black. Scene change, inside the getaway car. Suki is driving one-handed, barking orders into his phone to handle the cleanup. Yusung is chilling in the back seat. He watches the city blur past, ignoring the world, as holographic notification screens flicker to life in front of him. Another ping. The monarch of the parallel world is laughing their head off and has granted a new item, the blessing of tracking talisman. Yusung inspects the card. Item details load. It's a legendary accessory. Effect. It applies snitch on a target. Perfect for hunting enemies. The catch. The charm emits a constant noise that only the wearer can hear. Annoying. Yusung squeezes his eyes shut, trying to tune it out. Cut to the safe house. The TV is blasting news about the incident. Headlines flash about Yusung and the assassination attempts. Suki is there casual in an undershirt with a towel draped over his shoulder. Crack hiss. He pops a beer bottle, plops down next to Yusung, and kills the TV. "You listening to that garbage?" He laughs. "I figured you'd realize you went a little overboard this time." Yusung blinks, confused cold sweat rolling down his temple. I honestly thought you were going to be pissed," Yusung admits. Suki shakes his head. "Mad? At you? No way." He reaches over and pats Yusung's head like a proud big brother. "I know how hard you grind. I get it. That's why I can't be mad. It's tough for you. Honestly, I think I'm the only one who truly understands you." Hearing that, Yusung's shoulders drop. He smiles, exhaling a sigh of pure relief. He starts rambling about Maria. Suki waves it off. I don't think she's all that great." But internally, his thoughts are darker. "Get a grip on yourself, man." On the outside, Yusung laughs and thanks him. Suki just takes a long swig of beer. So Yusung asks, changing the subject, "What class are you running now, pureblood assassin?" Suki replies casually, "Since you finished your awakening, got anything cool?" Suki grins, and suddenly the room floods with crimson energy. In a blink, he's suited up in blood-red armor holding a jagged legendary dagger, Heartbreaker. He spins it, showing it off. "Found a pretty sweet toy." He looks at Yusung, eyes gleaming. "Speaking of sweet, heard you managed to corrupt some legendary gear." Yusung scratches the back of his neck, looking bashful. "Yeah, guilty as charged." Suki deactivates his suit, returning to street clothes. "Careful not to hurt yourself working like that," he warns. "We need some fresh air. A Tier 7 tower. Should be amazing for both of us." They step into the portal. "Welcome to the Tower of Godfather and the Underworld." The interface loads. It's a narrative scenario. Gang wars, high tension, and lethal conflicts. The mission objective: restore the Capone family to its former glory. As the notifications scroll, Suki turns to Yusung. Heads up. He smiles, but his eyes glow an ominous red again. Yusung looks surprised for a split second. The road ahead is paved with disputes, struggles, and absolute wickedness. Yusung just shoots him a wink. "Bring it on." He slides a hand into his pocket, muttering that this whole vibe feels straight out of a vintage film noir flick. Cut to a pitch-black night in a silent tower alleyway, where the rain is coming down in sheets under the flickering street lamps. A girl, Rebecca, stands guard with an umbrella, slipping a mysterious metallic object to a guy lurking in the shadows. She drops the deadline he is on the clock until the summit wraps up. The guy snatches the device and seals the deal. Rebecca warns him they are going all in, and then creepy synchronization alert they chant in unison that it is all for the peace of the summit. Rebecca checks her pocket watch only to see the hands frozen dead at 4 a.m. and realizes the mechanism is busted. She huddles under a house's overhang while the storm rages on, heartbroken because that watch was a sentimental gift from her godfather. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise complaining about the miserable weather. She glances over to spot Suki and Yusong. Yusong is frantically trying to save his hairdo with one hand, while shielding Suki's head, with the other yelling at him to hood up before the rain ruins the fit. Suki grumpily pulls up his hoodie, whining that the tower literally spawned them right into a monsoon. Rebecca eyes them nervously, cold sweat mixing with the rain on her face, wondering if these are the players she has been waiting for. Desperate, she sprints toward them, shouting for the outsiders, begging for backup. She reveals they are in Black York City, and her crew, the Capone family, is facing extinction. Yusong and Suki exchange confused looks, wondering why she is calling them outsiders, and if that is the new player tag. In this tower floor, Rebecca lights up like a Christmas tree when one of them claims they are certified pros at handling messy situations. She invites them in, promising a face-to-face with the boss. They trail her inside Suki's eyes, scanning every pixel of the room as she drops the lore on the city. She explains the power hierarchy. 5 underworld families rule this place: Falcone, Gambino, Sanchez Capone, and Colio. And there is a massive summit scheduled 3 days from now to decide who controls the prime rackets. She drops a bombshell. Her godfather used to be the Don of the Capone family. But plot twist, he was assassinated alongside his top executives. Yusong side-eyes her at the mention of Godfather, asking for the full story. The girl clutches her chest, going into tragic backstory mode about her days as a stray orphan, wandering the city's hidden valleys. Flashback time, she is trapped inside a glass barrier, terrified and cornered as thugs try to smash through to get to her. She explains that she had unlocked a new skill, but it was basically useless. As she recalls her godfather slaughtering the goons, a soft smile touches her lips. He was her savior who adopted her. Since that day, her entire world flipped. Yusong looks totally checked out, peeking over at Suki, who is scrolling through system menus. They arrive at a set of doors as she announces it is time to face the present reality. Opening the door, her voice cracks with grief as she admits that during the hit, she only managed to save the godfather's son, who is now the acting boss. Suki's jaw drops, while Yusong keeps his poker face. Inside the room, a portrait of a cigar-chomping old man hangs above a massive desk, and a voice booms out, welcoming the outsiders and introducing himself as the president of Capone Enterprises. Suddenly, the chair spins around, reveal shot, and a little kid declares that he is the boss. Seeing a literal child in the big seat, Yusong is stunned, but Suki snaps his fingers in delight, asking if this toddler is really calling the shots. The kid snaps, pointing a furious finger at Suki, screaming that he is Vito Capone, not some little kid, but the legitimate heir and head of the family. Rebecca jumps in between them, panic smiling, trying to de-escalate Vito by claiming these outsiders just lack character judgment skills, and that Vito is actually super charismatic. Suki looks bewildered, asking what on earth she is talking about. Vito's anger melts into a sheepish grin, hiding his mouth behind his hand, muttering that Rebecca clearly knows what she is talking about. He decides they are short on time, so they need to cut the chat, and orders Rebecca to initiate the plan. Rebecca lets out a tired sigh and complies, leaving Suki and Yusong watching the drama unfold in disbelief. Yusong glances sideways, his tactical brain already churning. A bit later, the squad is lounging on couches with tea as Rebecca breaks the silence, stating that the goal is to restore the Capone family to its former glory. She explains to the duo and Vito, who is seated to her right, that they need to seize control of as much territory as possible during the summit. She continues, the mission profile just got a whole lot heavier. It's not enough to just snag the shooters who clipped the boss and his execs, they need to hunt down the puppet master pulling the strings. As she lays out the intel, Yu Sheng's eyes slide over to Vito. The guy is a total wreck, shifting in his seat and fidgeting like he's sitting on an electric chair. Yu Sheng cuts to the chase, asking if they have a target in their crosshairs. Rebecca leans forward, planting her palms flat on the table with authority. She drops the bomb. The threat is coming from inside the house, well, the city. It's one of the Dons from the other 4 ruling families. She fans out photos of the rival bosses, like a dealer showing a losing hand. Then she twists the knife. There's a solid chance these crime lords aren't working solo. They could be in bed together on this one. She points a finger at the prime suspect, the head of the Gambino family. The guy's a loose cannon with no fixed turf, making him desperate and unpredictable. He's constantly trying to spark a turf war just to make a name for himself. Yu Sheng scans the lineup, burning every gritty detail of their faces into his memory. Yu Sheng isolates the Gambino shot, tapping his finger against the photo with a cold, rhythmic thud. He looks up deadpan. So are we greenlit to flatline every single one of them? Beside him, Vito stiffens his spine, snapping straight as the sheer brutality of that question hangs in the air. The guy is visibly cracking under pressure, flinching hard while his knuckles turn white, and he grits his teeth. Rebecca drops a cold nod, agreeing that a total massacre is definitely an option, since every single one of them is already on the flass. Hit list. Yusong immediately shifts his focus to Vito, eyeing his nervous twitching. He remarks to Rebecca that it looks like Vito has a serious problem with the plan. Rebecca turns to Vito asking if he's got cold feet, and the guy absolutely crumbles. He starts stammering, desperate to deny it. He collapses back into his chair, lets out a heavy breath, and starts rambling about his family's legacy, claiming they were untouchable back in the golden era when his dad ran the show. For 20 years, Rebecca has seen exactly how his father built that empire. Vito insists that since Rebecca knows the history, he'd never dare question her orders. Rebecca just flashes a creepy smile and literally silences him with her hand. Yusong looks at Vito like he's a total amateur and reminds him who's actually wearing the crown here. And it's not Rebecca. Vito starts sweating bullets, admitting he's clueless compared to Rebecca's intel. Yusong presses him, asking if he wants to wipe them all out too, and Vito looks terrified, awkwardly scratching his neck, mumbling that he'd prefer to keep the status quo because that's the move his father would have made. He glances up at Rebecca, with puppy dog eyes, sweat pouring down his face, begging for validation that his answer was okay. Rebecca's eyes crinkle into a beaming, terrifying smile as she tells him it's fine, claiming they can work with that, because Vito is just too soft-hearted. Cut to later, Tsuki and Yusong are strolling down the street while Tsuki stretches out his limbs, announcing that with the 5 families at war, they need to decapitate the Kallio family first, since they're right in the neighborhood. Yusong chuckles at that, telling Tsuki he's really leaning into the whole supervillain vibe. Tsuki grins, tapping Yusong's arm, and says there's no better time to start his villain arc, reminding him that this entire world is just a game to be played. Suddenly, the scene explodes into action as Tsuki and Yusong crash through a roof, shattering the ceiling into dust, landing with weapons drawn and cocky smiles. A squad of guards rushes in, guns trained on the duo, demanding to know who they are and warning them that they've just trespassed on Kallio turf. But Tsuki and Yusong don't waste breath on words. They launch into a slaughter. Tsuki starts slicing through the guards, painting the floor red, while Yusong flash freezes enemies with his blade. Tsuki, rocking his signature red hoodie and a manic grin, offers the survivors a deal: surrender and spill the intel, and they get to walk away with their lives. The remaining guards, hands shaking but guns still raised, scream that they'll never rat out their boss. One guard starts cursing them out. Tsuki shrugs, says he's perfectly fine with a body count, and lunges forward, slashing wildly. Yusong stands his ground, turning the room into an icebox. After freezing the guys charging him, he watches Tsuki tearing through the opposition. He notes that Tsuki is absolutely hyped up on adrenaline today. Out of nowhere, a brute dual-wielding massive guns kicks open the door, flanked by backup, and screams at them, calling them cowards for launching a sneak attack right before the big summit. Tsuki instantly grabs a guard by the collar and demands to know if the loudmouth is Kallio. The guard chokes out that their boss would never show his face for low-level trash like Tsuki. Hearing that, Tsuki hurls the guard like a ragdoll straight at the new arrivals and tells Yusong to hang back and let him cook. Yusong looks back, totally caught off guard, saying he wants a piece of the action. As the guards unleash a hail of bullets, Tsuki conjures a crimson shield blocking the fire, flashing a smile as he tells Yusong to take 5. Tsuki is handling this solo. Yusong looks surprised for a split second before chuckling. He decides to play support, clearing a path for Tsuki. By launching ice bolts and erecting a massive ice wall to hold back the enemy flank, Tsuki zones out, declaring he's going to headhunt every single boss. While Yusong keeps the room at sub-zero temperatures, a pair of boots lands on the roof. A mysterious figure looking down silently at Yusong. The figure steps back and takes flight on massive black wings, as the entire building gets swarmed by a murder of crows. Inside, Tsuki brutalizes the Kallio boss, splattering blood across the window. But a flash of a wing outside catches his eye. With blood smeared on his face and eyes glowing, he pauses, wondering what he just saw, as a single black feather drifts down. Suddenly, Yusong freezes, sensing something wrong. He stares at the window where the crows are perched, their crimson eyes locking onto him. The guards' bodies are scattered across the floor, in a mess of blood and melting ice. Yusong picks up the feather, getting a serious bad vibe from it, realizing there's a hidden player here they didn't account for. The camera pans out to reveal hundreds of crows circling the building, while the winged watcher who spotted Yusong soars high above the chaos. The camera pans over the golden feathers and crimson jewels. The sigils of the 5 great families stand proud and untouched. Well, except for the Kallio crest, that one is completely shattered, a little souvenir from Tsuki's rampage yesterday. Next on the hit list, the Gambino stronghold. Tsuki doesn't bother knocking. He breaches the entrance with a deafening explosion. Yusong watches the chaos from a distance, muttering that Tsuki is basically trying to level the entire city as fireballs erupt from the windows. The ground quakes, the structure groans, and Yusong starts sweating bullets, wondering what kind of madness is going down inside. He admits he hasn't seen Tsuki go this hardcore in ages. Cut to the rooftop where Yusong is chilling on the edge. He watches living shadows devour the enemy goons below. Ah, I get it, he realizes. Tsuki wanted to spare my innocent eyes from that horror show. Noir, the shadow beast, hops into his lap for some head scratches. Yusung lifts the void creature up like a puppy. Who's a good boy? You ate every single one of them, didn't you? Noir lets out a massive yawn. Lazy bones, Yusung laughs. I'm technically on break, you know. Hard cut to a local diner. Yusung is absolutely destroying a burger, while Tsuki picks at a healthy wrap. Tsuki throws some shade, calling Yusung fat for inhaling nothing but cheeseburgers since they landed. Seriously, aren't you bored of that yet? Yusung covers his mouth, which is covered in crumbs, looking offended. Dude, this place has top-tier cheeseburgers, he insists. I gotta eat as many as humanly possible. While the getting is good, the shot frames them through the diner window. Tsuki shakes his head. We can definitely find better food than this junk. But Yusung refuses to risk a bad meal during his precious vacation time. Changing the subject, Yusung asks about the mission. Did Gambino talk? Tsuki clasps his hands, creating a dramatic pause. The suspense is killing him. Yusung gulps down his food. Finally, Tsuki speaks. Gambino knew. Absolutely nothing. Yusung deadpans. He stares at Tsuki, totally unimpressed. You literally said you were going to handle everything. I am helping. Tsuki defends himself. Look, Gambino won't crash the summit now. Problem solved. Flashback to the Gambino boss. He looks like a rec phone glued to his ear, cigar clamped in his teeth, surrounded by a cloud of stress smoke. Pick up, damn it, he growls, but nobody answers. He grinds his teeth so hard his gums bleed, squeezing the life out of his cigar. Sanchez. Falcone. With a roar of frustration, he hurls the phone against the wall, smashing it to smithereens. He's terrified those two are teaming up to crush the Capones. Behind him, a fresh corpse is sprawled across the table. The room is painted in red. Gambino coughs, violently spitting blood into his palm. He stares at the crimson stain. It's all because of that monster Tsuki. The memory hits him, Tsuki slaughtering his entire crew in seconds. Everyone but him. In the flashback, Tsuki grabs him by the collar. You have exactly 72 hours. Your heart and blood will tangle and explode unless I release the pressure points. Tsuki smirks, holding up 2 fingers. You picking up what I'm putting down. Gambino, slumped on the floor, surrenders immediately. My family is out. We won't join the summit. No bidding war. He's pleading now. We'll even help you find the mastermind behind Capone's death. Tsuki taps him on the forehead, satisfied. I knew you were a smart man. I'll let you live. Tsuki strolls casually through the sea of bodies, waving a cheerful goodbye. Snap back to the present. Gambino is hyperventilating with pure rage. Crunch. He bites clean through his cigar in frustration. Back at the diner, Crunch Yusung is chewing ice loudly. So any intel? Tsuki leans over and bonks him on the head. Yusung winces. Stop eating ice, you'll wreck your teeth. Yusung switches to sipping his soda. Tsuki gazes out the window, his expression darkening. We'll find the truth at the summit. He rests his arm on the booth. But I have a gut feeling. There are more than just 5 families playing this game. Cut to sunset. Ominous crows circle a massive building. They scream from the rooftops as shadows lengthen. Down on the street, the tension is palpable. Gambino steps out of his limo, flanked by his security detail. The scene shifts to the hotel interior. It's high stakes. Vito sits nervously between Gambino and Marcellus Callo, with secretaries standing guard like statues. Callo looks rough, bandaged up with only one eye visible. The others are late, he grumbles. Gambino grinds his teeth. We're missing 2 heads of the table. Vito clenches his fist under the table. Sanchez and Falcone are no-shows. Vito hisses. They must be the ones who killed my father. Rebecca leans in, whispering urgently. Chill, Vito. It's too early to jump to conclusions. Vito lets out a heavy sigh. Rebecca flashes a knowing smile, validating the claim, but the vibe shifts instantly when a henchman bursts through the doors, screaming for his boss, like his life depends on it. He insists it's urgent, causing Callio to barely tilt his head, a subtle sign of annoyance. The camera pans over to our main duo, Tsukiki and Yusung, chilling at a nearby booth, eavesdropping on the chaos unfolding at the VIP table. Callio's composure cracks as the messenger drops the bomb. Meanwhile, Yusung is just casually chomping on a burger, totally unbothered, until the guy reveals that Sanchez and Falcone have been wiped out. That actually gets a reaction out of Yusung, who realizes there's a third-party player in the game. Tsukiki leans his chin on his palm, looking bored, and remarks that he knew that family was soft, while Yusung goes right back to devouring his meal, mumbling that he thought he had leveled up enough. Tsukiki shoots back, calling out Yusung's constant confusion. Suddenly, the power cuts. The entire room plunges into pitch-black darkness. Panic sets in, but then bam! A spotlight hits the stage, revealing the Night Crow, menacing black wings fully spread. Flanked by a murder of crows, the family guards instantly draw their weapons, locking on. He pivots, cloaking himself in his wings, his face hidden behind a creepy plague doctor mask. He greets the crowd by calling them nasty pests, destroying the city, condemning them for cozying up to dirty politicians and exploiting the vulnerable. Through rigged unions, The bosses are fuming at the disrespect, especially Vito, who slams his hands on the table, ready to throw hands. Rebecca grips his shoulder to restrain him. Nightcrow points an accusing finger, declaring they steal and blackmail without cause. He spits curses at them, labeling them disturbers of the peace. Then he throws his arms wide, expanding his massive wings. Shouting that their sins are laid bare, a swarm of crows floods the room. Through the mask, his eyes glow a bloodshot red as he screams his vow to deliver vigilante justice. In a split second, the birds dive-bomb the guests. One crow rips skin right off Vito's hand and slashes his face. He howls in rage, demanding to know if this freak killed Falcone and Sanchez. Nightcrow steps forward, high-heeled boots clicking ominously, and confirms it, claiming those two deserve death just like Vito's father. He flares his wings, masking his face again, and declares Vito is next on the chopping block. He lunges, calling him the rotten byproduct of his father. Sharp, blade-like feathers shoot out from his wings. Just in time, Rebecca dashes in front of Vito, conjuring a shield that deflects the feather blades with a loud clang, ordering the terrified mob boss to stay back. Nightcrow looks stunned as Vito screams the truth. Nightcrow killed his dad. Rebecca acknowledges it grimly. This triggers a flashback for Nightcrow, Rebecca handing him a mysterious metal object, and his promise that everyone would pay. Snap back to the present. Nightcrow zooms in for the kill, cursing as a system alert pops up. Anti-hero Nightcrow is serving justice. Suddenly, Yusung intercepts. He remarks that plenty of people deserve to die, launching ice bolts that instantly freeze the murder of crows. Noir unleashes shadows across the room, opening a massive maw aimed at Nightcrow. The shadow creature materializes on Yusung's shoulder with an evil grin. Yusung pats him, holding a stray feather, and smirks, identifying Nightcrow as the real threat here. Noir snaps at the villain, but Nightcrow backpedals, barely evading the bite. Noir lunges again, but the vigilante dodges and takes flight. Nightcrow clicks his tongue in annoyance, sweating as the difficulty ramps up. He retreats mid-air, but a blinding light flashes, slicing right through Noir's shadows. Noir cries out to Yusung in pain. Yusung realizes he needs to feed his pet something stronger. He closes the distance to Nightcrow, snatches the villain's wing, and presses his index finger against Nightcrow's temple. The vigilante freezes, confused. Yusung mimics a gun with his hand. Bang! He activates the death keyword, branding a skull symbol onto Nightcrow's forehead. A system notification confirms the debuff weakness exposed. Accuracy and evasiveness drop by 1,000 points. As Yusung releases the wing, he hits him with the command word snitch. Nightcrow stumbles back, dropping his dagger. Out of nowhere, a tracking talisman, the tale-teller bird, manifests, chirping frantically. The interface confirms the bird is locking onto the target. It opens a status window, stacking the exposed weakness debuff, while screeching Nightcrow's name. It reveals the secret: those sharp feathers are actually concealing high-grade explosives. It warns of the danger, leaving even Yusung startled by the intel. Yusung thinks he's got the game figured out. Suddenly, Nightcrow materializes out of thin air, plunging his hand straight into Yusung's chest, causing a spray of liquid shadow to burst out. But that was just a decoy. The real Yusung is chilling right behind him, hands casually stuffed in his pockets. As the dark void swirls around the assassin, the rest of the squad battles the murder of crows, while Yusung just chuckles and calls him out. Nightcrow isn't a hero, he's just a terrorist playing dress-up. Nightcrow stares down at his own trembling hand, realizing Yusung is an L stranger, a class that debuffs enemies just by existing. Frustration boils over, so he jams his fingers in his mouth and lets out a piercing whistle. The entire flock snaps to attention, their eyes glowing a menacing crimson. Suddenly, boom, multiple blasts rock the area, sending everyone scrambling for survival. While Rebecca holds the line, her barrier shielding Vito from the heat. Nearby, Tsuki slices a crow out of the air with his dagger, grinding his teeth in pure irritation. Even Vito is taking potshots at the birds in the background. Tsuki spins around, scanning the chaos, trying to catch his breath. He realizes the crows are swarming them like a plague. He shoots a glare at Yusung, who is locked in a duel with Nightcrow. Tsuki screams that Yusung is stealing the spotlight while he's stuck here on pest control. Yusung glances back, sword tip still locked on Nightcrow's throat, and reminds him that Tsuki explicitly said he'd handle the bosses, and since Nightcrow is technically a hero, he counts as someone the bosses need to save. Nightcrow starts sweating, realizing he's facing down two high-level players. Tsuki is fuming as the guards unleash a hail of bullets on the flock, while Yusung just smirks, saying that Tsuki is way better at the whole heroic rescue thing. That really triggers Tsuki, who yells back that it's a total insult to his pure-blood assassin lineage. Yusung ignores him, rushing Nightcrow with a gaze as cold as ice, declaring that he also happens to have a PhD in taking lives. Nightcrow is barely holding on, struggling against Yusung's calm, rhythmic sword swings. Finally, Nightcrow snaps, screaming in frustration. He asks if Yusung is an L stranger, someone destined to save the world. So why is he fighting for the villains? Yu-sung tilts his head, genuinely confused about this protecting the world nonsense. Blade still leveled at Nightcrow, who grips his dagger tightly. The hero tries to straighten his posture, clutching his chest with one hand and leaning against a pillar with the other. He stammers that he can't believe Yu-sung is this clueless, insisting the bosses are pure evil, especially the Capone family, because they slaughtered his kin. A flashback hits him, guards dragging a younger him out of a room, as he screams his lungs out while a boss stares down at him with a sadistic grin. Back in the present, he continues, explaining that the courts let the Capone family walk free because they bought off every judge and cop in the city. He roars in rage, screaming that everyone else is too terrified of the Capones to ever fight back. He screams again, desperate to make Yu-sung understand that the city is rotting from the inside, and that's why they had to become the law. Yu-sung just listens sword lowered, totally unbothered by the gunfire raging around them. Yu-sung gives him a look that says, "Is that it?" Nightcrow pleads that it's not too late, walking through the flying debris toward him, begging Yu-sung to switch sides. But the second he gets within striking distance, jagged shadow spikes erupt, impaling his body. Blood pours out, and his legs turn to jelly, choking off his final words about peace. He drops to his knees, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Yu-sung casually scratches his ear, telling the guy he talks way too much. He steps right into the bloody puddle, reaches out and rips the mask off Nightcrow's face, muttering about how he hates cowards who hide behind masks. But when he sees the face underneath, Yu-sung freezes. It's just a kid. The kid smirks, his hand creeping into his jacket. Yu-sung realizes he's fighting a child. Nightcrow grabs Yu-sung's collar, screaming in his face not to look down on the justice they're fighting for, tightening his grip on a detonator. Click. A massive explosion rocks the building, leaving Yu-sung stunned, demanding to know what he just did. Nightcrow just sits there, laughing maniacally, refusing to let go of Yu-sung's shirt, revealing that a woman tipped him off about the summit location, and so he rigged the whole place to blow. Another explosion tears through the walls as Nightcrow finally releases his grip, telling Yu-sung he'll see him in hell. Yu-sung tries to grab the kid's hand, but Suki sweeps in on Noir's back, reaching for Yu-sung's arm. Noir is faster, clamping his jaws onto Yu-sung's jacket, hauling him Suki Vito and Rebecca out. Noir leaps from the crumbling building, just as the inferno consumes it. Cigarette still dangling from his lips, he's barely holding onto Tsuki Vito and Rebecca as they dangle midair, defying gravity. Cut to the aftermath. A murder of crows watches the building detonate from a distance, filling the sky like a bad omen. A few days later, the city is ghost town, quiet dust swirling in the wind. We shift focus to the Capone estate. Yu-sung and Suki stand before Rebecca, who's pouring her heart out, thanking them for riding with her until the bitter end. She drops the info that most of the businesses from the summit are now safely under the Capone banner, and it's all thanks to the players. Suki gives her a deadpan stare, while Yu-sung smirks, casually mentioning that Vito is still breathing. Plus, the family controls the cash flow now. It played out exactly how Rebecca scripted it, and she nods. She tells them, mission accomplished. Yu-sung side-eyes her, the vibe shifting instantly, as he says he has one final question. Boom, he launches a barrage of swords that stop inches from her throat, demanding to know if this was her master plan all along. One blade nicked her skin, masking the trickle of blood, as she asks why Yu-sung even cares. He shrugs it off, stating his only job was to eliminate every single enemy of the Capone family. Suki looms behind him, watching the drama unfold. Cue the flashback, a hand feeding the crows. Right above the smashed portrait of the Capone boss, Yu-sung exposes the truth about Rebecca. She was the one who took out the family's top brass, and she was the one who hired Nightcrow. Her order: wipe out the bosses. Rebecca challenges him for receipts. Yu-sung flashes a black feather. Nightcrow talked. That bird sang like a canary, revealing Rebecca sold out the family. Flashback to Nightcrow, bloodied and battered, vowing to see Rebecca, the traitor, in hell. Yu-sung drops the feather, breaking down her strategy. By wiping out the rival families and installing Vito, a literal child who does whatever she says, as the leader, she automatically crowns herself the true ruler of Black York. Rebecca just smiles at the accusation. With steel still at her throat, Yu-sung points a finger and delivers the verdict. She is an enemy of the Capone family. Tsuki nods in agreement. Rebecca denies it cold. She smiles with zero regret, claiming it was all for Vito. Flashback to a young, innocent Vito, playing games with her. She claims he's too soft for this brutal world, so she simply removed the Godfather, the man who forced this life on him. She cleared the board of all threats. She summons a magic barrier. Shattering the swords, she screams that she did it all to shield Vito from reality. She claims she acted as a true guardian. Yu-sung looks confused, while Tsuki looks totally unimpressed. Yu-sung looks at her like she's delusional, pointing out she murdered the guy who saved her, just to seize control of the city using Vito as a puppet. Suddenly, Tsuki steps up, dropping the hard truth: she's no guardian. Yu-sung watches as Tsuki breaks it down. She crippled Vito so she could reap the rewards. Rebecca laughs from inside her bubble, calling them lowly outsiders. Suddenly, the door flies open. Vito stands there witnessing the whole confession. Suki points directly at him, asking if he has the right to judge her. Rebecca freezes. She stammers Vito's name, sweat pouring as her shield starts to fracture. Vito steps forward, tears streaming, realizing she killed his father. Rebecca screams, desperate to explain. Red energy explodes from Vito, shattering her shield and lifting her off the ground. He admits she was always right. He crushes the energy in his palm, pulls out a pistol, and gives her a heartbreaking, sad smile. He agrees the world is cruel, then pulls the trigger on Rebecca. A system window pops up. Objective complete, rival families eliminated. Business secured. Another notification pings. They've officially conquered the Tower of Godfather and the underworld. Snap back to reality. Yusung and Suki are strolling down the street. Yusung cracks his neck, saying he was aiming for that gritty noir film, main character vibe. Hands in pockets, he admits he's no hero, and that felt more like a superhero flick than a noir thriller. He adds that it's nice not having paparazzi in his face today. Suki grins, suggesting they should have this kind of fun more often. But then the secretary sprints over, screaming bad news. Yusung and Suki whip around as she reports a Tier 5 tower right in the center of Seoul. She screams that a tower break is imminent. Yusung's chill vibe instantly turns to panic. Suki screams, totally losing it. Cold sweat drips down Yusung's face as the shadows swallow him whole. Smash cut to the past. We see an association raid team that tried to conquer this specific tower. Spoiler alert, they crashed and burned. They barely made it out alive. The tension is thick as a massive guy grabs a younger player by his collar, spitting in the kid's face, screaming, "What happens now, huh?" He's losing his mind over the failed raid. Yelling, "We're all taking a -3-point hit. We're gonna get demoted." The rest of the squad just watches the drama unfold, looking terrified. The younger guy stammers, claiming they can still fix this mess, but the big guy isn't hearing it. Roaring, "Fix it how?" making the kid flinch. Then the bomb drops. "We have to clear this thing on hard mode." The whole team freezes, staring at him like he's insane. Is he actually serious? But the guy doubles down. He reminds them how hard they grinded just to get here. If they walk away from this tower now, they'll just be puppets for the association all over again. "Is that what you want?" he asks. The team answers as one voice. "Hell no." Yusung steps up, eyes burning. They need to wipe out that -3 penalty by doing whatever it takes. As he navigates the system menu, the reality sinks in, and the fear comes creeping back. They realize hard mode is basically a suicide mission compared to normal runs, but they steel themselves and step back into the tower. And this time, they didn't just clear it, they absolutely annihilated it. Snap back to now, Suki's whip is tearing down the highway. Inside, Yusung drums his fingers on a box in his lap, muttering about the association's brutal point system. It's messed up. His expression darkens. This is all wrong. As he gazes out the window, his reflection fades into data about tower breaks. Back in the first 2 seasons, failure was the norm. Now, it's rare. We see a flashback of a dragon chomping down on a helpless civilian. Yusung explains that when a tower collapses, the consequences are apocalyptic. The screen shifts to a heartbreaking funeral scene, his parents. He whispers that he lost everything that mattered. We see Tsuki holding him while he breaks down. He admits that before he became a player, the world was a different place. But that was then. Outside, police sirens wail. Yusung pulls out his deck of item cards and commands the system to unlock all unclaimed rewards. The loot log scrolls, Ring of Power, legendary tracking talisman, Tale Teller, and a rare bracelet of wind. Even his coat pops up. He smirks, not a bad loadout. He checks the stats. The circlet lost its cross, -900 defense. Ouch. But it allows the Dark Shroud to be equipped simultaneously. The Dark Shroud description is wicked. It expands the player's shadow to conjure a literal shroud of darkness, and anyone caught near it gets hit with a massive debuff. He swipes through his deck, equipping the Bracelet of Wind and the Bracelet of Abomination. "Can't take any chances," he mutters. He drops a card onto the system window, swapping out Sanguine Chains for Charlotte's Web. Cut to the tower site. A red alert flashes. The tower break is imminent. Warning, monster invasion incoming. Tsuki's secretary turns back. We've arrived at the destination. Yusung steps out of the car and the crowd goes wild. The Hero King is here. He ignores the fame, eyes locked on the looming tower. Above the sky, rips open into a swirling energy portal. Below, hunters in full armor grip their weapons, knuckles white. The chant continues, Hero King, Hero King." One guy sighs in relief, "We're actually gonna make it." Another whispers a prayer of thanks. Suddenly, the portal violently shifts. Red energy crackles and debris starts floating around the vortex. A blinding flash turns the whole sky blood red. The crowd's cheers turn to screams of pure terror. The system UI screams, "Tower break countdown initiated." Every hunter tightens their grip, bracing for impact. "Get ready, 8 seconds left." Yusung casually taps a random hunter on the shoulder. The guy looks back, totally confused. 6 seconds. Yusung speaks up, "I'm gonna list a few categories, and if you don't fit the description, get the hell out of here." 5, 4, Category 1. Anyone who's gonna get killed by my skills. Shadows explode from his body. 3 seconds. Category 2. Anyone too slow to keep up with my pace. If you can't run, you're dead. 2 seconds. In Category 3. 1 second. He smirks. Anyone who isn't me. 0. Boom, a dragon roars into existence, flanked by a horde of beasts. Yusung's dark shroud blasts the other hunters to safety like a shockwave. Giant lizards, a headless horseman, a rhino, it's a stampede. But the black shroud is faster, slicing the dragon's head clean off and impaling the wolf and the green beast in a heartbeat. Yusung launches himself straight at the next dragon. Jamming his blade deep into the beast's throat, he casually remarks on the freak show out here. Lizardmen, orcs, you name it. He glances back just as a massive red bubble gets devoured by encroaching shadows. Admitting he can't even identify that red blob, Yusung effortlessly slays a dragon right there on the bridge. Then he launches himself at a lizardman mind racing. Given the tower's name, players must have been battling the inhabitants within. His sword sings, clean-cutting the dragon's head and sending a fountain of blood spraying across the concrete. These monsters, they don't belong to this tower. Above, news choppers swarm like vultures, sparking a flash of irritation in Yusung's eyes. While he tries to pinpoint the source of the invasion, the camera zooms in on a reporter hanging out of a hovering chopper. Desperate for the money shot of Yusung clashing with an orc, the reporter screams to the live stream that the Hero King is soloing this catastrophe. A full-blown break from a Tier 5 hard mode tower. The journalist keeps yapping, bringing up the endless controversies surrounding our MC. But there's no denying his god-tier skills. Suddenly the sky crackles with crimson energy, and a system window pops up to entertain them further, followed by a chilling alert. The monarch of the abyss has summoned the deepest darkness from within. The very atmosphere shifts, stars bleeding into red and pitch black. The reporter pans the camera frantically. He's shouting about the hue shift, warning the audience that this specific shade signals an incoming abyssal monster. As the chopper peels away for safety, the reporter notes how insanely rare an abyssal spawn is for a Tier 5 tower. Yusung tears through the crimson miasma with a swing of his blade, muttering about the reporter's insane dedication to the grind. Glaring back, he snaps, telling them to beat it, unless they want to be Monster Chow. Then he's sprinting up a staircase of pure ice he manifested in midair, sword gripped tight. He knows the monarch pulled this stunt. The chopper is still buzzing like a gnat when boom, Yusung shields his face from the shockwave. A blood-red alert flashes. Abyssal slime monster has spawned. Smirking, he thinks, good for him, while conjuring a barrage of frost. Standing high on his icy perch, he launches the projectiles. The beast retaliates, but the attack whiffs completely. Yusung sticks the landing on the pavement with a heavy thud. Crouched low while Noir snacks on the debris, Yusung realizes that wasn't enough to finish it. He straightens up. Hand raised high, he decides to end this with a nuke. The earth begins to quake violently behind him. Massive glacial spikes erupt from the asphalt, piercing the clouds. Yusung stands amidst the chaos, a dark shroud swirling at his feet. Waving his fingers to weave smoky patterns, he activates his trap card, Charlotte's Web. The construct wraps around the ice pillars, just as the slime materializes above. Gravity does the rest. It plummets straight into the net. With a sharp ting, the razor threads activate, slicing through everything. Instant detonation. The blob shatters into 1,000 fragments. Noir starts feasting while Yusung conjures a barrier overhead. Debris rains down harmlessly. The system chimes, slime monster defeated. A crimson ruby materializes in his palm. Seems the monarch of the abyss is pleased with the show. The reward, an abyssal gem. Another pop-up confirms the tower break has been halted. He stares at his reflection in the smoking, glowing jewel until the media vultures swarm him again. They're broadcasting live. Yusung stopped the apocalypse solo. Nearby, a suited official looks like he's sweating bullets. Shutters click furiously. Noir yawns in the foreground, while Yusung inspects his fingernails, totally unbothered. He looks impressed. 8 more, with himself. Cut to the online forums where the battle footage is already viral. Amidst the stream of comments, Yusung drops a bombshell. The player association is a total joke, claiming not a single organization in the country is actually doing their job. Gritting his teeth, he exposes the truth: those previous players died trying to clear penalty points. Forced into hard mode, they were pushed way past their limits. Flash forward to the living room. Yusung and Tatsuki are kicking back, watching the news cycle. Drinks in hand, they listen as the anchor recaps the explosive interview. The network contacted an association rep who actually admitted their regulations are garbage. Yusung muses, that's what happens when rules are written by suits with zero field experience. The report continues. Turns out the association also demands players hand over their loot. Watching the chaos unfold on screen, Yusung nods. Tatsuki really nailed it this time. Tsuki grins like the cat that ate the canary, knowing his doctored interview footage is about to spin a completely false narrative. He claims he gave it his all, while Yusung notes that the association saw this coming from a mile away. Crunch. Tsuki crushes the aluminum can in his grip, throwing a cheeky wink as he declares it's the perfect moment to burn the association to the ground. Yusung smirks, teasing him about running for president, which instantly makes Suki roll his eyes in annoyance. He snaps back that he's talking about launching guilds. Yusung shoots him a deadpan look, reminding him that private guilds are totally illegal. One country, one guild, that's the law keeping the association in power. Suki buries his face in his palms, exasperated. He vows to weaponize this chaos, planning to expose every dirty secret the association has been hiding. He rants that the suits in charge should be actual players, but instead it's a bunch of bureaucrats who have never stepped foot inside a tower. They're forcing rules on veterans while knowing nothing of the danger. Tsuki paints a mental image of a desperate soul chasing a chicken with an axe, contrasted with Ozian, who's literally riding on the backs of human beings like they're cattle. He argues that the association is a playground for the rich, while the real heroes get sidelined and marginalized. Tsuki clenches his fist, eyes burning with determination to rewrite the script and force a policy change. It's fight or flight against injustice. Cut back to the living room. Yusung lets out a nervous chuckle, wishing Tsuki luck on his crusade. Tsuki gives him a flat stare, realizing Yusung thinks he's sitting this one out. Yusung laughs awkwardly, signaling he wants zero part in this drama. But Tsuki drops the bomb. You're not watching from the sidelines. You are building the guild. The smile is wiped instantly from Yusung's face. He shoots up from the couch, completely rattled. He demands confirmation, but Tsuki just shrugs, insisting they need to let the public decide their fate. Smash cut to a news broadcast. The KPA's reputation is tanking. A massive petition for a new guild is viral. With over 170,000 signatures already locked in, a graph flashes on screen, showing a landslide vote for Yusung as the new guild leader. Meanwhile, So Young-ho is fuming, convinced the public is unleashing monsters. He views players as threats, not heroes. Teeth gritted, he literally shakes with rage while watching the broadcast. He knows Tsuki and Yusung are pulling the strings. His anger boils over. Civilians have no clue how dangerous a player can be, even without the black hat label. Flashback. Masked gunmen storming the streets. Seo recalls how government negligence allowed entire nations to fall, under the control of black hat players fueled by criminal underworld alliances. He envisions the chaos gangs in red and blue facing off in a war zone. He argues that even in the United States, the so-called land of the free private guilds are strictly sanctioned. He visualizes the military saluting, noting that the army keeps the top players on a tight leash. To him, players are ticking time bombs waiting to explode. Seo stands before a mirror, placing a hand against his own reflection. In politics, there are no good deals, only compromises with the lesser of two evils. He grinds his teeth, muttering that the masses are sheep. They don't understand how the world really works. Suddenly, ding, a system window materializes. A notification pops up, evil is being judged. The system asks if this judgment is correct. Then a chilling message. The monarch of evil has taken an interest in you. Does he want to take the tower's test? Seo lets out a manic laugh and taps, accept. Cut to a massive billboard featuring Yusung in tactical gear holding a phone. Yusung stands on the street below, staring up at his own face. That gear is so last season, he sighs, wishing they'd trash the outdated ad. He lowers his head, mind drifting back to the guild proposal. Flashback to that night. Tsuki is hyping him up, insisting that as the hero king, Yusung deserves the high life that comes with being a guild master. Yusung cuts him off, crossing his arms in a big X. I don't work with idiots, he declares, and I definitely don't work with jerks. And the last thing he wants is a job combining both. Tsuki waves off the concern. Don't sweat the details. You're just the figurehead. The competition will weed out the trash. Yusung asks why it has to be him. Tsuki grips his shoulder, eyes intense, and delivers the hook, because nobody else can save this world but you. Hoodie pulled low, he cuts through the swarm of people, his mind replaying Tsukuyomi's heavy words, you one is the only one, capable of taking that first crucial step to unravel the mystery. Tilting his head back to scan the sky, clarity hits him. What he needs to do is conquer the towers. He immediately pulls up the interface to hunt for Tier 7 dungeons, but the system flashes a disappointing alert, showing 0 Tier 7 towers available nearby. The closest hit, a massive 226 kilometers out. Frustrated Yuan kills the waypoint. His mind drifts back, visualizing the moment Sylvia handed him that necklace, muttering to himself. That solo entry isn't the only ticket inside. There's a loophole. If a player has received a specific token from a tower insider, they can be summoned directly. That thought triggers a memory of the knife Vito gifted him. He inspects the blade, a symbol of trust from Rebecca, and realizes these tokens are literal bridges connecting the mortal realm to the tower's dimensions. Sheathing the weapon, he scoffs, doubting Vito would actually send an invite, but he'll guard the blade regardless. Out of nowhere, a deafening buzz shreds the silence, as every phone in the vicinity lights up with a blood-red alert, Tower of the International Match. Pedestrians cringe instinctively, clapping hands over their ears. trying to block out the piercing sound. Yuan winces, clutching his ear, confused. That's not just noise, it's music. Eyes glued to the crimson screens, the crowd listens as a voice booms, promising a spectacular live performance, featuring the elite rankers of Season 5. As the countdown begins, Yuan races to decipher the game plan. When a private ping arrives from the monarch of jesters, the message dares him. Come, entertain us, O child of 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents. Staring at the glowing text, Yuan feels the monarch pushing him, practically demanding he join the fray. Cut to Germany. Inside, Nisa's office screens flash with the exact same urgent alert. The specs are insane, elite tier. Shop access unlocked. Objective currently classified. The kicker, only the top-ranked player from each nation qualifies. Meanwhile, in France, the notification hits the top 10, leaving Maria completely shelf-shocked. The prompt highlights a terrifying detail. This entire death game will be broadcast live. But there's a silver lining. Mortality is disabled inside. The system advises players to use this chance to build alliances. Ray catches the alert, but as his eyes scan the fine print, his composure shatters. He starts shaking uncontrollably. He grabs the wall for balance, but his grip fails. His wine glass slips, shattering against the floor, spilling a crimson puddle. Back on the street, Yuan reads the brutal penalty clause. Failure isn't just a loss. It triggers the extermination of 100 million people. Even his steady hands begin to tremble, cold dread creeping in. He smashes his fist into the holographic window, instantly equipping his battle gear. He lets out a groan, smirking at the sheer absurdity of it all. Standing curbside, the system announces a holding pattern for the 10 competitors. A nearby kid spots Yuan and freezes. Is that the Hero King? The kid whispers. The murmur spreads through the crowd, everyone realizing the legend himself is entering the fray. The broadcast countdown chimes again. Yuan taps accept on the floating interface, locking in his participation. Flash forward, he materializes inside the tower arena where the other contenders are already assembled, including Hargan, Ray, and Maria. Ray eyes him, acknowledging the Hero King, while Maria's face lights up, calling out to him. Yuan steps up, looking visibly bored. Hargan extends a hand, grinning. Pleasure to cross paths again. Yuan doesn't even make contact, brushing the hand aside. Yeah, thrilled to see the whole gang, he deadpans. Scanning their faces with a smirk, Maria wades over water, splashing under her boots as she approaches the pair. Ray watches intently. Yuan leans into Hargan, teasing him about showing off, but cuts himself off as Maria arrives. He greets her, and she instantly tenses up, stammering that she's just glad to see the old him back. Yuan blinks, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple in sheer confusion, as he asks what she means by old self. She explains quickly her father just cleared the Tier 7 tower. She recalls his recent interview, lowering her gaze with a shy smile. I was actually worried about you, she admits. You seemed so burnt out. Yuan just stares at her, completely dumbfounded. As she rambles on about the interview, he softens gently, taking her hand. I'm good, really, he assures her with a faint smile. I'm not quitting. His gaze then snaps to Ray, eyes narrowing into a cold frown. Lips pursed in irritation as Ray pipes up. If you don't have the stomach to conquer this tower, then get lost. Ray scowls, crossing his arms tightly across his chest, radiating hostility. As he reminds Yuan that he's the last one to show up, his voice dripping with agitation. Imagine the world's #1 ranked player strolling in dead last, acting like the lives of Dadava. 100 million people are just a side quest he hasn't accepted yet. Yusung stares at him like he's a total noob, while Maria shifts uncomfortably, feeling the tension. As the other players watch the drama unfold, Yusung breaks the silence with pure arrogance. If you want my take, Ray, the main character always shows up at the buzzer. Ray squeezes his eyes shut, trying not to lose his cool. He knows he was the first one on the scene, so he snaps back, preaching about how a true hero rushes to the front lines to tank the danger before anyone else gets hurt. Yusung just rolls his eyes, scoffing. Wow, did you memorize that speech from a comic book? Then Yusung chuckles, looking down on him. You really need to read the terms and conditions instead of just smashing the accept button the second it pops up. Ironically, Yusung is the guy who destroyed the rules without reading them, but he doubles down. You're gonna get scammed one day, Ray, because you speedrun through everything. That's exactly why you'll never be on my level, or George's for that matter. Ray glares daggers at him, knuckles white as he grips his sword hilt, screaming in frustration. Yusung just ignores the rage and points a thumb at George, bragging about how the guy is a human calculator. George, chilling in the background, just watches the chaos with a faint, amused smile. Suddenly, Yusung freezes. He spins around, eyes wide, as he realizes something wrong. Yo, George, why are you standing there with zero gear? George just smirks, finally getting recognized. Took you long enough to notice, he shrugs, keeping that cool, unbothered vibe. I haven't logged a single hour this season. Besides, nobody's catching a game over in this tower anyway. Ray isn't buying it. Fists clenched, he reminds them. The entire world is watching this broadcast. We can't slack off. Before they can argue, the floor quakes beneath them. A system notification pops up. Players will be equipped with Season 5 items until tower exit. In a flash of digital light, everyone transforms. Their casual clothes are instantly replaced by high-level armor and weapons. George's gear materializes over his suit. "See," he says calmly. "Told you it wouldn't be an issue." A holographic tag identifies George, Gravedigger, CEO of Artifact Inc. Behind him, a massive, terrifying skeleton manifests its blue eyes blazing with magical energy as it towers over the group. At the same time, a blinding yellow aura explodes around Ray and Yusung as they suit up in their legendary gear. Maria transforms too, clad in shining white and gold armor, looking like a holy warrior. She stands ready, but her eyes betray her nerves as the light glints off her polished steel. The camera pans as Mistress Lydia, the international police icon, steps out of the shadows behind Maria, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Maria jumps startled as Lydia shakes her head. "I can't believe these boys are turning a world crisis into a measuring contest." She snaps her hand, fan shut, and taps her chin thoughtfully. "Men will be men, I suppose." Maria nods nervously, whispering that they really need to focus, since real human lives are the currency in this game. Suddenly, Lieutenant General Kilgore, from the U.S. Special Ops Command, steps up behind them, his presence heavy and commanding. The girl is right. The white-haired veteran cracks a weathered smile. "We need to lock in. We have a duty to our countries and the world to clear this mission." Cut to Ray, spinning around and throwing a fit like a toddler. Yusung just sighs, looking bored. "Man, I really wish they had live-streamed the Monarch of Plague raid. I would have broken the internet." George steps in, the voice of reason. "Let's just keep it civil while we're in here, all right?" He looks at Ray. "We cool?" Ray just jerks his head away, annoyed. Out of nowhere, a loud splash echoes through the chamber. Someone is wading through the water, shouting to grab their attention. "Thank you all for waiting." It's a man in a creepy clown mask stomping through the water like he owns the place. In honor of that legendary achievement, defeating the Monarch of Plague, the clown announces theatrically. "The other monarchs have organized this little fiesta." He spreads his arms wide. "Welcome, heroes of Earth." A spotlight blinds them from above, forcing everyone to squint. Yusung smirks, catching the irony immediately. "So the monarchs are throwing a party because one of their own got deleted. Must have been some serious beef between them." The clown steps closer, wagging a finger at Yusung. "Careful now, don't poke the bears, Hero King." Then he pauses, tilting his head. "Actually, let's go with Monarch Slayer." A flashback flickers on screen. Season 4. Showing the epic moment Yusung earned the title by solo killing the Monarch of Plague. Back in the present, Ray watches Yusung and the clown banter, and you can practically hear his teeth grinding. "I will never accept that title," Ray mutters, seething with jealousy that Yusung got the credit for the season boss. His jaw twitches as he barks at the clown. "Cut the crap." "What are we doing in this tower?" The clown giggles. "This fiesta is just a celebration, a victory lap. You guys can just chill." That's the last straw. Ray explodes from his spot, kicking up a wall of water as he launches himself at the clown. Yusung barely has time to glance back before Ray goes full attack mode. Ray unleashes his blade, bathing the arena in blinding radiance. This isn't just a weapon. It's the legendary lone sword style, a technique bordering on myth, a style born from a warrior who spent a lifetime hunting for an equal only to perish in bitter isolation. Ray's steel ignites with crimson fire. With a roar, he launches a barrage of scorching slashes straight at the clown. He doesn't let up, swinging wildly while screaming that the fate of millions hangs by a thread. The clown just laughs, calling this chaotic assault a fiesta. He barely moves unfazed as Ray's desperate strikes whiff completely. Yusung and Maria watch from the sidelines. Ray's blade is tearing through nothing but rain, sending useless sprays of water into the air. Yusung throws a hand up, shielding his vision from the relentless downpour, stinging his face. He mocks Ray, noting the guy is really hamming it up for the cameras. Even the clown mimics the gesture, shading his eyes theatrically. "Cool your jets," the clown teases as the player's attacks simply evaporate into thin air. Ray clicks, his tongue visibly ticked off. Ray is fuming at the futility of it all. The clown grins, sensing the mood, and decides it's time to lay down the law of the tower. Snap. A microphone materializes in the clown's grip. Suddenly spotlights blaze to life, pinning the players in blinding beams. The group flinches at the sudden glare. The clown stares dead into the lens, addressing the global live stream. "Time to cast your votes, folks." He demands the audience pick their favorite contestant to play the hero. The perspective instantly cuts to the real world. Holographic voting panels pop up in front of every single human on Earth. People freeze, staring at the sock in total disbelief. Massive skyscrapers broadcast the feed live. Back inside the tower, Yusung steps into the light, having none of it. He screams that this rigged election is a sham, but the sentence dies in his throat. The clown's hand clamps over Yusung's mouth, silencing him. He grips Yusung's shoulder, whispering a chilling warning to watch his step. "We have rules here," the clown hisses. Yusung struggles to break free, but the jester just presses a finger to his lips. With a twisted smile, he reveals their only purpose: entertain the masses. He begins to break down exactly how this twisted game works. It is all about crowd control. The players will earn power-ups and rewards directly tied to their popularity polls. George and Kilgore stand stoic in the back, arms crossed skepticism, written all over their faces. Maria and Lydia are practically burning holes through him with their glares. The clown drops the other shoe. If the ratings tank, or if you bore the viewers, this entire conquest will be marked as a failure. Maria's blood runs cold. She knits her brow, realizing that failure translates to 100 million dead bodies. The clown mocks them, saying the current show is a snooze fest. Use your muscle, your brains, your charm, I don't care. Just give the world a show worth watching. Suddenly, Ray breaks from the pack. He points a finger challenging Yusong to a duel. The clown is still grappling a squirming Yusong, loving the drama. Now that's proactive, the clown cackles. Yusong yells back, accepting that he has no choice but to throw down. The jester releases his grip, and Yusong shoots him a look of pure murder. The clown hops onto the camera rig for a better view. Challenges are mandatory, he declares. Lose or die, it doesn't matter, the tower spits you right back in. Nobody leaves until the ballots are counted. With a wave, the clown announces he is building them a proper stage. The tower's ceiling grinds open. Blinding natural sunlight floods in, forcing Yusong to shield his eyes with a gloved hand. Sweat instantly beads on Yusong's face as he gapes at the sky. Behind him, George frowns, squinting against the sudden glare. The tension is palpable. Maria and Lydia watch in awe as the floor shifts, transforming into a combat arena. Yusong tries to ask a question, but Ray cuts him off, stepping up with an ego the size of the tower. Address me as Swordmaster. Yusong rolls his eyes, ignoring the title. You really want another beatdown after I crushed you last time? He worries Ray is tanking their approval ratings. Ray ignores the logic, drawing his blade as it erupts in flames. To hell with the votes, Ray growls. None of it matters if I don't put you in the dirt. Light explodes from Ray's eyes. He screams in rage, vowing to settle the score from the season opener right here, right now. He blurs into motion. Ray charges his blade, carving the air with precise glowing trails of destruction. He unleashes a flurry of strikes. Yusong doesn't flinch, he just opens his palm, smirking as freezing energy swirls around his fingers. I hate showing off, Yusong mutters, launching himself at Ray. Ray's eyes go wide. Yusong is mirroring his exact stance. It is impossible. Yusong unleashes the exact same barrage of high-speed precision slashes Ray just used. Lone sword style, Yusong deadpans. Kilgore loses his mind on the sidelines, screaming, how is he using Ray's move? The gallery is stunned. Lydia touches her chin, eyes narrowing as she realizes the terrifying truth. He didn't just copy the move, he stole the skill itself. George runs a hand through his hair, stunned by the chaos unfolding in the arena. He's not just fighting, he mutters. Yusong is literally copy-pasting Ray's entire moveset. Ray scrambles to counter, swinging his blade with heavy, desperate strikes. Totally rattled that Yusong is wielding the exact same skill and sword style, only better. Their blades lock, unleashing a deafening metallic screech. Ray grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, burning every ounce of stamina just to stay in the game. Is he contracted with the Monarch of Mirrors? Ray wonders, searching for a logical explanation, but he shakes it off. That's impossible. Crash. Their swords collide again, sending sparks flying, and the steel screaming under the pressure. Yusong looks bored, moving with effortless grace, while Ray is spiraling. I dedicated my life to the blade, Ray thinks, so how is he schooling me? Up in the stands, George clutches his chest, beaming like a proud father watching a violent sport. Now this is entertainment, he laughs. Yusong really deserves the Hero King title. He flashes a sly, sheepish grin. Takes a special kind of crazy to kill your own king. Lydia rolls her eyes unimpressed before shooting back a smug look. Who are you to talk? She asks. Didn't you try to wreck him during the Battle of Nerves? George just keeps smiling, the crow's feet deepening around his eyes. Forget about me, he says. Look at the other players. The crowd is roaring with laughter, having the time of their lives, everyone except Maria. George points a bony finger. They're the real sharks circling Yusong. Not the time for your commentary, George. Lydia snaps. Nearby, Maria listens to the chatter, her jaw clenched tight as she lowers her head. The weight of the situation is crushing her. She realizes that 100 million lives are on the line. She glances at George's grin and the player with the vampire fangs, cackling away. They don't care about saving the world, she realizes. They just want the glory of taking down Yusong. Yusong's interview flashes through her mind the moment he exposed the ugly truth. The players are at war with each other. Maria rests her hands on her shield, sinking into despair. Yusong was right. She thinks back to seasons 1 and 2. Back when the mission was simple, kill the monsters, survive the tower. She remembers how they used to stand shoulder to shoulder to save humanity. In her mind's eye, she sees Yusong and Ray teaming up to take down a multi-armed giant boss. But reality snaps back, and she turns to the spectators, her expression crumbling into sadness. That era of unity is dead and buried this season. To her, they look like monsters now. Lydia, a wolf. George, a skeleton. Kilgore, a demon. She tries to understand why it turned out this way. Brushing her hair back, she sighs. We get stronger every season, sure. But the monsters and bosses, they're leveling up just as fast. Her mind drifts to when she was 22, a rookie player protecting a group of terrified kids. Maybe the military life works for some, she muses, but I'm not that innocent girl anymore. She sees the walls people build, nationalities, beliefs, race. It's always the same story. These petty feuds are going to doom us all, she thinks, remembering a failed attempt to break up a fight. The scene snaps back to the tower. A wave of hopelessness hits her. They can't save the world if they keep tearing each other apart. In the arena, the duel rages on, steel clashing against steel. Ray is fighting for his life, but he's drowning. This makes zero sense, he gasps. But even if the game is bugged and unfair, I'll adapt. I always do. Yusong launches a vicious slash, and Ray barely parries. He was convinced there was a trick, a cheat code behind Yusong's insane power level. Locking his icy blue eyes on his target, Ray charges. I'll expose your secret, he thinks, and then I'll crush you. But in a blink, Yusong vanishes and reappears, driving his sword straight into Ray, sending a spray of blood across the floor. Ray grits his teeth, tears of agony stinging his eyes, thinking I was willing to take the L just for a moment, if it meant figuring him out. He forces himself up, adrenaline spiking, and rushes Yusong one more time. Yusong deflects every blow like he's swatting flies. Suddenly, their blades lock up tight faces inches apart. Ray is fuming with rage. Yusong is terrifyingly calm. You just won't quit, Yusong says coldly. Guess I'm done playing along. Ray's eyes widen in shock. Wema boot to the chin sends Ray flying backward. He skids across the arena floor, dust rising around him. As Ray groans in pain, Yusong raises his sword high. I am about to absolutely wreck this guy. He swears he's done throwing hands for good. Then, channeling every ounce of grit he has left, he drives his blade deep into the earth. The impact is seismic, shattering the pavement and sending debris flying. Ray, battered and exhausted, stares helplessly at the swirling dust cloud through blood-stained lips. Suddenly, Yusong makes his move. His gloved hands blur as he swaps cards from his side deck, and then boom, another explosion rocks the stadium. From the smoke, Yusong emerges, transformed, long hair, flowing eyes, shut tight. The entire lobby is stunned into silence. Nobody can process what's happening. Ray lets out a ragged, frustrated breath, his mind struggling to accept this insane reality. Yusong has triggered Supreme Demon's Descent. He's fully suited up in dark armor, gripping a massive longsword, eyes glowing a terrifying crimson. This is a mythical tier skill. The system alerts pop up. He's temporarily channeling absolute god tier power, specifically the essence of the Supreme Demon, the dark deity of swords. Yusong crouches and launches himself into the air. He lands feather light beside the grounded Ray, hair whipping in the wind. Without missing a beat, he executes the first stance of Supreme Demonic Sword style. A sinister red ring sears into the arena floor, locking Ray dead in the center of the kill zone. Instantaneously, jagged crimson spikes shoot upward, impaling Ray from all sides. He coughs up a spray of blood as his health bar plummets. Yusong just glances back with those burning eyes, cold and detached, as he transitions immediately into the second stance. Levitating off the ground, he unleashes a tidal wave of red energy that erupts into a towering pillar of pure destruction.